Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Witches are people favored by the will of the world. They are beautiful, intelligent, and naturally gifted with extraordinary power, able to command the elements, act freely and effortlessly, and possess extraordinary vitality. Simply destroying their bodies is not enough. To truly kill a witch, one must destroy both body and soul. Even after becoming a wooden mannequin, the girl whose memories Everly was experiencing was still alive. Following her perspective, Everly continued to drift through the fragments of her memory. The next morning, the babysitter arrived as usual to feed her and found the girl missing from the bed. In her place lay the wooden mannequin. Panicked, she lifted the pajama-clad figure from the bed and placed it on the floor, rummaged through the attic, and finally hurriedly left to call her employer, reporting that the hostage had escaped. Through a mirror in the corner, Everly saw her current form, just over a meter tall, a wooden mannequin resembling the child mannequins often used in clothing stores of the last century. Blue eyes, red lips, a black wig on her head, thick false eyelashes glued over her eyes, eerily realistic, yet unmistakably inhuman. The mannequin could not move. She was placed there, watching as her captor York argued with the babysitter, saw the babysitter attempt to threaten him with knowledge of witches, and witnessed York lift a short stool and smash her to death. When the warm blood of the babysitter splattered onto her, a surge of energy entered her body, and she felt her previously stiff mind sharpen slightly. Damn it, how did she escape? No, that witch can't be allowed to remain. She must be dealt with immediately. York Kingsley, covered in blood, hastily disposed of the babysitter's body and muttered to himself in the attic. No. Stop. No. Mother. No matter how the spirit trapped within the mannequin screamed, wailed, and roared, the wooden body remained motionless. It maintained its eerie smile, standing stiffly in the attic, watching York finish his business and leave in a hurry, watching the sun rise and set through the skylight, watching the light shift from bright to dim, and seeing the dust in the air slowly settle, gradually covering the entire mirror. Time passed, though it was impossible to say how long. When the scene reappeared, York had transformed, now the richest man in the area, a gold-trimmed necklace around his neck. He held a cigar lazily, waved his hand, and casually sold the entire house, attic included, to another buyer. What followed in memory was chaotic and fragmented. As a child mannequin, she was sold, displayed in shop windows, stored in warehouses, sold to a school, used and left idle. Over the long years, countless joys and sorrows played out around her. She witnessed familial love, friendship, and romance, but also jealousy, hatred, and death. She discovered that she could draw strength from people's negative emotions. Just as birds sing and fish swim, it was an instinct she was born with. Yes, of course, because she was a cursed witch. The more resentment there was, the stronger she became. Yet she was trapped in this powerless body, forced to watch the descendants of her enemies feast on her mother's flesh, enjoying wealth and fame. So useless. So tragic. The cursed witch suffered in her self-imposed torment, every moment, every second. Until one night, a group quietly broke into the storage room where her body was kept. A girl with witch blood took out a spirit board and summoned the surrounding lost souls. Click. On the third query into the air, the witch heard the sound of chains snapping. The binding force suddenly weakened, and she drew herself out of the wooden body, returning to her. And so, from that day on, the wheels of fate that had been stalled for nearly a century began to turn once more. Huff, huff, huff. Everly pulled herself out of the memory fragment, breathing heavily. The information had been so overwhelming that her head felt swollen. She had to put down the pendant, press her hands to her forehead, and sit in a nearby chair to process it all. This memory explained all the anomalies she had encountered so far. It turned out that the one possessing Kelly had never been the White Witch Olivia, but rather the little girl almost entirely forgotten in historical records, the true cursed witch, Natalie, Olivia's own daughter, Natalie Solomon, the same NS, who had appeared during the spirit summoning. "Do you love your mother too?" The words the girl had asked when Everly first confronted Kelly flashed in her mind. At the time, they had seemed random and incomplete, but now it was clear the one speaking to her had actually been Natalie inhabiting Kelly. "Mother." Everly lowered her head and unhooked the necklace she was wearing. After leaving home and boarding at school, she had sewn a small pouch from cloth, placed her eyeball inside it, and worn it as a pendant around her neck. When Natalie asked that question, her gaze had not landed on Everly's face, but on her chest right where the eyeball pendant rested. Had she noticed the pendant? What a perceptive witch. Everly rested for a while, then tried picking up the pendant again, wanting to see what had happened after Natalie had possessed Kelly. The moment she touched the pendant, she fell once more into 6-year-old Natalie's body, and the memory she had just witnessed replayed itself. Everly didn't want to endure another memory shock. The fragment was far too oppressive and long, just witnessing it was suffocating. Before she got drawn in any deeper, she quickly dropped the pendant, slipped it back into the plastic bag, and leaned against the chair back to think. What exactly was this pendant? Why had Natalie given it to her? And the most perplexing question of all, why had Natalie allowed the exorcists to burn her mother? Natalie had loved her mother so deeply, hadn't she? After thinking for a long while without any clarity, Everly finally decided to contact Rebecca. "You're saying the real witch inside Kelly was Olivia's daughter, Natalie? Impressive. You've collected so many clues in such a short time." Actually, Wester had also proposed the theory that the witch was Natalie, but her records were deliberately erased, and so much time has passed that she's extremely hard to trace. "We've only just been able to find her name," Rebecca's energetic voice said through the receiver. Everly asked, "But I still don't understand. If the witch really was Natalie, why did she impersonate her mother, Olivia, and lead the exorcists to burn her mother's body and soul? Wouldn't that prevent her mother from ever being revived?" Rebecca thought for a moment and speculated. Maybe she wanted her mother to finally rest in peace. Assuming the information you provided is correct, and Olivia really was a white witch, then when she was forced to curse and kill others, her soul would have suffered backlash, causing irreversible damage. After her death, her tongue was made into a lucky charm. That type of charm works by consuming the witch's soul, too. With both effects combined, the soul remaining in Olivia's body would have been extremely fragile. If the soul is too damaged, even reviving her with her enemy's blood would only awaken a walking corpse. Moreover, white witches are usually of high moral character. They view life and death lightly. Death is not something they fear. It's a return to the embrace of Mother Nature. In contrast, forcing a white witch to revive through black witchcraft is what truly desecrates them. Everly didn't know how to describe her feelings. A mother loved her child, so she was willing to go against her nature and use her power to kill. A daughter loved her mother, and to avoid being a burden, she cursed herself, turning into a motionless wooden puppet. Decades later, when the daughter finally regained the ability to act, she had a choice: revive her mother, but cause her suffering, or let her mother rest in peace. She resolutely chose the latter. Fate was really unfair to them. If only Olivia and her daughter had been born in your hometown. After a long pause, Everly's hoarse voice finally squeezed out the words. "Yeah, so unfair." Rebecca let out a long sigh as well. With the most pressing question answered, Everly calmed herself and began asking Rebecca about the pendant. For certain reasons, she didn't tell Rebecca its origin. She only said that she had acquired a mysterious pendant from somewhere, and that touching it allowed her to see a memory belonging to the pendant's previous owner. "Something like that exists? That's incredible. Do you have a photo? Send it to me so I can see." "Wait a moment." Everly hung up the phone, lifted her hand, and took a photo of the pendant to send to Rebecca. At this point, her phone couldn't handle calls and messaging at the same time, which was inconvenient. After about 10 minutes of waiting, Rebecca finally called back. "Hello, young lady. I couldn't figure out what that was at first, so I asked around. In the end, I found out this droplet in your pendant might come from the fountain of memory. As the name suggests, these droplets can store a living person's memories. Legends say that if a soul drinks it, they can retain the eternal memories contained in the water. Because the droplet is a product of the underworld, it cannot touch anything in the living world, so it has to be stored in white crystal. But these are just guesses. The person I asked wasn't entirely sure. Since the fountain of memory is located in the underworld, people in the living world only know the legend. The fountain of memory? Everly had read widely, but there were too many myths and legends in the world for her to remember them all. After consulting Rebecca, she learned that the fountain of memory was the spring of Mnemosyne, the Greek goddess of memory, language, and writing. It lay in the underworld, opposite Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. Every soul arriving in the underworld would encounter these two waters. The memory fragments didn't explain how Natalie had obtained the droplet. Perhaps after cursing herself, the little witch had somehow stepped into the underworld. But if it could really hold a living person's memories, then Everly understood why Natalie had given it to her. Thinking this, she took a deep breath, retrieved the pendant from its pouch, and held it in her palm. Following Rebecca's advice, she focused her mind, silently willing the new memories she wanted to embed while letting the memories of another enter her brain. She succeeded. Half an hour later, all of Natalie's memories within the pendant had been overwritten. The next time she touched the pendant, the image that appeared before her eyes was Wester truly possessed an extraordinary ability to gather intelligence. From merely suspecting that Natalie was the culprit to uncovering nearly the entire truth, it took him no more than 2 short days. One must remember, the incident dated back to the 1930s. Not only had some information been deliberately erased, but over the decades a great deal of material had also been lost amid the changes of time. Everly simply could not figure out how he managed to accomplish it. It was astonishing. Everly had asked Rebecca about it. Aside from the matter of the mannequin, where records were lacking and Wester was unable to find anything, every other detail, he deduced matched the memories contained within the pendant almost exactly. Although she had witnessed Wester's capabilities before, his exceptional intelligence and sharp perception during this incident once again reshaped Everly's impression of the exorcist. Perhaps in the future, if she encountered a case she couldn't solve, she could turn to him for help. However, he charged a high fee, so she would need to save more money for emergencies. Unfortunately, even though the full sequence of events had been uncovered, the deceased employer could not be brought back to life, and the verbally promised payment was impossible to collect. Moreover, the witch Natalie had clearly already left Mykonos City. The wooden mannequin in the storage room, as well as Kelly's lame father, had all vanished without a trace. Thus, after lingering for a while longer, the rarely frustrated exorcist departed Mykonos in a fury. Not long after Wester left, the church's exorcist finished writing the incident report and hastily fled the remote, backward little city as well. The witch incident was thus declared over, but its aftermath continued to affect the school. Under Natalie's curse, a large number of teachers and students at Pheno Academy suffered both physical and psychological torment, taking leave from school and being hospitalized. After recovering from their illnesses, only a small portion of the students returned. The others either moved away with their families or transferred to different middle schools. As a result, the grade 7 student population at Pheno Academy was cut roughly in half, and the teaching staff underwent a major reshuffle, replaced by several new faces. For Everly, however, this was good news. With fewer students, the environment became quieter and brought fewer troubles. After the witch's revenge incident triggered by Blying, those hormone-driven teenagers finally learned to think twice and to stop before going too far. They were no longer bored enough to stir up trouble everywhere. Some habitual Blyes, afraid that they might be cursed, even took the initiative to lower their heads and apologize to the students they had tormented. Whether or not they were truly remorseful didn't matter. At the very least, Campus B** lying temporarily disappeared from Pheno Academy. Meanwhile, as information technology advanced and touchscreen smartphones became widely available, the internet increasingly became an indispensable part of young people's lives. By 8th grade, Everly's home had finally been equipped with broadband and a computer. Old John put on his reading glasses and began clumsily learning how to purchase new supplies for the shelter through online shopping. That same year, Everly's touchscreen phone went through an upgrade cycle and was replaced with a newer pair model with a larger screen and stronger performance. Although it still lagged far behind the phones she had used in her previous life, It was vastly better than her old one, and Everly was deeply moved. Unfortunately, the school didn't have Wi-Fi, and in a remote small city like Mykono, no carrier offered affordable data plans. Even though Everly wasn't short on money, mobile data at the time was outrageously expensive. No matter how well off she was, she couldn't just spend it recklessly, she'd feel the sting. As a result, while her classmates switched en masse to touchscreen smartphones and gradually became absorbed in posting on the campus forum and social networking sites like Chatter, Twitter, making new friends online, Everly continued to live like a devout ascetic of the church. She didn't install a single social media app on her phone. Every day, she either read and studied or worked out to build muscle, living with exceptional discipline. Only when she occasionally encountered a concept she didn't understand in her books would she reluctantly turn on her data to look something up online. What Everly didn't expect was that precisely because of her socially detached lifestyle, she would, by a twist of fate, avoid the largest nationwide incident of that year. She still remembered the date clearly. It was May 23rd. That morning, everyone was in math class when a voice suddenly shouted, shattering the silence. "Oh my God, Saradia is dead." "What? Is it true? Why? Didn't they say she was getting better? How could this happen?" "It's real, check her chatter." The moment the boy spoke, the entire classroom erupted into chaos. The teacher at the podium was completely ignored as students leaned toward one another, buzzing with speculation. Some, prompted by the reminder, pulled out their phones and openly opened Chatter to check Saradia's personal account. Amid the noisy classroom, only Everly sat quietly in her seat, exchanging helpless looks with the equally helpless teacher. Everly knew of Saradia. She was an extraordinary female singer, hailed as the Queen of Tragedy and the Walking Nightingale, one of the best-selling female artists in the United States. Saradia possessed a uniquely distinctive voice, her singing melodious and ethereal, like music from the heavens. She was especially skilled at performing sorrowful ballads. It was said that many emotionally sensitive listeners would feel such intense resonance while listening to her songs that they couldn't help but burst into tears. At one open-air concert, more than a dozen audience members even experienced emotional fainting spells from being too deeply immersed in the performance. Although Everly wasn't a fan who chased celebrities, she had to admit that Saradia's songs were truly beautiful. Yes. A year earlier, at the height of her rising career, Saradia had been diagnosed with late-stage esophageal cancer. After that, she vanished completely from public view. Some said she had gone into seclusion to spend her remaining time in peace. Others claimed she was undergoing secret treatment at some institution. There were all kinds of rumors. Even when reporters combed through the entire country, they failed to uncover her whereabouts. Then, just last month, a verified account bearing Saradia's name suddenly appeared on Chatter. The account was brand new and had posted only a single update, a message reassuring everyone that she was safe. It roughly thanked fans for their concern and claimed that after nearly a year of treatment, her condition had improved and she had found a way to recover, and so on. Everly had only caught bits and pieces of this in passing and wasn't entirely sure of the wording. In her understanding, late-stage esophageal cancer was incurable. Saradia had a huge base of devoted fans. From that day on, countless fans flooded her Chatter account daily, leaving messages wishing her a speedy recovery and hoping she would return to the stage soon. Of course, there were also rational voices, people like Everly who didn't follow celebrities, who felt that curing late-stage esophageal cancer sounded like pure fantasy. They urged Saradia not to make unfounded claims that might mislead fans or give false hope to other patients. A heated online argument erupted on Chatter, drawing even more attention to Saradia's account. Then, this very morning, after nearly a month of silence, Saradia's account finally posted a new video. The content of the video was unknown, but on Chatter's trending list, the hashtag #SaradiaDead was blazing in deep red at the very top. Because of that, the boy in class didn't even need to click on the video to learn of her death. Saradia's fans spanned all age groups, with students making up a particularly large portion. After several failed attempts to regain the class's attention, the teacher at the podium gave an awkward shrug and simply told everyone to finish scrolling through Chatter quickly. She would resume the lesson once they were done. Having said that, She herself pulled out her phone and openly opened her own Chatter account right there at the podium. Everly didn't have Chatter, nor did she have the spare data to download it, and she didn't really have any close friends in class, either. Of course, if she were truly curious, she could shamelessly sidle up to a classmate and borrow their phone to watch the video. But Everly felt it wasn't worth the trouble. It was just the death of a singer, after all. So many people died every day in this world. How could she possibly spare the energy to care about each one? Compared to that, she cared far more about the people around her staying alive, because when someone nearby died, it often meant danger might be approaching. Lost in thought, Everly stood up out of boredom and left the classroom for the restroom. It wasn't just her class. Along the way, nearly every occupied classroom she passed was noisy. People were exclaiming, sighing, repeatedly murmuring Saradia's name. Energetic middle schoolers were always like this, chasing trends at the very forefront, passionate yet somewhat superficial. But when she finished and stepped back into her classroom, she immediately sensed something was wrong. It was too quiet. The math classroom that had just moments ago sounded like a marketplace was now silent enough to hear a pin drop. No one was speaking. Every student had their head lowered, eyes fixed intently on the screens in their hands. Their expressions were a strange mix of sorrow and rapture. In their differently colored pupils, identical white rectangular screens were reflected. The video had no sound, or rather, when it played, it emitted only a faint rustling static, so soft that one wouldn't notice it without listening carefully. As they watched, someone would occasionally begin to sob. Wide, unblinking eyes brimmed over, large tears streaming down their faces. Everly had never seen such an eerie scene before. She instinctively took a step back, the hairs on her arms standing on end, a cold layer of sweat forming on her back. This was far too abnormal. What on earth had happened? She didn't dare make a sound to startle her classmates, nor did she dare let her gaze drift toward the still glowing screens in their hands. Even though her curiosity had swelled to its peak, she firmly remembered one rule: if you shouldn't look, then absolutely don't look. Because it was obvious, everything strange had begun after they watched the video Saradia posted on Chatter. Was this the plot of some kind of horror movie? And if so, what type? She didn't recall ever seeing anything quite like this. While thinking, Everly deliberately softened her footsteps and cautiously retreated to a secluded corner. She took out her phone and first called old John. Fortunately, he was busy tidying up the shelter and hadn't had time to browse the internet. After urging her grandfather not to go online for the time being and not to watch any videos anyone sent him, Everly hung up and moved through the unnaturally quiet school building. She soon realized that the classrooms she had passed earlier, still noisy when she'd gone to the restroom, had now fallen into the same deathly silence as the math room. Through the glass doors, she could see nearly everyone inside sitting with heads bowed, staring intently at the screens before them, motionless like mannequins. She walked through this heavy stillness until she finally ran into the Dean of Discipline, Mr. Miller, who was on patrol. In American schools, class breaks usually lasted only 4 or 5 minutes, just enough time for students to change classrooms. If a student needed to use the restroom during class, they could simply stand up and slip quietly out the back door. So when Mr. Miller saw Everly wandering outside, he didn't scold her. He was, however, puzzled by the sudden silence in the teaching building. During his patrol, aside from a few classrooms engaged in interactive activities, every other room, teachers and students alike, had fallen into an eerie hush. Everyone had their heads lowered, sitting perfectly still, as if frozen. No one knew what they were doing. In the corridors, only the faint, out-of-place laughter drifting from the interactive classrooms echoed hollowly. Everly's appearance gave Mr. Miller someone to question. He called out to her and asked what everyone was doing. "Mr. Miller, they're all watching a video," Everly replied. "The video is very strange. After watching it, everyone acts like they're possessed. They forget they're still in class and keep replaying it over and over. I felt a little scared, so I left the classroom." Mr. Miller was rather old-fashioned. The moment he heard this, he flew into a rage. "What? This is class time. The students are one thing, but how can even the teachers join in this nonsense? Absolutely not. I must put a stop to this at once." Everly hadn't expected the little old man to be so headstrong. She hurried to persuade him. "Mr. Miller, don't go in. I think something is very wrong. We should call an exorcist to handle this. An exorcist? Everly, I thought you were a firm materialist. How can you be as superstitious as those parents? Witches, curses, those were nothing but coincidences. Back then, our school simply had an outbreak of infectious disease. Mr. Miller sternly rejected her suggestion. Muttering about past events, he stepped around the girl blocking his way and strode toward a nearby classroom. Everly couldn't stop him, nor did she dare follow. She could only stand outside and watch helplessly as Mr. Miller pushed open the door, walked down the aisle, and marched up to the podium. He curled his fingers and knocked forcefully on the desk. Yet despite his aggressive entrance and the considerable noise he made along the way, not a single teacher or student in the room looked up. They remained fixed on the phones before them, utterly motionless. "Ms. Laura, please raise your head." Miller first directed his reproach at the teacher, Laura. Laura stared straight at her phone screen without moving in the slightest, as if she hadn't heard him at all. "Ms. Laura, it's not break time. You should be teaching your students, not behaving like an internet addict and staring endlessly at some meaningless video." Miller raised his voice and warned her again. Laura still showed no reaction. If not for the occasional blink of her eyes, Everly might have thought that what sat behind the podium was an eerily lifelike wax figure. Only Miller failed to sense the strangeness of the situation. His chest heaved violently, his gaunt cheeks flushed red with anger. After shouting "Ms. Laura" one more time, he grabbed a history textbook from nearby and slammed it down over Laura's phone. That action finally had an effect. The instant the screen was covered, it was as if she had abruptly awakened from a long dream. Ms. Laura's whole body jolted, and the wooden stiffness on her face suddenly came alive. A withering above yes. She blinked, first looking in confusion at the history textbook in front of her. Then, following the hand holding the book, she lifted her head to look at Mr. Miller and asked, puzzled, "Mr. Miller? What's wrong? We're still in class. Why did you suddenly come in?" "Ms. Laura, how dare you ask that? Have you been watching videos so much that you've lost your senses? You've been staring at that video the whole time and forgot to even teach your class. I came in to remind you, and this is your attitude." Miller roared without regard for his dignity, looking as though he might explode from anger. Video? The keyword seemed to trigger her memory. Ms. Laura froze for a moment, and tears quickly welled up in her dark brown eyes. "Right, the video. Sarah Dia is dead." Sarah Dia. I have to hurry and watch the video." As she spoke, she lowered her head again and tugged forcefully at the history book, trying to move it away and continue watching the video beneath. To Everly, this was an obvious sign of possession. But to Miller, it looked like Ms. Laura was deliberately humiliating him. "Pull yourself together," he shouted, slamming his palm hard against the lectern with a loud bang. The explosive sound echoed through the spacious classroom like a clap of thunder, shattering the heavy silence that had filled it. The students below the podium, who had all been sitting with their heads lowered, jerked simultaneously and lifted their heads in unison. Their eyes were filled with confusion as they looked toward the source of the noise. "Mr. Miller? Why did he suddenly come into our classroom?" "Ms. Laura's crying. Did the old man just scold her?" Once their gazes left the video, most of the students seemed to have completely forgotten what had just happened. They began whispering and pointing at the two teachers on the podium, their hushed gossip tinged with excitement at the unfolding drama. Among the crowd, only a handful of students stood out. While the others waited eagerly for a dramatic clash between teachers, these few seemed completely cut off from the outside world. Their faces were stricken with grief, their eyes dull and unfocused. Large tears streamed down their cheeks as they repeatedly murmured Sarah Dia's name. As they chanted, their once raised heads slowly drooped again. They lowered their gazes and returned to watching the video with the same sorrowful obsession. "Sarah Dia, right? Sarah Dia is dead. The video. Where's the video? I need to watch it." The words Sarah Dia and video functioned like some kind of trigger. The moment they were mentioned, those who had already watched the video would instantly recall it and feel an overwhelming urge to view it again. Centered around the few tearful, muttering students, the impulse spread outward. One by one, the people around them were affected, lowering their heads again and becoming engrossed in the videos on their phones. The compulsion quickly rippled through the entire classroom. Even Mr. Miller, standing at the podium, accidentally glimpsed the phone screen beneath the history book and fell into the same dazed stillness. Before long, the room returned to its earlier silence. Only the faint rustling static of the video, shala, shala, echoed repeatedly, stirring an inexplicable irritation in the heart. What is this? It's just like a contagious virus. Watching from outside, Everly felt her scalp prickle in alarm. She hadn't watched many films in her previous life and had never seen a plot device quite like this, brainwashing people through a single video. Thinking carefully, though, the mode of contamination felt somewhat similar to the Megan Clinic incident she had encountered at age 10. In that case as well, the anomaly had spread through video, and those who watched it exhibited signs of brainwashing. She couldn't tell whether there was any connection between the two. So far, Everly had not seen the video herself and therefore couldn't draw any conclusions. Of course, she had no intention of watching it, no matter how curious she felt. Who knew whether viewing it might once again connect her to some malevolent deity? She had already learned that lesson the hard way. But how was the contamination caused by this video supposed to be dealt with? Sure, for now the students were only deeply obsessed with watching it. But if they kept going, who knew what other changes might occur? Suddenly becoming violent and grabbing knives when forbidden to use their phones, or perhaps turning into zealous followers of some obscure deity, causing chaos. Just as Everly fretted over these possibilities, whoosh, the silent school building seemed to wake up all at once, and noise erupted from every direction. What's wrong with me? Why was I staring at my phone the whole time? This video has been deleted. That's right. Saradia posted a farewell video. She committed sighed. Saradia. I want to watch the video. I want to watch. Everly stood bewildered in the now bustling, marketplace-like hallways of the school. For a moment, she almost thought she had fallen victim herself and was hallucinating. Otherwise, why had all the students who were just moments ago hunched over their screens, hypnotized by the video, suddenly come alive again, chattering and laughing as if nothing had happened? She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and listened carefully to her classmates' conversations. That's when she realized what had happened. The chatter page had automatically refreshed, and in the refreshed feed, Saradia's video had been urgently removed and was no longer viewable. Of course, it made sense. Chatter was a global social platform. If the video truly caused harm, it wouldn't just affect tiny Pheno Academy. With so many potential victims, Everly didn't need to worry. Someone competent would naturally intervene. Relieved, Everly let out a long breath and, amidst the normal bustle and lively chatter of her classmates, returned to her classroom. Even after the video had been removed, the classroom remained noisy and chaotic. Order never returned. Not even the teachers could focus. Students huddled together, whispering about the video, exchanging guesses about Saradia's side, or muttering back and forth, piecing together theories. A few students, deeply affected by the video, ignored everyone around them entirely, faces streaked with tears, jittery and desperate, holding their phones and obsessively pressing refresh, trying to watch the deleted video one more time. Finally, the morning classes ended. With the students released, news from the outside world, delayed by a few moments, finally flooded into the semi-isolated middle school. Saradia was a world-famous singer, and the impact of her video was far greater than just a single school. On May 23, 20x0, at 10:06 a.m., the video was officially posted. By 10:19 a.m., it had been taken down. During those 13 minutes, anyone in the United States, or anywhere within Chatter's coverage area, who watched the video fell under its spell. They, like Everly's classmates, became obsessed, ignoring everything around them and trapped in an endless viewing loop. Only obscuring the screen or producing a loud noise could break this trance. But as soon as someone mentioned Saradia or video, the overwhelming urge to watch returned, dragging them back into the cycle. Statistics show that during those 13 minutes, thousands of traffic accidents occurred across the United States, causing over 1,000 deaths. Countless workplace accidents were also triggered by the video. At a local lumber mill in Mykono, one worker glanced at a colleague's phone during a break and immediately fell into a trance, reaching his hand into an active wood chipper. In Headward State, a plane crashed shortly after takeoff, killing the entire crew and 98 passengers. Although the airline had yet to release an official accident report, rumors claimed the crash occurred because the pilot had opened and watched Sarah Dia's chatter video just before takeoff. Hashtag official ban Sarah Dia chatter video. Hashtag chain accidents in XX state 17 dead. Hashtag civil plane crash suspected from video. All sorts of news flooded the trending lists. But even with so many lives lost, none of these stories came close to the heat of the top trending topic. Hashtag Sarah Dia dead. According to students who had seen the video, it was a side video. Amid the faint, almost imperceptible SHSHSH static, Sarah Dia appeared in a pure white robe, smiling gently. Like a bird in flight, she leapt lightly from the rooftop. The video was shot from a top-down perspective, capturing the entire process, from stepping onto the terrace to hitting the ground. It was unclear what equipment had been used. The image was grainy, filled with the white snow and noise typical of old 20th century footage. For a few seconds, the screen even went completely white, yet the shots retained a haunting beauty. After a brief descent in midair, the camera abruptly zoomed in, freezing on Sarah Dia's body. Even though she had fallen to her death, the scene was not horrifying at all. A young woman in white, with blonde hair and blue eyes, lay on her back in a spray of blood, eyes open, smiling. The crimson liquid flowed outward from beneath her, tracing upward along the edges of her robe. Thick pools of blood on the ground formed two wing-like shadows, which, at a glance, resembled a butterfly poised to take flight. The video ended with a screen filled with repeating numbers. Upon hearing her classmates' descriptions, Everly immediately confirmed that this segment of Sarah Dia's video was related to the Megan medical group, that string of meaningless symbols. She knew it all too well. Although at the time, when the tooth-related cases led to an investigation of the Megan clinic, the Megan Corporation had flatly denied any connection between the two. Who would believe that? In horror films, 9 out of 10 big corporations and financial conglomerates are evil, and the remaining one is still pretty bad. Anyone who thinks Megan Corporation is completely innocent would be a fool. But knowing this didn't really help. For one, Everly had no evidence. Back when the dental clinic was already under suspicion, it still wasn't enough to nail Megan Medical. Now, with only her premonition as a minor girl's hunch, no one would take her seriously. Moreover, she had no channels. She had no idea whether anyone in the US government was investigating this, and if there was, who the investigator might be. So she let it be. After all, if this were a horror movie, as long as it wasn't the end of the world kind, there would always be a male and female protagonist who eventually solved everything. Until then, all she needed to do was protect herself. While thinking this, Everly scanned the people around her. Roughly estimating, about 80% of the students at the school had seen that video. However, based on Everly's observation, once the video was taken down, most students returned to normal. Although they were somewhat saddened by the sight of their favorite singer, they still ate their meals, continued gossiping as usual, and occasionally laughed at something funny, clutching their stomachs like little hens clucking with laughter, seemingly unaffected by the video. Yet there were some students who, after the video was removed, fell into complete agitation and unrest. These were basically Sarah Dia's hardcore fans. Normally, whenever the topic of Sarah Dia came up, they were the most enthusiastic. Therefore, when these students suddenly became obsessed, constantly refreshing topics related to Sarah Dia on their phones and ignoring the people around them, their classmates didn't find it too strange. They're probably just too sad. Let them have some time alone to calm down, the students said. Everly disagreed. She found those despondent students very strange. Her observation sample was a girl in her class named Anusha, an Indian girl. She was quiet and well-behaved, respectful to teachers, knew how to conduct herself appropriately, and although she spoke little, everyone had a good impression of her. Yet after Sarah Dia's video was taken down, this gentle, shy girl became unusually irritable. Her already large eyes bulged like glass balls, and no matter if it was class or break, her gaze never left her phone screen. Her fingers tapped back and forth, and she muttered to herself, looking deeply unwell. What worried Everly even more happened during the afternoon art class. Anusha suddenly returned from her manic, obsessive state to a calm demeanor. Tears welled in her eyes as she focused intensely on the screen in front of her, a strange, unhealthy flush coloring her cheeks. Everly sat right behind Anusha. While observing, her eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of Anusha's screen. Even though it was only a fleeting glance and her vision didn't fully focus, the red and white shifting shapes, like butterflies, were seared into her retina, stirring an intense curiosity. At certain moments, Everly even felt a sudden urge to snatch the phone and see for herself. Fortunately, since the teeth incident, Everly had been training her mental focus through meditation. Coupled with the wailing warnings in her mind from the banshee, her rational mind quickly overpowered the irrational impulse, and she regained her composure. She suspected that Anusha was watching that video. Anything that exists online leaves traces. Sarah Dia's side video had existed for over 10 minutes. In that time, it was inevitable that someone had saved a copy. And now, after the official ban on the videos, these copies began to circulate widely. At first, the copied videos were publicly posted on platforms like Chatter and Facebook by individual accounts. Many people had missed the original 13-minute release in the morning and were extremely curious about the terrifying, brainwashing video that had gone viral online. Upon hearing about it, they flocked to these accounts to watch. Without exception, these viewers fell into the same obsessive state as the morning crowd, triggering a second wave of incidents across the nation. Fortunately, the authorities reacted quickly, tightening their review process. Each similar video that was discovered was deleted, and even the accounts that uploaded them were banned. Unable to be published publicly, the videos gradually moved underground, spreading on private forums or within niche circles. No matter how strong the U.S. authorities were, they could not monitor every corner of the internet. Coupled with a general rebellious mindset among the public, the more something was forbidden, the more people wanted to see it. As a result, the battle to remove the videos raged all day. By the time Everly went to rest in the evening, Sarah Dia's video still hadn't been fully eradicated. Meanwhile, in Rosen City, Janifly State, a grand mourning event was underway. Upon receiving news of their idol's death, countless fans ignored the long journey and rushed overnight to the building where Sarah Dia had committed suicide. The actress's body had already been taken away, but the police cordon remained. People held flowers and candles, forming layers upon layers around the barrier, crying over the bloodstains on the ground. Some even pressed their palms and cheeks against the rough concrete or hit their foreheads against it, trying to feel the pain Sarah Dia had endured before her death. Nupsalin. The massive crowd caused traffic congestion. When the police and traffic officers spent the entire night dispersing people, they discovered a pair of siblings hugging each other, their bodies already cold. According to the autopsy, both had died by suicide. The siblings were students from a neighboring city, the sister in 12th grade, the brother in 7th. Both were fervent fans of Sarah Dia, owning every album and magazine poster she had released since her debut. After seeing Sarah Dia's death video online, they quietly packed their belongings, took a sharp knife, and used their pocket money to travel by bus to the site. "We love Sarah Dia. We should go be with her," their neighbors heard them say as they left home. And true to their words, at the morning scene, the siblings each carved a vivid butterfly pattern onto the other's forehead with a knife. Then, they **t each other's wrists, embracing with smiles on their faces as they closed their eyes amid the overwhelming scent of blood. People were stunned by this tragedy. No one could understand how the siblings died so openly in front of everyone, or why the fans around them could watch such a gruesome scene without intervening. But soon, people realized. The deaths of the siblings were merely the beginning of a side wave that would sweep across the United States. The night after Sarah Dia's death, over 100 fans who had attended the mourning ceremony in various cities jumped to their deaths from buildings. The next day, dozens more ended their lives in the same manner. On the fourth day, the Skanda State Police received a report and rushed to an abandoned building to stop 13 teenagers who had gathered there for a planned mass suicide. It was an extraordinarily chaotic period. Almost every city saw suicide, leading many skyscrapers to lock their rooftops and seal high windows. Even so, people continued to fall to their deaths daily. Without exception, each scene of death left a red butterfly pattern. People said the fans were using this method to commemorate their deceased idol. But strangely, over time, even those who were not Sarah Dia fans were affected, leaving butterfly patterns before taking their own lives. Later, As the sample size grew, people finally realized that the root of the side wave was not Saradia herself, but the video released after her death. No one knew who had filmed or published it. The U.S. government dispatched its top technical experts, yet they could not trace a single piece of information about the video's origin. All that was known was that anyone who watched the video felt an irresistible pull, compelled to keep watching over and over again. The more one watched, the more negative emotions accumulated. The more one watched, the more impossible it became to break free from the video's addictive effect. When those negative emotions reached their extreme, crushing reason along with them, the viewer would climb to a rooftop and transform into a new red butterfly. The reason the earliest victims were mostly fans was simply that their idol had died. The emotional impact was far stronger, making them more susceptible to obsession. To prevent more unaware people from watching the video, the U.S. authorities immediately held a press conference. The meeting emphasized three main points. The officials released the results of their investigation into the series of Saida, clarifying the gravity of the events, and announced that the death video, possessing hypnotic, brainwashing effects due to special filming techniques, would henceforth be classified as absolutely forbidden to circulate or view. The government required all major media outlets to publish the press conference content on their front pages for at least a week. In addition, all major social platforms were instructed to cooperate with the federal government to completely remove the video from the internet. The authorities called on anyone who had saved the video to delete it immediately. Families whose members were affected and unable to disengage could attempt isolating them from the internet and electronic devices, allowing them to live quietly for a period of time. The moment the press conference was announced, the entire nation was thrown into uproar. Everly wasn't sure whether the death video could ever be completely eradicated, but one thing was certain: after the nationwide crackdown, her classmate Anusha could no longer find any new copies of the video. Everyone in the class knew how deeply the video had affected her, so they banded together, snatched her phone, broke the original memory card, and replaced it with a new one. As a result, Anusha remained irritable for more than half a month and even fell seriously ill. Although the illness was painful, once she recovered, she finally emerged from that soul-dead, trance-like state and returned to normal, a smile reappearing on her gaunt face. Later, according to nationwide statistics published in January of the following year by the Yona Times, the U.S. side rate had risen 66% compared to previous years. In the single month following Saradia's death, there were 437 Saida, 398 of which were directly connected to Saradia. Because of the frequent appearance of red butterfly imagery at the scenes, the wave of Saida came to be called the Butterfly Fall Incident, and Saradia earned the nickname, the Red Butterfly Lady. But all of that is hindsight. At this moment, Everly was puzzled by the sudden visit of several unexpected guests. Tea was the fourth day after the press conference when several uninvited guests arrived at Everly's home. Good afternoon, Mr. John Brenton. We're investigators from the Federal Bureau of Special Affairs Investigation, SDI. My name is Gregory, and this is my colleague, Remia. A low-profile black sedan pulled up at the gas station. From it stepped a tall, well-built, handsome man in a tailored suit and a young woman in a women's suit with the hem slightly flipped out, giving her a somewhat careless impression. They were clearly not there to refuel. After getting out of the car, they ignored the large dog, Buddy, glaring at them from behind the fence, and walked straight up to old John. Producing their credentials, they began speaking with the wary old man. It happened to be Sunday, and Everly was home for the day. Hearing the commotion downstairs, she stepped onto the balcony, carefully avoiding the animal traps on the floor. Gripping the railing, she peered down just as the black-haired young woman looked up. Their eyes met briefly. The woman smiled at Everly without any guile, looking a bit silly. Who were they? What were they here for? Everly's doubts were quickly answered. After old John cautiously verified their credentials, he invited the two inside. Following a brief conversation, his voice called up from downstairs, "Everly, come down for a moment." They were actually here to see her. After a simple introduction, the suited man named Gregory got straight to the point. "Hello, Miss Everly. We've come to reopen the investigation into the Megan Clinic case that occurred in Mykonos City 3 years ago. According to the case files, you were a direct witness to the incident and the first person to notice that something was wrong. So you were the first person we sought out. At the mention of Magen Clinic, Everly's heart stirred. Mykono was just a small, unremarkable city. A case from 3 years ago shouldn't have attracted investigators from an agency like the SI, unless there was something unusual about it. For example, if it was connected to the current nationwide wave of SIDA. Please, go ahead and ask. My grandfather and I suffered greatly because of that clinic. We also hope the mastermind behind it can be caught as soon as possible. Everly was exceptionally cooperative. All right. First, could you describe your experience? The female investigator, Remia, opened her notebook and began the questioning. Of course. At the time, one of my upper left canine teeth hadn't come in for a long while, so I went to the dental clinic. What had happened at Magen Clinic was like a thorn lodged in Everly's heart. Even after 3 years, every detail remained vivid. She recounted the entire sequence of events meticulously, leaving out nothing, including the origin of the dried toad charm. The only thing she concealed was her own ability to sense danger. Because the lie was woven carefully, the investigators showed no suspicion. Their focus centered on the promotional video that had been played at the clinic and on the tooth Everly had pulled from her gum. Gregory asked her to describe the video again in precise detail, frame by frame, the more detailed the better, while Remia requested the tooth from Everly and held it in her hand, closing her eyes. Seeing Remia adopt that familiar posture, Everly immediately concluded that she was a psychic. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, Remia opened her eyes, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. She subtly nodded toward Gregory across from her. Miss Everly, Mr. John, would it be all right if we take this tooth as evidence? Everly nodded. Of course. It's of no use to us. Old John had no objection either. The two investigators then asked a few more questions, mainly about Magen Clinic. However, since Old John and Everly had only been there once, they could not provide much additional information. Thank you both for your cooperation. If we need anything further, we'll be in touch. With that, Gregory stood first and shook hands with Old John and Everly. The female investigator was half a beat slower and rose to her feet as well. When it was her turn to shake hands with Everly, their hands, one large, one small, met. Everly was still wondering why Remia's hand felt so cold when the woman suddenly reacted as if struck by electricity. Her soft body stiffened abruptly, and the focus drained from her eyes. Her gaze fixed vacantly in midair as though something invisible had seized her mind. Clatter. Startled out of her daze, the notebook in Remia's hand slipped and dropped onto the coffee table. Several sheets of paper tucked inside slid out and scattered across the tabletop. Everly instinctively lowered her head and saw that they were photographs and a report. Though taken at different times and from different angles, the photos all featured the same subject. The person in the pictures had sun-bright golden hair and clear, melancholy green eyes. She lay quietly on an autopsy table. Even though her entire body bore the bluish pallor of a corpse, and from the neck down her body had been cut open and held apart with surgical instruments, exposing a shocking blur of red and white, the dead woman was still breathtakingly beautiful. So beautiful that one's gaze could not help but linger on her again and again. If she wasn't the singer Sarah Dia, whose face had been flooding every major news outlet lately, then who else could it be? Those were actually Sarah Dia's autopsy photos. Forcing herself to look away, Everly shifted her attention to the report. It matched the photographs. It was an autopsy report. May 30th, 9 hours 12 minutes and 1 second, a sample was taken from the cells of the esophageal lining. The number of cancerous cells has further decreased, now approaching 0. June 1st, the cancerous cells have completely disappeared. Brainstem reflex observed. Faint brainwave activity detected. June 2nd, brainwave activity has grown increasingly frequent. Damage to the occipital region and internal organs has begun self-repair. Incredible. This corpse is reviving. Before Everly could finish reading the report, a hand suddenly reached in from the side and swiftly gathered up the scattered photos and papers. She looked up and met Gregory's stern expression. My apologies. Remia is new. She spaced out for a moment. Oh, it's all right. Everly shook her head, subtly putting strength into her hand and pulling it free from Remia's palm. She had been so focused on sneaking a glance at the report that she had almost forgotten psychics could glimpse fragments of a person's experiences through physical contact. Everly had tested this before. They could only see experiences from this lifetime, not her previous one. Although she had nothing to hide, having one's privacy exposed still wasn't a pleasant feeling. Sure enough, the moment her hand was withdrawn, it was as if a machine had suddenly lost power. Remia shuddered, and the vacant look in her eyes instantly cleared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm always this clumsy. She apologized hurriedly. When she lifted her head, she cast Everly a subtle, searching glance. What had she seen? Everly didn't know. That night, however, she dreamed, after a long time, of her banshee mother. In the dream, her mother grew a fish tail and swam freely through the vast ocean together with Lamia, their laughter echoing everywhere beneath the sea. After waking, Everly took out the still dull eyeball and turned it over between her fingers for a long while. The investigators stayed in Mykono for some time before leaving. Because the case was classified at a high level of confidentiality, Everly had no way of knowing what they had uncovered. However, about a week after the investigators departed, a rumor began circulating online that Sarah Dia hadn't died at all, but had been secretly detained by the authorities. The rumor originated from a private forum called Butterfly Cemetery. All of its members were die-hard fans of Sarah Dia. More than half of them had already turned into boxes, and the remaining members vaguely rallied around the forum's second administrator, since the first administrator had also died. The one claiming that Sarah Dia wasn't dead was that second administrator. He spoke with absolute certainty, declaring that Sarah Dia had felt everyone's love and had returned from the underworld, transformed into a newborn, immortal goddess. However, because this goddess had only just been born, she was still very weak and required even more faith and love from her believers. Yet the U.S. authorities had forcibly severed the medium through which she connected with her followers, the video she had posted, and imprisoned her, even conducting countless cruel experiments on her. The second administrator called on all believers to rise up and wrest their goddess back from the hands of the American government. To uninformed outsiders, such claims sounded no different from the ravings of a lunatic in a psychiatric hospital. It would be easy to assume the second administrator had become too lost in fantasy and lost his mind. But Everly had seen the investigators' documents beforehand. The autopsy records clearly showed that the cancer cells in Sarah Dia's corpse had been decreasing, and that the previously dead brain had begun exhibiting brainstem reflexes again. She was unmistakably in the process of reviving. Could that number 2 actually be someone in the know? So, was Sarah Dia's death video created to manufacture a god? Facing terminal cancer and unwilling to accept such an ending, had she collaborated with the Megan Medical Group, using the company's special technology so that viewers of the video would, unconsciously, revere her as a new deity, even offer up their lives as sacrifices? And thus, through the convergence of countless strands of faith, had she finally begun to show signs of resurrection. Whoa, that was horrifying. The truth Everly pieced together sent a tingling numbness across her scalp and raised goosebumps along her back. If the technology of the Megan Medical Group continued to advance, who knew when some random video encountered online might contain elements tied to religion or malevolent gods, causing people to fall into it without even realizing it. Fortunately, what Everly had worried about had clearly already occurred to the authorities. In July, a small column, no bigger than a block of tofu, quietly appeared in newspapers across the country. Megan Medical Group had been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice on suspicion of medical fraud. The company's relevant executives had all been detained. Only the founder's descendant, Grant Megan, was missing. The crimes committed by the Megan Group were obviously far more than simple medical fraud. The authorities were likely using that charge as a pretext to clean house. Although someone had escaped, the company would probably be forced to lie low for quite some time from now on. With that thought in mind, Everly opened Chatter and typed "cursed witch" into the search bar, then hit enter. At the very top of the search results was an account with a child mannequin as its profile picture. The bio read, "Erasing your resentment." The account had been registered 2 months ago. It had never posted anything and followed no one, yet it had a large number of followers. Looking through related search results, Everly frequently saw posts from victims of school bullying sharing their stories and tagging this account at the end, expressing pleas for help or gratitude. Everly. There was no doubt about it. That account had to belong to the cursed witch, Natalie. The first time Everly heard classmates mention the account, she had been drinking soda. She had nearly sprayed it out in shock. At first, she thought it might just be someone with the same name. But after seeing the profile picture, well, case closed. Apparently, it wasn't only fringe cults keeping up with the times, even witches were staying current. Maybe she really should spend less time online in the future. The internet was just too dangerous. Not long after the butterfly fall incident, Everly entered 9th grade, and her height had already shot up past 1.7 meters. Perhaps due to the witch incident, nothing particularly major happened at school that year. Most of the students had basically moved past the shadow of Sarah Diaz's death and returned to their normal, peaceful lives. It was also during this year that Everly received a sudden call from her long-uncontacted scumbag father, Shelley. He had some news. He was getting remarried. Ever since Shelley gained fame in Pocati for a series of paintings, it was as if a dam had burst inside him. He went on to create several more series based on myths and supernatural stories, all of which were surprisingly well received. Shelley Minas had thus leapt from being an unknown painter to a name of note in the U.S. art scene, enjoying both fame and fortune, living a wealthy and lavish lifestyle. The saying, "money makes men corrupt," could not have suited Shelley better. Every time he called, he would put on a sentimental act, reminding Everly of her late mother Rachel, professing how much he loved and missed her. But Everly wasn't naive. She could go online. Gossip about the famous painter Shelley didn't require any special searching. Opening any entertainment section would be enough. Thanks to his undeniably handsome face, over the past 10+ years while Everly was away, Shelley had been involved romantically with his assistant, a certain widow, and even the illegitimate daughter of some wealthy man. Now in his early 40s, perhaps suddenly seeking stability, he decided to marry the illegitimate daughter of the wealthy man with whom he had the longest entanglement. The wedding is on the 18th of this month. The timing is a bit tight, but Sophia insists on marrying this month and then honeymooning together in Sunford City, he said, then stammered as he asked Everly if she wanted to attend the wedding. Everly glanced at the calendar. Good grief, it was already the evening of the 15th. If she left on the 16th, she wasn't even sure if she could get a plane ticket. Just thinking about all the transfers and the bumpy travel alone was enough to make her dread it. Waiting until now to tell her the news, Shelley clearly didn't want her at the wedding, didn't want her to interrupt the sweet moments with his new wife, Sophia. Sure enough, as soon as the question was out, before Everly could answer, Shelley went on. He knew she was busy with her studies, and that the trip was too far, so even if she didn't attend the wedding, it would be fine, he and Sophia would understand. And so on. That was not what Everly wanted to hear. Even though she herself wasn't keen on going to her scumbag father's wedding, actively refusing was very different from being trapped in his little scheme and forced to say no. She had to at least stand her ground. So Everly swallowed her anger, raising her voice in fake cheerfulness to interrupt Shelley's rambling. Daddy, you're finally getting married. That's wonderful. Don't worry, I'll definitely come to such an important event. I'll have Grandpa buy the tickets right away. Before she could finish, Shelley's panicked voice came through the phone. Wait, Everly, you don't have to force yourself like that. I'm not forcing myself, just happens I also miss you. But Daddy, the family's a little short on money lately, and I don't have enough for a plane ticket. Could you lend me some? Shelley let out a sigh of relief. Oh, that's my oversight. All these years I haven't given you any allowance. I'll transfer you $20,000 right away. Listen to Daddy, use it to buy plenty of food and clothes, live well, and don't wear yourself out just to attend the wedding. Daddy would worry. So stingy. After abandoning his daughter for over 10 years, he thinks sending $20,000 makes it like nothing happened? Everly rolled her eyes and kept up the act, continuing to bargain with her scumbag father. Spotting his weak point, his not wanting her to interfere with the wedding, she pressed him hard. By the time she hung up, her account had an extra $100,000 in allowance, even reclaiming the $50,000 Shelley had borrowed from old John to hire Wester. A with diaresis. This scumbag father has been living it up outside for so long, finally, he's handing over some gold, though not nearly enough. He's too good at wasting money, so I'll just have to keep working hard to make more. With the money in hand, Everly turned her attention to college. At first, she had considered whether she should immigrate to another country. The US was full of horror scenarios, hardly ideal for survival, so maybe another country would be safer. For example, the Sia nation on the neighboring continent had a cultural and historical background similar to the Hu nation from her past life. Unlike the US, it didn't seem to have a fascination with horror films, so maybe living there would be much more stable. So, once Everly had the means to see the world with her own eyes, she researched other countries. The result? Just like the US with its horror films, the Sia nation wasn't exactly peaceful either. In the previous life, the nation had outlawed supernatural creatures, but in this world, spirits ran rampant. Righteous and evil cultivators were constantly at war, and every so often a king of the undead would suddenly appear in a particularly dark place, swinging a sword that could deal 999 damage in one hit. In short, while there weren't horror films per se, the Sia nation had plenty of urban fantasy novels and media, and it was just as dangerous. It wasn't just the Sia nation. Looking a little further, every country had its own troubles. For instance, in the Neon Nation, malevolent ghosts were too numerous to purify, and every so often a night parade of 100 demons would appear, killing a long string of people. In Goryeo, Chaebols held all the power, heretical sects thrived, and disasters like subway fires, ship sinkings, and train derailments happened repeatedly, apparently all connected to sect sacrifices. In short, people all over the world lived in one kind of misery or another. Under these circumstances, immigrating seemed unnecessary. After all, the US was where she had grown up. She was already somewhat accustomed to the typical patterns of horror scenarios, and her survival odds were far higher than in countries overrun by supernatural forces. Plus, Old John's underground refuge was in the US, managed for so many years, abandoning it would be a shame. So Everly decided to stay in the US from now on. To do well, of course, she needed to go to college. If this were a stable, peaceful society like in her previous life, Everly would have done everything she could to get into a prestigious school, even an Ivy League, majored in finance, computer science, or medicine, and then landed a high-paying job to experience life as one of the elite abroad. But in a world crawling with horror scenarios, that was out of the question. She wasn't sure if it was something special about a traveler's body or what, but while other Americans might live their entire lives here without encountering major incidents, though even a single accident could be fatal, she seemed especially unlucky. From infancy, mishaps had followed her constantly, so it was clear her future wouldn't be smooth sailing either. In this situation, strong survival skills were far more important than other abilities. Especially after her scumbag father had just handed over a chunk of money, she suddenly realized she even had a legal father to rely on, which significantly reduced her urgency to earn money herself. Even if she chose a less popular major that made finding a job difficult, she still had Old John's gas station as a fallback. Between tourists visiting the Lemmet Desert and the trust fund Old John had been saving for her over the years, she wouldn't become rich, but at least she could eat and live comfortably. After researching extensively, Everly set her sights on New Ospuch State University as her college goal. This was a public university in New Ospuch in the northeastern U.S. Though not an Ivy League school and somewhat dim compared to the many shining universities in America, it offered a truly remarkable program, wilderness survival. Come on, that was a wilderness survival program. Not only could she learn the basics of wilderness first aid, risk management, leadership, team behavior, and management, but she'd also get hands-on experience with rock climbing, kayaking, and outdoor expeditions. Everly could hardly imagine how strong she would be after 4 years of training. With a clear intermediate goal in mind, Everly began making her plan. Although New Ospuch State University wasn't as strict as some other schools, it was still the best public university in the Northeast and had several requirements for incoming students. For example, students needed a GPA of at least 3.3, an SAT score above 1,300, and 60 hours of community service. Everly retained some memories from her previous life, so ninth grade studies were still manageable. Her weekends were fairly relaxed, leaving time to take her old dog, Buddy, for walks. Once she entered high school, with courses becoming more difficult, even she would need to devote much more time and energy to academics. Additionally, to make her resume look impressive, Everly planned to stay active in the tennis club, which would also take up part of her extracurricular time. So she decided to use her relatively free ninth grade year to start accumulating community service hours. However, U.S. community service, how to put it, seemed full of traps. For instance, the Common Care for Vulnerable Groups programs involved visiting nursing homes to keep the elderly company, teaching English to immigrants, or assisting people with disabilities. The elderly in nursing homes might be sorcerers trying to swap bodies and come back to life. The immigrants she taught might be fugitives using false identities. The disabled individuals she helped could, years ago, have been serial killers. Just looking at the program descriptions, Everly could picture a whole series of horror movie scenarios. So she skipped this category at lightning speed and kept looking. Programs like preventing disease for poor families? Not great. What if some terrifying infectious disease shows up? Finding housing for street homeless? No way. What if one of them is a dangerous person? Organizing community events? Too exhausting, so much social interaction required. After eliminating almost every option, Everly finally turned her attention to recreational service programs. In downtown Mykono, there was a well-known, long-standing theater called the Zinkelin Theater. This year marked its 80th anniversary, and to celebrate, the theater had invited the famous pipe theater company from Iona State to provide a week-long series of free performances from next Saturday to the following Saturday. During the performances, the theater needed a large number of volunteers to provide guidance, coat check services, and maintain order. Announcements for volunteer recruitment were posted on major social media platforms and school communities. At first, Everly hesitated when she saw that the Zinkelin Theater had been around for 80 years. She always felt that such old buildings might be prone to ghost stories, evil spirits, or other scary things. It seemed a bit risky. Luckily, Everly had never been to the Zinkelin Theater, but her longtime collaborator, Rebecca, had. As a student at a minor university, Rebecca also had community service requirements and had worked as an usher at the theater during a Shakespeare festival. The Zinkelin Theater? It's actually pretty clean, nothing major to worry about. If you're doing community service there, you can go without concern, Rebecca said casually after learning about Everly's worry. So Everly submitted a volunteer application through the service platform and was quickly approved. Since she only had Saturdays and Sundays free, she chose next Saturday for the full day. The work was simple: maintain order in the theater and politely remind any rowdy or standing spectators to follow proper etiquette. This type of service didn't require any prior training. On-site learning was enough. So, from Monday to Friday, Everly attended school diligently. It wasn't until Friday after classes that old John, who had come to pick her up, took her to stay at a hotel in downtown Mykono. They planned to stay there for one night, then go straight to the theater the next day. Everly would handle her community service, and old John, who hadn't seen a play in many years, could enjoy the free performances. In the afternoon, when Everly's shift ended, the grandfather and granddaughter would drive back to the gas station. The plan seemed perfect. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side. No one could have anticipated that on Saturday, the Zinkelin Theater, packed with crowds, would be invaded by a group of indiscriminate killers. The Zinkelin Theater was located in the Old District and had been around for a long time. When it was built, private cars weren't yet widespread, so the theater's parking lot was small, and securing a spot inside required a bit of luck. Outside the theater, other old buildings also had limited parking, so if you missed the internal lot, you had to park far away. Rebecca had learned this the hard way. Thanks to her prior warning, Everly and old John, whose biological clocks were very regular, woke up early on Saturday morning and drove to the Zinkelin Theater. The theater wasn't open yet. Luckily, since Everly was there as a volunteer, the security guard at the entrance casually let her and old John in after she explained the situation. The easygoing black guard told Everly and old John that Susanna, the artistic director in charge of volunteers, hadn't arrived yet. They could enter the theater and wait inside, then gather at the entrance at the appointed time. Got it, thank you. Old John waved at the guard and, following the signs, parked his car in the lot on the east side of the theater. Just as they had heard, the parking lot was quite shabby, roughly 100 spaces, and the spaces were generally small. Old John's Ford Mustang Jeep took up 1.25 spots. Limited spaces and small dimensions. This was a common problem in America's older parking lots. The Zinkelin Theater itself wasn't very large. It had only one performance hall, the two-story circular building directly facing the main entrance. After getting out of the car, the grandfather and granddaughter followed the signs, walked along the internal road, and entered the waiting hall through a small door on the east side of the performance building. The hall was semicircular with a high ceiling, divided into functional areas, ticket counters, snack and souvenir shops, seating for waiting audience members, and a baggage check area. On both the left and right sides of the hall were spiral staircases leading up to the second-floor boxes. This was where Everly would later gather as a volunteer. There were still 40 minutes until the scheduled time. The hall was completely empty, and the lights were off. Areas away from the windows looked pitch black. Everly and Old John searched for a bit, found the theater's internal emergency evacuation map, snapped a quick photo with their phones, and then crossed the edge of the waiting and queuing area to continue inward, pushing open the door to the performance hall. Horror movie survival rule 3. Always check the escape routes beforehand. Even if it's not a horror scenario, this is never a bad habit in real life. The performance hall was brightly lit. The theater troupe had already arrived and were familiarizing themselves with the stage, practicing their movements. The stage lights shone brightly, music flowed, and the actors, dressed in colorful costumes, moved back and forth with expressive faces, focused and fully immersed in rehearsal. The combination of lights, music, and visuals was dazzling. Everly and Old John casually found seats in the front row, watching the rehearsal while they waited. Over time, more volunteers arrived, taking seats in the hall just like Everly, waiting for their shifts. Among them, Everly unexpectedly ran into Misha, her classmate from elementary school. In her memory, Misha had been a slightly short and chubby, shy little girl. In just 3 years, she had grown into a slim, graceful, and beautiful young woman. All Lemet townspeople held a special admiration and closeness toward the 4 heroes who had once saved the town. Seeing Everly, Misha was unusually happy and immediately approached her, asking what her responsibilities were. Using her strong social skills, Misha quickly swapped positions with a boy responsible for maintaining the main floor order, moving into the same inner floor team as Everly. "This way we can work together all day today," Misha said, smiling as she sat back down next to Everly. Everly nodded, but said nothing. After waiting at the front of the stage for more than half an hour, the scheduled gathering time finally arrived. Everly said goodbye to Old John and went with Misha and the other volunteers to the lobby to receive training from the artistic director, Susanna. At this point, there were still 20 minutes before the theater doors opened and 40 minutes before the first performance began. Events like this were rare in a small city. Even through the closed lobby doors, they could already see people lining up outside the theater entrance. Everly and Misha knew each other and were assigned to the northwest section of the first-floor auditorium. They stood one in front of the other along the aisle, responsible for stopping audience members if they made loud noises or stood up and blocked others' view. Old John had originally been seated in the best central seat in the front row, but seeing the situation, he took the initiative to move and sat closer to Everly. After waiting a while longer in the performance hall, a buzzing murmur rose from the entrance. Guided by the volunteers and theater staff, the audience began entering early. Everly wasn't responsible for ushering, so she had nothing to do for the moment. Leaning against Old John's seat, she chatted idly with her grandfather while absent-mindedly observing the audience filing in from outside. When her gaze swept over a thin figure dressed entirely in black with a hood pulled up, she froze. Ainui. A familiar sense of unease and fear surged over her like a tide, drowning her. Her fingers tightened abruptly around the back of the chair, her whole body trembling as if someone had shoved her, drenched in sweat in the height of summer, into a bottomless ice cavern. Danger. That person is dangerous. She had to leave immediately. Everly stared hard at the figure. There were people blocking her view from front and back, so she couldn't see clearly. She could only vaguely make out a backpack slung over the person's shoulders, bulging as if stuffed with something unknown. It definitely couldn't be anything good. This was the downside of a small city theater. There was no security check at the entrance. Everly strongly suspected the backpack contained some kind of lethal weapon. Forcing herself to stay calm, she bent down and reported the situation to old John. Grandfather and granddaughter hesitated briefly between subduing the suspect immediately or retreating first, and chose the latter. First, they didn't know what kind of weapon was inside the hooded person's backpack. If it was only cold weapons, that would be one thing, but if it was something like sulfuric acid or a bomb, rushing in to fight would be practically suicidal. Second, there were simply too many people in the theater. Even now, a steady stream of people was pouring in through the entrance. In such an environment, if a fight suddenly broke out, it could easily cause panic, leading to a crush or stampede. More people might end up dead. So Everly pretended she needed to use the restroom. She and old John left their seats one after the other and moved against the flow of the crowd toward a small door on the west side of the auditorium. This door led to the restrooms located on either side of the hall. Since admission was free for the entire venue today, the door hadn't been locked. On the way, they passed Misha. Everly raised a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence, then tugged at her arm. After the cockroach disaster, the townspeople of Lemet had complete trust in the four heroes. Everly didn't need to explain anything. Misha immediately understood. Pretending she had something to share with her good friend, she followed behind Everly and old John, leaving the lively auditorium with them. Most of the audience was still crowded at the main entrance waiting to get in, and the side corridor of the lobby was currently empty. As soon as they stepped out of the hall, Everly quickened her pace, almost breaking into a run toward the exit. "What's wrong? What happened, Everly?" Misha hurried to catch up, lowering her voice as she asked. Everly tilted her head and glanced at old John behind her. He was holding up his phone, speaking in a low voice to the police station. Since they couldn't handle this themselves, the first thing to do was, of course, to call the police. As a former police detective, old John knew very well how American police operated. If you didn't make the situation sound serious, they wouldn't treat it seriously. So right from the start, he dropped a bombshell, telling the Mykono police dispatcher that a dangerous individual carrying a bomb had appeared at Zinkelen Theater and that they needed to send additional officers to investigate. He also gave a rough description of the suspect, dressed in black, wearing a hood, and carrying a backpack. When Misha heard old John's words, she immediately shuddered in fright. "Don't be scared. We just need to leave quickly," Everly reassured her, gently patting the girl on the shoulder. And then Misha nodded, becoming even more alert as she followed closely behind Everly. The three of them came out through the west side corridor and were met with a vast, tightly packed crowd. The outer waiting lobby, and even the stretch from the lobby to the theater's main entrance, was filled everywhere with people who had come to watch the performance. Everly understood the spectacle well. After all, Mykono was relatively geographically isolated, and large-scale events like this were rare. Not to mention that the troupe performing this time was the fairly well-known pipe theater company from Yona State. In the minds of Americans, Yona State held a status similar to that of Paris in the hearts of the French, a synonym for fashion and trendiness. As a result, nearly half the residents of Mykono had been stirred into action, swarming toward Zinkelen. The performance hall wasn't full yet. The audience had formed 3 lines and, under the guidance of volunteers and theater staff, were filing into the hall one after another. Everly had originally been considering whether to send some kind of signal to get people to leave before they entered, but soon, within the waiting crowd, she spotted several more people dressed in black with hoods pulled up. Their attire was identical to the hooded figure inside the auditorium. If not for the differences in body build, she would have almost thought the one inside had mastered the art of cloning himself. Although her sense of danger didn't react when she saw these people, that didn't mean they were safe. When facing multiple related sources of danger, her warning ability sometimes only triggered once. To be cautious, Everly quickly abandoned the idea of giving any alert. Together with Misha, she moved ahead, parting the surrounding crowd to clear a path for old John behind them. With theater staff uniforms on, this step went relatively smoothly. After forcing their way through the crowd, the 3 finally reached the entrance of the performance building and stood on the steps. Everly looked up and saw that, Across the internal road separating it from the performance building, 7 or 8 hooded figures dressed in black had, at some point, taken up scattered positions near the theater's main gate. All of them were dressed exactly the same. And just as Everly was debating whether to pretend she hadn't seen anything and slip out through the main gate, the hooded figures seemed to receive some kind of signal. In unison, they pulled back their hoods, revealing animal masks of various kinds beneath. "What's this? Are they actors from the theater?" Everly heard a passerby mutter. But they were obviously not actors. Under the stunned gaze of the security guard, a black-clad figure wearing a rabbit mask strode quickly to the security booth. From behind his waist, he drew a handgun fitted with a silencer. Before the guard could react, he raised the gun and fired a shot at the man's head. There was a dull splatter as thick blood sprayed out, staining the security booth's window. Because of the angle, however, the people at the theater entrance did not notice the tragedy unfolding there. At that moment, they were instead puzzled by why this group of hooded figures, who had appeared out of nowhere, were closing the wrought iron gate at the theater entrance. "Hey you! Didn't you say the theater would be free for a week? Why are you closing the gate?" A middle-aged man who had just been about to enter found the gate suddenly shut in front of him. His face darkened as he raised his voice in complaint. The masked figures said nothing. They turned their heads, their hidden faces meeting each other's gaze beneath the animal masks. Then one of them, wearing a goat mask, pulled back the bolt and opened the tightly shut iron gate just a crack, stepping aside to signal the middle-aged man to come in. "That's more like it. How can you refuse customers in broad daylight?" The man grumbled as he stepped through the gate. The moment his front foot touched down inside, he heard a loud clang behind him. The iron gate, which had just been open, slammed shut again. Not only that, but a masked figure wearing an eagle mask took a lock from a pouch at his waist and, with a sharp click, secured the iron gate. Hey, why does only he get to go in? We want to see the performance too." Behind the middle-aged man stood a couple. They had intended to enter together with him, but were roughly blocked outside. Instantly indignant, they began pounding on the iron gate and shouting. Their cries froze in their throats almost at once. In the next second, the masked figures surrounding the middle-aged man all lowered their heads in unison, looking down at the short, heavy-set man as they revealed the weapons hidden behind their waists. An axe, a hammer, a sickle, a dagger. The middle-aged man didn't even have time to let out a scream before one of the masked figures struck him down with an axe to the head. The others rushed forward with their weapons. Within moments, the man on the ground was reduced to a mangled, blood-soaked corpse. Aha! The horrified scream came a beat too late, piercing the air at the theater entrance and tearing open the prelude to a massacre. At the entrance to the performance building, about 10 meters away from the main gate, the moment Everly saw the masked man shoot the security guard, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Taking Misha and old John with her, she cautiously retreated into the crowd, pushing through the spectators as they headed toward the east side of the lobby. "Move, quickly, we're leaving through another door." As they walked, she kept scanning the situation outside over the heads of the crowd. It was obvious that the masked men at the theater entrance and the hooded figures inside the performance hall were working together. The danger they were facing wasn't a lone individual, but an organized group of killers. 8 people were stationed at the theater's main entrance. Judging by the bulges at the backs of their waists beneath their clothing, it was likely that all 8 of them, not just the one in the rabbit mask, were armed. In this situation, there was no way Everly and old John could break through on their own, let alone while bringing Misha with them. If the main gate wouldn't work, then they would have to use another exit. The emergency evacuation map of the performance building quickly surfaced in Everly's mind. The building was divided into 3 large sections: front, middle, and rear. The front section was the waiting lobby where the 3 of them were currently standing, packed tightly with audience members waiting to enter. This area had 2 exits, the main entrance and a side door. The main entrance faced the theater's front gate, while the side door was located on the east side of the building. Once outside, crossing an internal roadway would lead directly to the parking lot. That was how Everly and old John had entered earlier that morning. Everly's goal was to leave through the east side door and get into old John's Shepherd Jeep. The townspeople of Lemet had pooled their money 6 years ago to buy that vehicle for him. Old John loved it dearly. Over the past 6 years, he had modified it whenever he had spare time, replacing the tires, chassis, and engine, and even upgrading the windows to bulletproof glass. Once the three of them got inside, they could power through gunfire and crash straight out through the theater's rear exit. That passage was reserved for staff and not open to the public. Even if masked men were guarding it, the defensive force there likely wouldn't be strong. The shepherd's sturdy body would be more than enough to handle it. However, plans never move faster than change. The lobby was far too crowded. Everly and the other two struggled to push their way past the people in line before finally reaching the east side door. Just then, a heart-rending scream suddenly erupted from the direction of the theater's main entrance. It was the couple, who had witnessed the middle-aged man's death with their own eyes and broken down in terror. That single scream was like a signal, flinging open a tightly sealed Pandora's box. The audience members in the waiting hall still didn't know what had happened outside. Many turned their heads curiously toward the back. But the lobby was packed shoulder to shoulder. Only those closest to the doors saw the corpse lying outside and began screaming one after another. Those farther inside could see nothing but rows upon rows of the backs of heads. Quite a few still wore blank, curious expressions. At that moment, the hooded figures hidden among the crowd suddenly pulled back their hoods in unison, revealing animal masks beneath. Quiet. Everyone squat down. A man dressed in black with a pig mask, standing at the very center of the crowd, shouted. He pulled out a pistol without a silencer from behind him and fired a shot into the air. As if responding to the pig mask's command, the other hooded figures followed in perfect coordination, drawing their pistols and raising them to fire into the air as well. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening gunshots echoed through the lobby for a long moment. The ceiling was struck, and sand and debris cascaded down in showers. When the gunfire stopped, the entire hall seemed as if someone had pressed pause. A brief silence fell. People stared wide-eyed at the masked figures in disbelief. Some stood with their mouths hanging open, stunned, foolishly craning their necks to look upward. Our Nigerian irate epsilon. 1 second. 2 seconds. When those who had long lived in comfort finally processed what was happening and the frozen clock of time began to move again, questions, screams, cries, and the sounds of frantic flight erupted all at once. Husbands supported their wives, mothers clutched their children. Panicked crowds surged and shoved, people running in terror in every direction. In an instant, the entire waiting hall dissolved into complete chaos. Outside, someone's dead outside. They're real guns. No, help. Run. People crashed into one another like headless flies. Everly and the other two were right by the side door and, by sheer luck, weren't swept into a stampede. But in those short dozen seconds, several more black-clad figures wearing masks and carrying guns advanced into the lobby simultaneously from both the main entrance and the side door. 3 came in from outside the side door. The number wasn't large, but considering there were at least 6 or 7 accomplices inside the hall already, if Everly and Old John engaged them, they would likely be attacked from both front and rear. Inside, Everly locked eyes with Old John and tugged Misha. While the hall was still in chaos and no one was paying attention to them, the 3 bent low and, using the surrounding cover, swiftly turned into the eastern corridor leading backstage. A retractable barrier separated the corridor from the main lobby. Combined with the dim lighting in that direction, clearly not an exit, very few fleeing spectators chose to cross the barrier and head down the hallway. People's first instinct was to rush toward the nearer main and side doors. Unfortunately, they forgot that the masked men were lying in wait. It was obvious the attackers had planned this operation for a long time. How could they possibly allow anyone to escape? The fleeing crowd had barely burst out the doors when they were met by more masked gunmen flanking the building from outside. These men held black submachine guns and opened fire on the running crowd without hesitation. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. As bullets tore through the air, people at the entrance were riddled with gunfire and collapsed one after another, blood spraying from their bodies. Beneath them, thick pools of blood gathered and flowed down the steps, staining the roadway in front of the performance hall red. At the same time, a bloody massacre was unfolding inside the waiting hall. The masked figures standing within the lobby strolled calmly through the screaming, fleeing crowd with pistols in hand, like hawks sweeping over a flock of chickens. With a casual grab, they would seize someone by the hair, drag the pleading victim in front of them, lower the muzzle. Bang! After the thunderous shot, the victim's head burst apart. The masked attacker tossed the body aside like garbage, already reaching for the next target. Bang! 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 One. Then another. And another. The number of dead kept rising. Blood splattered across the floor and walls throughout the hall. Overwhelmed by the horrifying spectacle, the panicked crowd finally remembered the words of the man in the pig mask. He had said, "Quiet. Everyone squat down." If they did that, would they be allowed to live? When the first person in the crowd crouched down with hands clasped over their head, it triggered a chain reaction. One by one, more people followed suit. In utter terror, they dropped where they stood, clutching their heads, praying for mercy from the masked killers. As the dense gunfire and screams outside gradually subsided and the waiting hall fell into an eerie quiet, Everly was standing on Misha's shoulders, stretching her arm upward to unscrew the vent cover on the ceiling with a screwdriver. Moments earlier, after running into the eastern corridor, the three had intended to follow it all the way to the backstage area, where fewer people and more complex terrain might offer better hiding spots. Unfortunately, the door at the end of the corridor leading backstage was locked, likely to prevent audience members from wandering in by mistake. So, at Everly's suggestion, they had ducked into the nearby men's restroom instead. The moment they entered, Old John locked the door from the inside and wedged a mop diagonally behind it, creating a makeshift barricade. One side of the restroom had a frosted glass window that could be pushed outward at an angle. If they climbed out through the window, crossed the internal roadway, and ran about a dozen meters, they would reach the parking lot. While Old John was bracing the door, Everly rushed to the window. Carefully, she pushed it open a crack, then slipped her compact mirror through the gap and adjusted the angle to observe outside. "There's someone out there." Misha saw the reflection first and whispered a warning. Everly moved into position and took a look. Sure enough, in the theater's parking lot outside, there was one masked gunman stationed to the left, one in the center, and one to the right. Their triangular formation maximized their surveillance of the surroundings. Though there were only three of them, the path from the restroom window to the parking lot was entirely open ground. If they rushed out recklessly, they would be nothing more than moving targets. After securing the door, Old John stepped over to assess the gunmen's positions. He shook his head at Everly. He had a habit of carrying a weapon whenever he went out. But today, they were in the relatively safe city to watch a musical, not heading into the wilderness or anywhere especially dangerous. So, for convenience, he had brought only a Glock 19 for self-defense. The pistol's magazine held 15 rounds, with an effective range of about 25 to 50 meters. Taking down one of the men outside wouldn't be a problem. However, he hadn't brought a suppressor. The moment he fired, the other two would immediately pinpoint their location. That would turn into a 1 versus 2 situation, and that was without counting the large group of masked attackers still in the waiting hall. Unless absolutely necessary, opening fire was not a wise option. As if to confirm that very thought, a dense burst of rat-tat-tat gunfire suddenly echoed from the direction of the waiting hall. "That's a submachine gun." "Sounds like a UMP-45, Old John said grimly after listening for a moment. Everly had studied firearms with Old John for a while. She knew the UMP-45 was known for its high rate of fire, low recoil, and strong shooting accuracy, with decent armor-piercing capability. It was often used by special forces in the United States. A group of enemies armed with pistols was already terrifying enough. She hadn't expected them to be equipped with weapons like that as well. That made forcing their way out through the window even less of an option. The gunfire and screams outside continued, growing louder and more intense. Before long, waves of shrieking also erupted from the auditorium across the corridor. There were simply too many masked attackers, and they were heavily armed. Going out now was absolutely not an option. Old John had already called the police. Perhaps they would arrive soon. Until then, they needed to find somewhere safe to hide. Everly took a deep breath and scanned their surroundings. Her gaze quickly fixed on the ventilation duct above the restroom ceiling. In her previous life, She had seen explanations stating that real-life ventilation ducts were usually only about 32 centimeters by 20 centimeters, far smaller than the minimum space required for a human body to pass through, and unable to bear a person's weight. But in this world, the ducts were much larger. Even an adult like old John could squeeze inside. Everly strongly suspected this was some kind of world adjustment to make certain movie plots possible. Since escape wasn't feasible for now, then they would hide in the ventilation system. Ust, as he always carried a weapon when going out, old John also had the good habit of keeping a Swiss Army knife on him at all times. The restroom ceiling was about 2.5 meters high. Even old John, the tallest of the three, could only reach about 2.3 meters on tiptoe. He handed the knife to Everly, then crouched down to let his lighter granddaughter climb onto his shoulders. Bracing one hand against the wooden partition of a stall and supporting Everly's back with the other, he straightened up so she could use the screwdriver attachment from the knife to remove the vent cover. However, just as she had unscrewed 2 screws, a chaotic rush of footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Immediately afterward, the handle of the men's restroom door began twisting frantically, producing a rapid series of click-clack noises. "Open the door, please open it. Someone's killing people in the theater. Let me in." Through the thin wooden door, the tearful plea for help outside came through loud and clear to the three of them. Everly and old John didn't respond at all. There was no way to know whether the person outside was truly a victim or one of the masked attackers. If they opened the door and were met with a burst of gunfire, all 3 of them would die on the spot. Besides, there was a women's restroom right next door. Whoever it was didn't necessarily have to enter the men's restroom to take shelter. In a situation like this, survival came first. If they were going to save anyone, it would have to be after they were out of danger. Without saying a word, Everly simply sped up her movements, focusing on removing the screws. But Zinkelin was an old theater with quite a history, and who knew how long it had been since the vent cover was last replaced. 2 of the screws were heavily rusted, the screwdriver barely caught in their grooves, making them extremely difficult to turn. Old John had locked the door and wedged a mop behind it. The person outside twisted the handle a few times and then slammed against the door with several loud thuds, but the thin wooden panel refused to give way. Eventually, they ran off elsewhere. But that was only the beginning. The slaughter in the auditorium next door had clearly begun. Waves of spectators who had been seated near the small eastern side door of the auditorium now poured out in succession. The men's restroom door faced that side entrance directly, so almost everyone who rushed out tried the restroom door handle, rattling the lock and ramming the wooden panel. After repeated impacts, the already flimsy door began to show signs of strain. "Misha, you form the ladder. I'll hold the door." Seeing the situation worsening, old John decisively switched places with Misha. Of the 3, he was the strongest and most physically powerful, only he could keep the restroom from being breached. Having survived the cockroach disaster in Lemmet Town, Misha was no fragile, helpless girl. In fact, after the disaster ended, worried that they might not be able to escape if something similar happened again, the entire town of Lemmet had sparked a fitness craze. Misha might look slender and delicate, but when she rolled up her sleeves, there was solid muscle in her arms. Misha braced both hands against the wooden partition of the stall and let Everly step onto her shoulders. Clenching her teeth, she planted her feet firmly against the ground, straightened her waist with force, and steadily lifted Everly upward. "Thanks," Everly whispered. With one hand gripping the top of the stall for balance and the other working the screwdriver, she pried at the screws with even greater effort. Finally, the 3rd screw came loose. With support gone on 3 sides, the vent cover tilted downward, opening a narrow gap. At that very moment, the dense gunfire from the waiting hall abruptly ceased. In its place came the sound of heavy footsteps in the corridor, slow, deliberate, drawing closer like the murmur of death itself. Bang, 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 bang. In the suffocating silence, the men's restroom door was struck again, this time with far greater force than before. Someone outside was clearly kicking it. Veins bulged along old John's arms as he threw his full weight against the door, barely managing to hold it shut. "Damn it, won't kick open. We'll grab an axe later. Tiger and the others are still outside. They can't escape. Let's go kill the ones next door first." Low voices murmured outside the door. Then the heavy footsteps shifted away, moving toward the nearby women's restroom. Everly knew the people next door wouldn't last long. In moments like this, the more urgent the danger, the more crucial it was to stay calm. Seeing that the final rusted screw simply wouldn't budge, Everly curled her fingers into a claw and gripped the corroded vent cover. Using that last screw as a pivot point, she poured every ounce of strength into it. With a harsh twist and scrape, the stiff connection finally gave way. The cover swung aside, revealing a ventilation opening large enough for a person to crawl through. "I'll go first. Give me a boost." After warning Misha, she clenched the Swiss Army knife between her teeth and grasped both inner edges of the ventilation duct. The muscles hidden beneath her sleeves tightened sharply. Bringing her legs together and drawing her center of gravity upward, she pushed off the top of the stall with her toes and lifted herself smoothly and swiftly up to the level of the duct. Below, Misha lifted Everly's legs at just the right moment. Using the strength of her arms and waist, she helped Everly brace herself against the duct and pull both legs fully inside. Everly's small frame made it easier. Once inside, she quickly turned around in the narrow space, flattened herself against the metal surface, and reached both hands down. "Misha, jump. Grab my hands." Old John had just finished reinforcing the restroom door again, this time using mops and brooms from the innermost stall to strengthen the barricade. Seeing the situation, he hurried over and helped Everly pull Misha up and into the duct as well. Now, only Old John remained on the ground. At that exact moment, the door to the women's restroom next door was kicked open with a thunderous bang. The rapid rat-tat-tat of a submachine gun followed immediately. The screams of men and women rang out, but only briefly before they were abruptly cut off. Thud. Thud. After dealing with the women's restroom, heavy footsteps once again echoed down the corridor, heading toward the men's restroom. This time the steps were denser than before, as if more attackers were joining in. Inside the men's restroom, Old John quickly wiped away the footprints Everly had left on the wooden partition. He took off his boots and tossed them up to Everly. Then, barefoot, he backed up, took a short running start, and used the momentum to kick hard against the wooden stall wall. Bang! Bang bang! At the same time, heavy chopping sounds struck the restroom door. The force was so great that dust and plaster shook loose from the wall behind it, scattering across the floor. The sound of the axe hacking into it overlapped perfectly with Old John's forceful push upward. Just 1 second before the door split open with a gaping crack, Old John firmly grasped Everly's outstretched arm. Pulling himself up, drawing in his legs, and stepping on the top of the stall partition, he awkwardly but successfully hoisted himself into the ventilation duct. Crack! The sound of wood breaking rang out. The person outside yanked the axe free and kicked hard at the fractured spot, widening it into a fist-sized hole. A rat mask appeared in the opening, peering into the restroom. At that very instant, Old John's toes slipped fully into the duct. Because of the limited angle, the rat-masked attacker failed to notice. "There's no one in here. Maybe they're hiding in the stalls." The rat-masked man reported to his teammates, then withdrew his head and reached an arm through the hole, removing the mops and brooms wedged behind the door. The moment Old John successfully entered the duct, Everly immediately crawled forward to make space for him. At the same time, Misha, positioned at the rear, quietly reached back to the vent cover. She slowly rotated it back toward the opening, then hooked her fingers into the gap and lifted the sagging corner upward, pressing it snugly against the duct entrance. All three were drenched in sweat. Holding their breath, they lay motionless inside the narrow ventilation shaft, listening to the sounds below. Someone unlocked the door through the hole. The next second, masked men poured into the restroom one after another, guns raised, kicking open each stall in turn. Empty. 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 Where did they go? The door was locked. There had to be someone in here. Did they climb out the window? One of them walked to the upward-tilted window and hooked a finger around a handkerchief Everly had deliberately left behind, holding it up for the others to see. The group gathered at the window and bent down to peer outside. Sure enough, scattered across the open ground beyond lay several bodies, people who had fled the building earlier and been shot down by the masked gunmen in the parking lot. Damn it, Tiger and the others beat us to it again. That's fewer offerings for the master from me. Don't worry. There are still plenty of people left. Our Lord will see our sincerity. The masked men searched the restroom a while longer before leaving, grumbling among themselves. Not one of them thought to glance up at the ceiling. Naturally, no one noticed the small section of finger hooked tightly against the rusted vent cover's edge. Everly, Misha, and old John remained frozen in the duct, not daring to move until they were certain everyone had gone. What now? Old John whispered. We find somewhere safer to hide. The screws on this cover have been removed. If someone looks closely, they'll notice, Everly replied softly. After a brief, hushed discussion, she and old John decided to crawl along the ventilation system and move into another room. If the ventilation ducts had been external, there was no way they could have supported the weight of 3 people crawling through them. Fortunately, almost all of the ducts in the Zinklin Theater were built inside the walls, except for a few sections. Crawling through them was messy plumes of dust, occasional click-clack noises, but structurally, they held up fine. Everly led at the front of the line, with old John behind her and Misha at the rear. Everly and old John were okay since they were crawling through the more central, reinforced sections of the duct. Misha, however, faced a trickier spot. A partition secured by only a single screw separated her from the 2 ahead. She had to carefully lift herself, bracing against the duct walls on either side as she moved forward, making absolutely sure not to touch the panel below, or she would fall. It took a full 5 minutes, but drenched in sweat, Misha finally passed the precarious section safely. With the possibility of someone entering the men's restroom at any moment, the 3 couldn't stop to rest. Leading the way, Everly guided them along the single ventilation shaft. Soon, they reached a T-shaped fork. Everly suspected this led to the eastern corridor. She noticed a vent a short distance to the left. Making a wait gesture to the 2 behind her, she crawled ahead to the vent. Peering carefully through the grill, she looked down. Beneath the cover lay a corridor lined with a red velvet carpet. Several bodies were sprawled face down along its length, apparently shot while trying to escape. Aside from the corpses, the corridor was empty. From the layout, it was clear this was the eastern corridor they had passed through earlier while fleeing. Continuing down the left path would lead back toward the front waiting hall. The right path of the T likely led to the backstage area they hadn't reached before. Having seen so many masked attackers in the hall, Everly didn't want to risk going back that way. Any loud noise during crawling could reveal their location, making it far too dangerous. So she reversed direction, returned to the T-junction, and began crawling down the right-hand corridor instead. The 3 of them crawled along the passage on the right for a while before another fork appeared ahead. One path went straight, the other turned left. Whenever there wasn't a ventilation opening, the duct was pitch black. In such a narrow and dim environment, it was easy to lose track of distance and time. Fortunately, thanks to her past training, Everly had a strong sense of direction. Stopping at the fork, she took out her phone and opened the emergency evacuation map she had photographed earlier. Comparing it with the route they had crawled so far, she estimated that the left passage should lead to the auditorium. The auditorium was the core of the entire theater. It connected the front waiting hall with the stage and backstage areas at the rear. Aside from the waiting hall, it was also the area with the largest number of audience members. Earlier, while in the restroom, Everly and the others had vaguely heard gunshots and screams coming from the auditorium, but what exactly had happened there, the 3 of them still did not know. Both Everly and old John felt it was necessary to enter the auditorium to assess the situation and gather more information about the masked individuals. So upon reaching the fork, they temporarily changed course and crawled into the left passage first. Perhaps because the auditorium occupied a large area, the ventilation duct widened abruptly after they entered this passage. What had previously only allowed a single person to pass now expanded enough for 2 people to crawl side by side. The passage was not long, but it sloped upward. The surface was smooth and steep, making it somewhat slippery to climb. Everly had to roll up her sleeves and pant legs, pressing her bare skin directly against the stainless steel duct to gain enough friction to inch her way upward. After crawling 3 or 4 meters like this, they finally reached the end of the duct. Ahead, warm yellow light filtered through stainless steel grates, sliced into narrow strips. Everly slowed her movements, creeping forward soundlessly. She edged up to the grating and peeked outside. As expected, beyond it lay the auditorium, illuminated by warm yellow lights. The ventilation duct opened onto the upper side wall of the auditorium, about 4 to 5 meters above the ground. The wall here slanted slightly toward the stage, likely designed to help carry sound, which conveniently gave Everly a clear view. Through the gaps in the grating, she could take in the stage and a section of the front rows of the audience seats. Below, the seating area was in complete disarray. Bodies lay sprawled everywhere. Blood spatter and numerous bullet holes marked the seats, and the red-upholstered chairs had been pierced through, white stuffing spilling out. The entire auditorium looked like a scene of devastation. Who could have imagined that just dozens of minutes earlier, this place had been brightly lit and bustling with people? Music had flowed through the air, and the crowd had gathered in excitement and anticipation, waiting to experience a rare artistic performance. Everly turned her eyes away, unable to bear the sight. At the very front of the audience area, directly facing the stage, there was an open space. The surviving audience members were huddled there now, crouching close together with their hands over their heads. Around them stood 7 or 8 black-clad figures wearing masks. Each held a gun, facing the crowd in strict vigilance. Among the captives, an elderly man shifted slightly after crouching for too long, swaying a bit more than he should have. Immediately, the masked figure behind him, wearing a horse mask, raised his gun and shot him in the back of the head. Bang! The sharp gunshot echoed through the vast auditorium. Blood sprayed, and the body fell forward stiffly, collapsing onto a young girl in front of him. Despite the horror of what had just happened, the entire hall remained silent. No one dared make a sound. The girl pinned beneath the body did not even dare to move. Because they all understood, if anyone cried out or made a sudden movement, the next body would be theirs. The masked figures used killing and fear as their weapons, ruthlessly controlling the entire group. Aside from those guarding the hostages, more than a dozen masked individuals were scattered throughout the hall. Working in pairs, they moved among the seats, hauling the bodies from between the rows and carrying them onto the stage, piling them high in front of the curtain into a growing mound. Occasionally, if they came across someone who was pretending to be dead or who was not yet fully gone, they would simply raise their weapons and finish the job without hesitation. Blood dripped steadily from the bodies, trailing across the floor in thin red lines. The vast stage was already dimly lit, with the towering heap of corpses piled upon it. It now looked even more grim and hellish. But even that was not the most horrifying sight. In front of the mound of bodies stood 4 masked figures. The one in a rabbit mask and the one in a dog mask gripped a male audience member on either side, twisting his arms and shoulders to hold him firmly in place, preventing him from struggling. A third figure, wearing a goat mask, stood to the man's side. He pressed one knee hard into the man's back to pin him down. With one hand, he yanked the man's hair, forcing his head back and exposing his neck. In the other hand, he held a strange jet-black blade shaped like a willow leaf. Like someone slaughtering livestock, he drew the blade hard across the artery at the side of the man's neck. A heavy spray of blood burst from the wound, pouring into a metal bucket placed below. The man did not want to die. Veins bulged on his forehead as he cried out hoarsely, struggling with all his strength to break free. But how could one person overpower 3? No matter how he fought, his body remained firmly restrained. Like a fish gasping on a chopping block, he could only helplessly watch as more and more blood flowed out of him, until, at last, he closed his eyes unwillingly. The vast auditorium echoed with his cries, loud at first, then weakening, shifting from anger to despair. Yet the audience below behaved as though they heard nothing. They remained frozen, numb, and motionless. As long as it was not their turn, as long as the one being killed was not themselves, they could continue clinging to their fragile self-deception. It was obvious that the man was not the only one who had been drained of blood while still alive. Behind the goat-masked figure stood several more metal buckets, already filled with dark red liquid. Once the man's blood had been fully drained, his body was discarded like trash onto the heap behind them. The filled buckets were then carried by 3 masked figures to the center of the stage and handed over to a figure wearing a pig mask. No S. The pig-masked figure was busy at the very center of the stage. He dipped a mop into the buckets of human blood and used it to draw a huge inverted pentagram on the stage floor. Inside the circle were numerous mysterious symbols and inscriptions she couldn't decipher, strange totems that radiated both the uncanny and the sinister. At that moment, the pig mask was finishing the central pattern of the circle. It was twisted, coiled, writhing like a snake. Even unfinished, Everly recognized it immediately. It was the totem she had encountered twice before, belonging to a certain heretical sect. "Look at this." As Everly broke out in a cold sweat, shaken by the memory, a low exclamation from Misha came from behind. Everly turned her head and saw a phone with a pink case being handed to her. On the screen was a video. In the video, a figure wearing an eagle mask faced the camera, speaking. The ventilation duct was far from the ground, and the auditorium was filled with wails, groans, and other noises. Everly, gathering her courage, turned up the volume and leaned close to the microphone. She heard the figure speak in a strange, hoarse voice. "I know the Mykono police have surrounded the entire theater. Just now, one of the officers fired at us, injuring a companion's arm. What I am telling you now is, do not provoke us lightly. Any suffering inflicted upon us will be returned tenfold, 100-fold, onto these innocent hostages." As the words ended, the camera pulled back to reveal a row of kneeling captives behind the eagle mask, along with several masked figures gripping weapons, tense and eager. Judging from the background, they were standing in the theater's waiting hall at the time. "Begin." At the command of the eagle-masked figure, the masked attackers simultaneously raised their blades and struck at the captive's arms. The next scenes were so bloody and cruel that Everly couldn't bear to watch. She dragged the progress bar to the end, only to find the video continued to show the torture. After stripping the flesh from the hostage's arms, the merciless executioners raised their knives and beheaded the barely living captives one by one. The sight made her nauseated. Suppressing her rage, Everly clicked the top left corner to exit. Exiting full screen mode, she returned to the video's posting page. Shockingly, this video had been uploaded to Mykono's largest local public forum. The post was titled "Revenge," uploaded just 10 minutes ago. The account was brand new, and its avatar was unmistakably a pig mask. Because the content was so horrifying, the thread had already ballooned into hundreds of replies. The comments were chaotic, people worrying about their families, criticizing the police for incompetence, begging the criminals to release loved ones, others just stirring panic. Everly had no intention of sifting through the mess and quickly exited the hottest post. Sure enough, within the local forum, besides this threat post by the criminals, there were more than 10 other threads related to the events at the Zinkelin Theater. Everly clicked on 2 at random and quickly reconstructed the sequence of events from the photos, videos, and written accounts posted. It turned out that shortly after the murders at the theater entrance, the Mykono police had received emergency calls from citizens. With Old John's earlier false report already laying the groundwork, the police treated the situation with utmost seriousness, immediately dispatching 7 or 8 patrol cars and dozens of officers to surround the theater. By this time, both the front and back entrances of the theater were under the control of the masked figures. Armed with firearms and holding the lives of over 300 people inside, the police dared not engage them directly. Upon arriving at the scene, the officers tried to negotiate, asking the captors why they had taken so many hostages and probing whether there was any chance of freeing them. At the same time, they deployed several officers to attempt to infiltrate the theater by scaling the walls, hoping to coordinate an internal and external operation to reclaim it. However, the masked figures were extremely vigilant. Even though the Zinkelin Theater walls were nearly 3 meters high and difficult to climb, they assigned guards to patrol around the perimeter. The moment the police infiltration team climbed over, they were spotted by the masked accomplices, sparking a small-scale firefight. During the skirmish, one officer managed to shoot a masked figure in the arm. The police did not linger. Taking the opportunity, they retreated from the theater. Unexpectedly, as soon as the officers left, the masked figures uploaded the video to the city's largest local forum. This act was like a slap in the face, directed at both the Mykono police and every resident, making it painfully clear just how cruel and inhuman these human-shaped demons occupying the theater truly were. The masked figures had no hesitation in killing if provoked, and it was clear they derived pleasure from torturing and slaughtering others. The more pain and fear the captives displayed, the more exhilarated the attackers became. No one dared to cling to any hope or take risks. Everyone at the police station was merely trying to do their job. If a forcible intervention caused greater casualties, no one there could bear responsibility for so many lives. Meanwhile, the masked figures seemed to abduct simply for the sake of abducting. They had yet to reveal any motive or demand anything from the authorities. Thus, both sides, police outside, captors inside, remained at a standoff. Locked in a tense stalemate, Everly handed Misha's phone to old John so her grandfather could also understand the current situation. She then took out her own phone and, through the grate, snapped a few photos of the scene below, focusing on the mound of corpses and the inverted pentagram magic circle that made her feel deeply uneasy. After taking the photos, she turned off the camera and was just about to call Rebecca to check in when her phone suddenly lit up with an incoming call. Fortunately, Everly remembered Rule 25 of horror movie survival: keep all devices that can make noise on silent when hiding your location. She had already reminded the three of them to turn off call alerts and vibrations on their phones. Otherwise, even a single ringtone could attract the attention of the attackers below. The call came from an unknown number. Everly hadn't planned to answer, but considering she had very few friends, her phone hardly ever rang in a week or two, she thought that a sudden call in this situation might be important. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up and held the phone to her ear. To her surprise, the caller was a Mykono police officer. He gave his badge number and could clearly name the detective who had helped Everly with the Megan Clinic dental case 4 years ago, confirming his identity was genuine. The officer had contacted Everly through a volunteer service platform. After suppressing any resistance, the masked figures had confiscated and destroyed all the hostages' phones, and with the theater's defenses, 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside, tightly secured, the police had no idea how many kidnappers there were, what firearms they possessed, or the condition of the hostages. Before Everly, the police had already made hundreds of calls, trying to communicate with hostages inside to gather intelligence. This even included calls to old John, who had made the initial emergency call, but none of the calls were answered. So when Everly quietly spoke to the officer, he initially thought he must be imagining it. "I'm Everly Minus. When the danger started, my companions and I found a way to hide, which is how we managed to survive." Everly didn't speak too clearly, worried there might be a mole among the police. After all, in many horror films, the good cops are often eliminated within the first 5 minutes, and 9 out of 10 cops who survive to the end turn out to be villains. She simply described what she had seen in the auditorium, reported the approximate number of black-clad figures inside, and mentioned that they were armed with pistols and submachine guns. All right. Thank you, Miss Everly. Your information is extremely useful. I'll report it to my superiors immediately. Please make sure you protect yourself, stay hidden, and do not act rashly. We are working on a way to enter the theater. Trust that the police will never give up on you, just be patient. If we need to ask anything later, we may call again, so please answer if you can." The officer repeated his warnings several times before hanging up. Everly hung up and had old John check his phone. Sure enough, the same number had called him earlier, but because he was crawling through the ventilation duct at the time, he hadn't noticed. This confirmed the officer's identity as genuine. Relaxing slightly, Everly leaned toward old John and Misha and updated them on the situation. The police were trying to break in, that was good news. The masked figures were far too numerous, both inside and outside the building. If it were just the 3 of them, they might never escape on their own. But if the police could take down the attackers and rescue the hostages, Everly and her companions could remain hidden in the ventilation ducts, waiting for help, without having to risk themselves. "I've got some chocolate in my pocket, we can eat that to keep our strength up, and if we really get thirsty, we can go to the men's restroom. The stall door isn't fully closed, so we can find a time when no one's there to get some water." After Everly shared this, Misha dug into her own pocket, pulled out a few soft chocolates, and generously divided them into 3 portions, handing 1 each to old John and Everly. Everly checked her own belongings, but unfortunately, she didn't usually carry snacks. She only found a small makeup mirror in her bag. Old John, true to his cautious nature, reached into the square pocket on the left side of his vest. He pulled out a piece of military compressed biscuit, slightly smaller than a pack of cigarettes, and showed it to the girls. Eat sparingly. With water, this can last at least 3 days. That was perfect. They would wait for rescue here in the ventilation duct. With a plan in place, Everly felt all the urge to fidget and move around vanish. The duct was spacious, sloped gently, and close to the next vent. The air was fresh, an ideal place to wait. The three of them lay quietly for a while. Outside the vent, the occasional screams continued, casting a heavy mood over them. To distract themselves, Everly pulled out her phone and sent the photos she had taken to Rebecca. Something about the magic circle made her uneasy, and she figured it was better to ask what it was for. Rebecca responded quickly. No sooner had Everly sent the photos than her phone rang. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. If you hadn't sent that photo, I almost forgot, miss. Your community service was today. Wait, so you were caught up in the Zinklin Theater kidnapping too? Where are you now? Are you okay? Our Omicron B. The moment the call connected, a rapid-fire barrage of questions came from the other side, crackle, 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 so fast that Everly's head started to ache. She had to pull the phone slightly away from her ear and spoke softly. I'm fine. I've hidden myself and everything's okay for now. I sent you that photo because I wanted to ask, what exactly is the purpose of the magic circle those masked figures drew? Yes, that's exactly why I'm calling. Miss, that magic circle you photographed is extremely dangerous. No matter what, you must get as far away as possible, escape as far as you can. What do you mean? Everly asked. That's a sacrificial magic circle with a range far beyond the circle itself. I can't tell exactly which deity it corresponds to, but there's no doubt it's a powerful, terrifying, and evil entity. The circle is an inverted pentagram. In the eyes of sorcerers, that represents the footprint of a demon. It's a symbol used exclusively in black magic. Look at the ring of symbols around the pentagram. The triangle-like shape means dedication in runic script. The circle next to it represents life, and the crescent shape means absorption. Rebecca rattled off her analysis, cross-referencing the patterns in the photo. She finally concluded. In short, these people are trying to use this magic circle to offer sacrifices to the evil entity they worship. That mound of corpses, all the killings, they're the methods they use to please the dark god. And the remaining live people? They're the offerings presented by the cultists. Everly felt her mind go completely blank. What on earth was going on? A simple, free musical had somehow turned into a death game, and now, out of nowhere, it had escalated further, into a full-blown evil god's sacrificial ritual. Seriously, this was way over the top. So, how large is the effective range of this sacrificial circle? Where should I hide? She asked, taking a deep breath before speaking to Rebecca. Rebecca stammered for a moment, clearly a bit embarrassed, and admitted to Everly that she had no idea how far the circle's effect reached. A sacrificial magic circle, this evil required dozens of people to be killed in cruel ways, using their fresh blood filled with fear and despair to draw the pattern. Even historically, events like this were exceedingly rare, so Rebecca had no precedent or case to reference. In short, the safest thing is to stay as far away as possible. You have no idea what these cultists are praying to the dark god for. They've mobilized so many people and kidnapped an entire theater full of audience members, making a huge scene. Surely, they aren't asking for small favors only? In the world of occult studies, there's a law you can't argue with. If you ask a dark god for something, you often have to pay 10 times, 100 times over. If the masked figure's requests are reasonable, that's one thing, but if they're greedy and ask for something beyond the ordinary, the area affected by the sacrificial circle will naturally expand. Everly's mind clicked, she understood now. She had long wondered why the masked figures chose to attack in broad daylight, in a crowded urban area, and make such a huge scene. Even if they needed a large number of live sacrifices, there was no reason to choose the Zinklin Theater. To put it bluntly, Everly thought her school, Pheno Academy, would have been more convenient. Larger student and teacher population, located in the suburbs, a boarding school. If they blocked communications so no one could send messages out, even if everyone in the school died, the truth might not come out until the weekend. By that time, the masked figures would have long fled. Wouldn't that have been far safer than attacking Zinklin? Now, these criminals were trapped inside the theater. Although they held hostages and the police couldn't act rashly in the short term, the siege itself was a form of attrition. Over time, either the food inside would run out, or the police would find an opportunity to infiltrate and strike them down one by one. In other words, the scales would inevitably tip toward the authorities. Leaving themselves no escape route, were they just asking to die? Now, Everly finally understood. The masked figures had done this on purpose, deliberately. They had deliberately chosen a small theater in the middle of a busy district, deliberately flaunted their defiance in front of the police, and deliberately posted on forums to draw attention. This way, it wouldn't just be the people inside the theater. They, along with the officers, news crews, the hostages' families, and even curious bystanders gathered outside. Everyone would become offerings to the dark god once the sacrificial circle was activated, serving as stepping stones for the masked figures to gain the god's power. By that point, when everyone was dead, the masked figures could leave or stay as they pleased, indifferent to the siege. Having thought it all through, Everly felt her chest drop like a stone. If her suspicions were correct, then simply trying to stay away from the magic circle was meaningless. With the masked figure's current level of defense, she, Old John, and Misha had no way to leave the theater. And as long as they remained within its range, they would inevitably be drawn into the sacrificial ritual. Was there any other way out? Everly was grateful for her past meditation training, which had given her a strong heart. Even in such an urgent situation, she was able to think clearly and calmly. She asked, "Rebecca, I have a question. According to you, when a sacrificial magic circle is activated, it automatically draws life from nearby living beings. If that's the case, why aren't the masked people caught in it? How can they survive the sacrifices? What protects them?" Good question. Rebecca snapped her fingers and then explained to Everly that sacrificial rituals generally fall into two types. The first type is a sacrifice with a fixed range. This is more common. Before the sacrifice, people use runes, Hebrew letters, or alchemical symbols in the magic circle to define that the sacrifice is limited to the people or objects inside the circle. During the ritual, as long as one stands outside the circle, one's safety is guaranteed. The second type is a sacrifice with an unfixed range. This is rarer because it carries the risk of harming the organizers themselves. To protect themselves during such rituals, the organizers usually need a strong enough faith so that the deity can clearly distinguish between the worshippers and the sacrificial victims. If the deity is an evil god, multiple steps to please the deity are usually required because evil gods are often capricious and unpredictable. If they're in a bad mood or simply entertained, even the lives of their most devoted followers can be taken without distinction. If the worshippers do not perform actions to please the deity beforehand, they might be indiscriminately attacked. These masked people clearly worship an evil god. In the theater, they go on a rampage, killing indiscriminately. First, this terrifies the survivors, making them too afraid to resist. Second, it satisfies their twisted, perverse pleasure in killing. Third, it's an attempt to please their god. The more fear, pain, and despair they create, the more pleased their god is, and the higher their chances of survival. I see. Everly felt a bit disappointed. Earlier, she had speculated that perhaps these masked people held something that could identify them, like talismans or totem badges, that protected them from the effects of the sacrificial ritual. If such things really existed, she and Old John could plan an ambush in a secluded spot, take a few of the masked people's items, and use them for protection. But that hypothetical object didn't exist at all. To survive a sacrificial magic circle, they would have to become worshippers of that evil god, and even then, they would have to kill living people to please it. Leaving aside the fact that such inhuman acts were completely impossible for the three of them, even if they wanted to cooperate, they would first need to know the name of that evil god. Ironically, they had encountered this situation 3 times already, and all Everly knew was that it was a murderous, merciless cult, nothing else. The route of finding something to protect themselves was impossible. Everly suppressed the frustration rising in her chest and began thinking about other ways to escape. To flee a sacrificial ritual that used life as the offering, there were only a few possible options. Leave the effective range of the ritual, elevate one's identity from a sacrificial victim to the ritual organizer, kill or control the ritual organizer to stop the ceremony, or destroy the magic circle and its props. The first two options were impossible, and the third was obviously unfeasible for now. That left only the fourth. As she thought, Everly moved her body, crawling toward the ventilation shaft, and cast her gaze onto the massive inverted pentagram on the stage. After the masked people had finished painting the snake-shaped totem in the center, they began placing the ritual props inside the circle: a glass bottle filled with an unknown black liquid, a heart cut from a living person's chest, a baby still wrapped in swaddling clothes, its state of life unknown for the moment, and a crow pierced to death by rusty nails. One by one, the ritual items were meticulously placed in specific positions by the pig-headed man. As the magic circle took shape, the inverted pentagram's colors grew increasingly vivid. Watching it, Everly even felt as if the blood of those forming the circle was trickling across the wooden floor, as though the circle was not dead, but a massive living organism with blood vessels pulsating with life. The masked people could activate the circle at any moment. They had to find a solution quickly. Everly looked down at the masked people. She had roughly counted earlier. There were nearly 20 in the performance hall alone, with others patrolling different parts of the theater. Their strength was far beyond hers. Violently destroying the circle was simply impossible. Moreover, she didn't know if this movie was one of those gore films where the male and female leads existed only as live cameras. So far, she hadn't seen any captives resembling the protagonists. There was no choice. They would have to try a more indirect approach. Everly's gaze swept around the stage, finally resting on the ventilation ducts above. It was a square duct, barely wide enough for one person, exposed on the outer wall. At intervals, metal straps held it suspended 2 to 3 meters below the theater ceiling. Through gaps in the spotlights and steel beams, she could clearly see 3 vent openings along the duct front, middle, and rear, with the central one positioned directly above the magic circle below. Everly had also brushed up on some occult knowledge before. She remembered a book mentioning that magic circles were delicate and fragile. If anything was slightly misaligned, or if some materials were impure or contained impurities, the circle could fail. If she poured water on it, damaging the circle, or dropped something from the central vent that could interfere with or weaken the magic, perhaps this magic circle could be rendered ineffective. She shared her idea with Rebecca, who thought it was a good plan. "Don't forget about pouring water," Rebecca said. Circles painted with human blood rely mainly on the fear and despair contained in the blood, not the blood itself. Even if you wash it away, the circle won't be affected much. As for other things that could contaminate a sacrificial circle, I can help you consult an expert. I have a group of exorcists with some powerful people, but it'll cost a bit for the consultation. Ends. Money's not a problem. Of course, of course. So, miss, you absolutely must stay safe, or I'll take a big loss. Hang tight, I'll ask right away. Promise me you'll wait. With that, Rebecca abruptly hung up the call. No sooner had the previous call ended than a new one came through. Everly glanced at the screen and saw that it was the Mykono police officer from earlier. She immediately answered. Finally. "Miss Everly, are you all right? Your line was busy when we called before. We thought something had happened to you." Concern laced the officer's voice through the receiver. "I'm fine. I just made some unusual discoveries and discussed them with a friend." "You called me for a reason." No. Miss Everly, the information you provided was extremely detailed. Thanks to you, we finally have a grasp of the theater's interior. Just now, by checking old district plans, we discovered an abandoned sewer directly beneath the Zinkelin Theater. This sewer has an exit inside the theater. When the theater expanded 30 years ago, the exit was incorporated into the backstage. Judging by the orientation, it should be in the props room. We're planning to send people through this exit to infiltrate the theater, but there's a problem. The manhole cover is blocked. Miss Everly, the officer trailed off hesitantly. Everly fully understood his hesitation. After all, from the police's perspective, she was just a minor girl in an environment swarming with wolves. Simply keeping herself safe was already an enormous effort. Asking her to risk infiltrating the props room to open a path for the police would be tantamount to pushing her straight into death. But the officers didn't know that Everly herself was anxiously waiting for a chance to escape. Destroying the magic circle was indeed a possible option, but she couldn't guarantee that the materials Rebecca could provide would be available in the theater. If it turned out to be something like holy water, silver, or garlic juice, special items she might not have on hand. Even if she had the answer, she would be helpless without the actual materials. If possible, her first priority was to escape the theater, get as far away as she could. Everything else could be left to the police. With a bit of luck, the cultists might not even have time to activate the circle before being caught. So Everly cut off the officer's hesitation and firmly stated that she was willing to assist in the police's infiltration. Please send me a copy of the sewer layout. My email is xxxxx. My companions and I will head to the props room immediately. Don't worry, we're fairly agile and we'll be cautious. We'll contact you once we have news. Also, there's one thing I learned just now from a divination friend. Everly briefly explained the sacrificial magic circle to the officer. Given the urgency, neither side wasted time on further discussion. After hanging up, the officer quickly sent her the layout of the abandoned sewer, and Everly sent over the photos of the circle. With that, both sides established their cooperation. Everly compared the theater's emergency evacuation map with the sewer layout the officer sent, and now had a clear idea of where the props room was. After a quick discussion among the three, they decided to set out immediately, heading together toward the props room. If they encountered masked people along the way, having more of them would at least increase their odds of success. Considering the combat situation, this time Old John led the way, Misha went in the middle, and Everly brought up the rear. In the wide corridor, the three adjusted their formation, retreating along the same path to the previous three-way junction, then turning left to enter the ventilation ducts leading to the backstage. Just like the outer hallways, the backstage was a scene of chaos. As they crawled past several vent openings, Everly looked down and saw the passage below riddled with bullet holes and splattered blood. Some walls bore the marks of axes and knives, while severed limbs floated in thick pools of blood, chopped beyond recognition, silently recounting the massacre that had occurred here just minutes before. Halfway through the crawl, Old John suddenly raised his hand, switched on his phone light, and signaled "wait" to those behind him. Misha and Everly immediately froze, pressing themselves low to the ground. Without the sound of crawling or friction, the passage became deathly silent. Through the thin wall beneath them, the faint hum of conversation drifted up. Two people were speaking. One asked, "So, is the sacrificial magic circle set up yet?" The other replied, "The boss said it'll be ready soon, but there isn't enough bait gathered outside. He plans to execute another batch of hostages and upload the video online, then there should be more bait coming in." Wow, cool. Last time, it was the Eagle team. This time, it should be our turn, right? I want to go viral online too. Of course. Don't worry, everyone will get a share. From the conversation, it was clear that two masked people were talking in the passage below. By sheer coincidence, the two black-clad figures were standing directly under the vent. If even a few specks of dust fell or a sound was made while crawling, it could easily alert them. To avoid being discovered, Everly and the others had no choice but to patiently lie low, waiting until one of them was called away and the other turned to attend to their own tasks. Only then did they cautiously continue forward. As the three crawled past the north-south corridor and turned left into the east-west passage, a sudden light caught Everly's eyes. She looked down and saw her phone screen glowing faintly through the fabric of her chest pocket. Everly pulled out the phone and glanced at it. Rebecca had sent a reply. Rebecca moved quickly. After asking around in the exorcists group chat, she soon sent over a screenshot of a reply from one of the big names in the group. An inverted pentagram formation falls under the category of black magic. It must be disrupted using items that possess inherent sacred power. Holy water blessed by at least one bishop-level cleric, sap from an olive tree over 100 years old, white crystal powder that has absorbed moonlight for 7 consecutive full moon nights, the menstrual blood of a pure virgin, tears of a unicorn. Any of the above can be used to interfere with the formation's normal operation. Everly, is this person reliable? Rebecca, of course. With so many people in the group, if he were wrong, someone would have refuted him. Everly, okay, got it. Thanks. In a hurry to get moving, Everly forwarded the screenshot to the Mykono police. After going through both the Megan Clinic case and the witch case, Everly had come to a conclusion. The police in this world could be divided into two types. One type consisted of staunch materialists who scoffed at anything supernatural, These were often new recruits or incompetent officers who rarely handled serious crimes. Any officer who had served for a while or dealt with cases involving supernatural forces would, more or less, believe in mysticism. Thanks to the witch case, particularly Kelly's act of retaliation, the entire Mykono Police Department, except for the rookies who had joined in the past 2 years, now firmly believed in the existence of supernatural powers. So when Everly sent the message, the Mykono police quickly replied that they were already contacting the psychic practitioners who cooperated with the department and were preparing to gather the necessary materials. Seeing their response, Everly let out a sigh of relief. Aside from the menstrual blood item, the other materials on the list were all quite rare, far beyond her own ability to obtain. It would be great if the police could collect them in time. If they couldn't, well, please don't let it come to that. She had no desire to do something like that in public. That would be social death on the spot. Seeing the 2 people ahead of her crawling farther and farther away, Everly quickly shook off her stray thoughts, slipped her phone back into her pocket, and sped up to catch up. The farther they crawled, the more masked figures passed beneath them. It seemed the masked men had already finished collecting the bodies from the audience seating area and had shifted their focus to backstage. From their conversations, Everly gathered that the evil god they worshipped delighted in fear, absurdity, chaos, slaughter, and death. Therefore, they planned to gather the corpses of the troupe's actors backstage, dress them in costumes, apply stage makeup, and arrange them in grotesque poses atop the pile of bodies, making the corpse mountain look even more majestic and magnificent, all to please their lord. To avoid the people below, Old John had to lead the group weaving through several interconnected ventilation ducts, stopping from time to lie still and wait for those passing underneath to move on. In this way, a distance of barely a dozen meters took them a full 7 or 8 minutes to crawl. According to the evacuation map, the props room was a large storage space of about 60 to 70 square meters. The vent's exit was located on the inner side of the warehouse. Everly passed the mirror to Old John, who used it to take a careful look. The door to the props room stood open, and blood was splattered everywhere inside. Clearly, when the riot broke out, someone had fled in here hoping to hide, only to be killed by the masked men. The masked men responsible for collecting bodies had likely already been there, only blood remained on the floor, no corpses in sight. Between the vent exit and the room's door stood several rows of shelves, crammed full with all kinds of miscellaneous props. As long as the 3 of them could climb down quickly enough, they would be able to use the shelves for cover once they reached the ground. Of course, that was assuming they could get down successfully in the first place. The metal grating of the ventilation duct was packed too tightly. Even Misha, who had the slimmest fingers among them, couldn't manage the complicated sequence of reach fingers out, unscrew the bolts, remove the panel. Using the saw blade from the Swiss Army knife would make too much noise and risk attracting the masked men. Left with no other choice, Old John lay flat at the vent opening and pressed his thumb hard against the welded joints of the metal grating, testing them one by one until he found a loose spot. Grabbing the steel bar, he bent it inward with all his strength. It was no easy task. The grating was made of thin metal strips, and the pressure point on his fingers was tiny. Old John strained with everything he had. Veins bulged along his arms, his teeth clenched tight as he endured the pain. At last, at the cost of splitting his fingers and drawing blood, he managed to wrench one of the bars free from the frame. With one bar removed, a gap of less than 3 centimeters opened between the remaining strips. Old John's hands were too large for the next step, so he crawled forward into the opposite duct and made way for Misha, whose hands were the smallest of the 3. Misha nodded, her face set and serious. Lying prone against the panel, she held a compact mirror in one hand and threaded the other hand through the narrow gap. Using the mirror's reflection for guidance, she carefully worked the screwdriver tip of the Swiss Army knife against the screws around the vent cover, loosening them bit by bit. As she worked, she kept her ears pricked for any movement outside the door. Whenever footsteps sounded, Misha would start like a startled bird, swiftly pulling back the mirror and knife and lying perfectly still until the steps faded away. The whole process was more nerve-wracking than stealing. After all, if a thief got caught, they would just end up in jail. If she got caught unscrewing this panel, she might be sent to meet her great-grandmother in heaven. Fortunately, unlike the men's restroom, the props room wasn't humid, so the 4 screws around the panel were in good condition. As long as she aimed carefully and applied the right amount of force, removing them was much faster than it had been in the restroom. 5 minutes later, with a soft click, the final screw came loose under Misha's hand. "Done," she whispered excitedly, pulling the panel into the duct and backing away to make space. Old John gripped the sheet metal on either side of the opening and dropped lightly to the floor like a cheetah. Aramacrani. Once all 3 were safely on the ground, they followed the plan they had discussed inside the ventilation duct. Keeping low, Misha crept to the door of the props room and hid in the corner behind it, keeping watch for the other 2. She held the compact mirror tightly in her hand. If anything happened, she would use its reflective surface to signal them immediately. Taking advantage of this window of time, Everly and Old John split up and began searching the props room for the possible location of the sewer entrance. According to the information sent by the officers, the manhole had originally been located in the open space behind the theater's back door. Later, due to adjustments in urban planning, the sewer line was abandoned. 30 years ago, when the Zinkelin Theater expanded outward because its original space was too small, the abandoned manhole was incorporated into the theater building. The former open space was thus turned into the props room. Naturally, such a large manhole couldn't simply be left exposed on the floor. The props room had been fitted with wooden flooring to conceal the manhole cover and block ground moisture. Police officers were already positioned below in the sewer. According to their description, there had to be additional heavy objects placed on top of the wooden floor, because no matter how many times they tried, they couldn't lift the cover from underneath. Using an imprecise layout map as reference, Everly and Old John had to locate the hidden manhole cover beneath the floor in the vast props room. It wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, they weren't the only ones working at it. The Mykono police were assisting as well. Separated by a layer of manhole cover and wooden boards, the people below could faintly hear footsteps from above. They relayed the distance, volume, and frequency of the sounds through a radio set up in the sewer, passing the information to officers, who then called Everly with updates. Through this roundabout method, the grandfather and granddaughter gradually marked off a specific area on the floor. The good news was that this area was located at the very back of the props room. Unless someone deliberately walked into the room, no one outside would be able to see Old John and Everly working there. The bad news came after they had exhausted themselves moving the heavy shelving unit off the top of the spot and prying up the wooden floor beneath with a crowbar. Don't ask Everly why there happened to be a real crowbar sitting on one of the shelves. They did indeed find the manhole cover, but on top of it was a sturdy metal grate secured with a combination lock. The grate was welded from steel bars as thick as fingers, and the combination lock on it was the size of an adult's fist, not something that could be casually broken. Everly couldn't help but wonder why anyone would have installed such a thing in the first place. Were they really trying to keep Dio Brando out? Everly took a photo of the situation and sent it to the officers, who were clearly stunned. Apparently, they hadn't known about this in advance. Well, the US police had been unreliable for more than a day or two. It was best to just get used to it. Old John, who had some knowledge of lockpicking, crouched down and examined the combination lock. He tugged on the surrounding grate, then shook his head at Everly. No way. This type of lock cylinder can't be forced open. The only way is to try every possible combination. Maybe shooting it could destroy the lock, but I can't guarantee it. All I have is a handgun, and its destructive power is limited. Although TV dramas often show a single bullet shattering a lock, in reality it doesn't work that easily. A high-powered rifle might pierce a standard lock, but a handgun relies heavily on luck. Factors like the bullet's energy, shooting angle, and the lock's structure all affect the chances of success. So, the gun couldn't be used recklessly, at least not yet. After the initial massacre, the theater had fallen into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional gunshot from executing a hostage. Firing a shot backstage now would be like announcing their exact location to the masked men. Even if the lock were destroyed, the greater risk was that they themselves could end up dead if the shot failed. The best solution, of course, was to get the combination. All the theater's management had been captured. There was no one to ask. The police could only try to track down the construction manager responsible for the theater's expansion 30 years ago, hoping to learn the password from them. But after all these years, it was uncertain whether the person was even still alive. Even if they were, they might not remember or know the combination. It was all a matter of luck. The faint glimmer of hope they had clung to suddenly dimmed again. The grandfather and granddaughter waited anxiously for a call from the police. But before the phone rang, heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway outside the door. Misha, hiding at the entrance, lifted her mirror and flicked it toward Everly and old John. The two exchanged a glance and, reluctantly, had no choice but to lay the wooden boards back down. They then grabbed a piece of cloth to cover the marks left from prying and moving the floor panels. Once the traces were concealed, they hunched their bodies, breathed quietly, and froze behind the shelving. Fortunately, the people outside were just passing by and soon moved on. When the footsteps faded, they didn't dare relax. Everly immediately signaled for Misha to return. The three of them climbed atop the shifted shelves, gripped the vent opening, and one by one slipped back into the safer confines of the ventilation ducts. All they could do now was wait. Wait for the police to find the combination. Wait for a miracle. But would a miracle really come? What if the construction manager was dead? What if they had long forgotten the combination? What if they didn't even know about the lock? What if? Time stretched endlessly in the waiting. The longer they waited, the heavier the unease grew. Anxiety and dread coiled through Everly's chest like dark, creeping vines, wrapping around her heart, pulling her little by little into a bottomless abyss of despair. And then, at that exact moment, a series of piercing screams echoed from the distant front of the theater. From the conversations she had overheard in the hall earlier, Everly realized it. The masked men's second round of executions had begun. After slaughtering the second batch of hostages and uploading the videos online, the number of people gathering around the theater was bound to increase even further. The theater was too large, and Mykono was just a small city. The police didn't have enough personnel to evacuate the crowd. Once enough people had gathered outside, the masked men would activate the sacrificial formation. At that point, the remaining hundreds of hostages inside the theater, old John, Misha, the police outside, and the onlookers, would all become offerings to feed the evil god, stepping stones for the masked men to ascend to a higher level. She couldn't just wait any longer. Maybe, in this movie, there wasn't even a hero capable of saving everyone. While there was still time, she had to act. She had to stop all of this. Everly lowered her voice and shared with old John and Misha her plan to destroy the sacrificial formation. Too dangerous. I should go. Old John was the first to object. Everly shook her head. No. That duct is suspended in midair. Grandpa, you're too heavy, you might crush it. What about me? Misha raised her hand to volunteer. The sweat on her forehead and her tightly pressed lips showed that Misha was actually a little scared. Even so, when someone needed to step up, she didn't hesitate to stand forward. This gave Everly a new appreciation for this old classmate. No wonder she was a citizen of Lemmet Town. Even a little girl had remarkable courage and daring. Unfortunately, this task could only be done by her. Everly shook her head again, speaking vaguely. I'm the only one who can destroy the formation. I also know the route better than anyone else. It's best if I go. Seeing Misha opening her mouth in protest, as if wanting to argue further, Everly waved her hand. Enough. Time is critical. It's settled. Misha, you and Grandpa will guard the sewer cover. I'll leave my phone here. Once we get the password, you can unlock it for the police immediately. I'll head straight to the stage to destroy the formation. With that, Everly swapped her phone with old John's, took Grandpa's phone, and turned toward the stage, crawling in that direction. One thing Everly said was true. She was indeed more familiar with the route to the stage than Misha. From the performance hall to the props room, old John had taken an extremely winding and complicated route to avoid the ever-present masked men. Without a clear sense of the backstage layout, it would be easy to get lost and impossible to retrace the exact path. Everly didn't have that problem. Even in the narrow, enclosed ducts, her sense of direction remained strong. She could adapt and maneuver, finding the safest and fastest path to her destination among the many branching routes. The massacre in the waiting hall had drawn away the vast majority of the masked men. On her way to the stage, Everly only encountered 3 or 4 stragglers, so there were far fewer obstacles to avoid. Soon, she arrived at the entrance to the duct above the stage. From this point on, the duct changed from being embedded inside the wall to being suspended outside it. Crawling along it required extreme caution, because Everly couldn't be sure whether the metal strips holding it in place, she didn't know their technical name, were strong enough to support her weight. She paused at the entrance, took a deep breath, and tentatively pressed one hand onto the duct in front of her. Only after confirming it was secure did she slowly place her other hand, then try shifting her weight. Her upper body's weight pressed down through her arms. Whether it was real or imagined, Everly thought she heard the duct beneath her creak lightly with a squeak. When she felt the duct sag under her hands, a cold sweat immediately broke out on her back. She stepped back slightly, shifted her weight rearward, and withdrew one hand. As expected, the duct gave a squeak and slowly bounced back upward. This wasn't good. The duct was genuinely thin and fragile. If she continued crawling on all fours as before, it probably wouldn't hold her. Everly lingered at the entrance, hesitating. Meanwhile, the screams from the waiting hall continued. As part of this performance, meant to please the evil god, the innocent victims were destined not to die quickly. The masked men would use every possible method to torture them, cutting with knives and axes, carving flesh and bones, pulling out fingernails, smashing teeth, sawing off limbs, branding their skin with hot irons. One gruesome scene after another, scenes she had once seen in videos, now resurfaced in Everly's mind alongside the distant, hellish wails of the dying. Those nauseating images, while filling her with intense discomfort, also injected courage into Everly's chest. She loathed those who treated the lives of others as toys, and she despised torture and death. If she didn't destroy the sacrificial formation quickly, not only would the captives die, but she, her grandfather, and Misha would also be in danger. Taking a risk now was nothing compared to being drained of life as a sacrifice, something she absolutely could not accept. In Nigerian IROS. Let's try again. Maybe if I reduce the pressure per unit area. With that thought, Everly exhaled a long, coarse breath, adjusted her posture, and shifted from crawling on hands and feet to lying flat along the duct. In this position, her weight was spread over a larger surface, reducing the stress on any single point. Maintaining this prone posture, Everly inched forward, slowly and steadily. At first, progress was smooth. With her entire body pressed against the duct, it no longer sagged under her weight as it had before. But these ducts were not designed for crawling. As she moved, the walls of the duct scraped against the outer metal strips, inevitably producing a squeak sound. Once her upper body had fully entered the duct and she began pushing her lower body forward, the friction noise grew sharply. For a few moments, Everly almost feared she would fall along with the duct. For safety, she had to pause, lying still like a wooden puppet, enduring the dust that blew into her nose with every breath and the crawling, centipede-like itch as cold sweat ran down her forehead. 1 second, 2 seconds, she waited. The imagined collapse did not happen. Though the duct wobbled slightly, the old ventilation shaft had, after all, held her weight. In just a short time, the screams outside had begun to fade. Everly guessed that the second group of captives had already been tortured down to almost none. The masked men would soon upload the videos to the forum, drawing more attention, and then the sacrificial ceremony would officially begin. There was still a long way to the second ventilation shaft. She couldn't stop now. Countless lives depended on her. Once her entire body was inside the duct, crawling became increasingly difficult. Everly could no longer push herself forward by kicking against the duct behind her, nor could she straighten her body. The duct was too fragile. Any point bearing too much weight would sag. Reluctantly, she had to move as if her lower body were paralyzed, arms stretched forward, fingers gripping the seams of the duct, using upper body strength to drag her entire body ahead. It was far from easy. The duct hadn't been cleaned in years, and a thick layer of dust coated its surface. Lying atop it, Everly had to breathe carefully or risk coughing. The heavy dust also increased friction, forcing her to expend even more energy to move. Worse, the duct seams were narrow and offered almost no leverage. To shift her body forward, Everly had to dig her fingers deeper into the gaps. Soon, small cuts appeared on her fingertips and the nail on her right middle finger split, leaving a deep red line of blood along the crack. It really hurt. Everly gritted her teeth, forcing herself to push aside the pain and continue crawling through the duct. The only good news, after passing the entrance section, the duct rarely creaked during the rest of her crawl. The racket at the start had likely been caused by a loose metal strip at the entry point. She wriggled through the duct like a maggot, 1 meter then 2. After the grueling crawl, she finally reached the first ventilation opening. Everly pressed herself against the flap, peering through the narrow gap with hope, cautiously looking down. Unfortunately, the magic circle was still further ahead. Pouring contaminants from here wouldn't affect it. She still had to continue crawling. The other bad news, the masked men had returned. They strode into the auditorium, casually carrying blood-stained melee weapons, spreading out into the corners of the hall. Even without seeing their faces, their relaxed, confident movements radiated sheer excitement and satisfaction. These people clearly had thoroughly enjoyed the recent bloodbath. Inside the hall, the masked men grouped in 3s and 5s, busying themselves with their tasks. A few of them went onto the stage, placing carefully selected male and female corpses flat on the floor. They dressed the bodies in costumes, painted on their terrified faces with makeup, and bound their joints with sticks and ropes, arranging them into bizarre, grotesque poses. Everly knew what they were doing. They were making decorations to embellish the pile of corpses. The more twisted and shocking the scene, the happier their master would be. Other masked men gathered around the one wearing a pig mask, watching as he used his bloodied fingers to operate a laptop, uploading the videos they had just filmed. This is so thrilling. I want to kill 2 more, can I, boss? No. If you kill more now, there won't be enough sacrifices. Be patient. Once the ritual succeeds, Master will grant power. Then, ordinary humans, kill as many as you want. I can't wait. Everly knew time was critical. She stopped observing and pressed forward, ready to continue crawling. But just as she began to move, a puff of dust suddenly fell through the vent, landing on a female corpse below. It was dust she had brushed off with her body. Everly pressed herself against the flap, eyes wide, watching as the masked man who was painting a grinning expression on the corpse reached out and wiped at it. He seemed confused, unsure where the dust had come from. After glancing around for a while, he finally looked up, his elephant mask facing straight in Everly's direction. Everly's heart almost stopped. Even so, she remained perfectly still, not daring to make any evasive move. The duct was too fragile. Any sudden motion, any extra noise, or more falling dust would almost certainly give her away. Her decision proved correct. The ventilation duct was positioned high enough to be out of the light's reach, and the slanted grill at the flap made it easy to see out from inside, but hard to see in from the outside. The masked man stared upward for a moment, likely thinking the dust had fallen from the long-neglected stage, then paid it no mind and bent back down to continue manipulating the corpse in front of him. Everly exhaled in relief. She rubbed the cold sweat creeping into her eyes with her elbow, steadied her nerves, and carefully inched her body forward, inch by inch, painstakingly passing through this critical point. After crawling past the first ventilation opening, a long stretch still awaited Everly. The moment she thought about the video already being released and how the masked men might activate the ritual at any second, her heart felt as though it had been thrown into a pan of boiling oil, tormenting her. Worse still, from all the crawling earlier, the skin on her fingertips had been completely worn raw. Wherever she had passed, faint streaks of blood marked the joints of the ventilation ducts. Even though Everly had a high tolerance for pain, the injuries to her hands still slowed her down. Faster, faster, just hold on a little longer. Don't give up. The second vent is just ahead. Forcing herself to forget the pain in her hands, Everly clenched her teeth, maintained a steady crawling posture, and continued forward. Just as the vent was less than half a meter away, a low, coarse voice suddenly rose from directly beneath the stage, the man in the pig mask. The numbers are about right. Begin the ritual. No, it can't start. The formation is too close to me. If it begins, I'll be the first to be swept in. At a moment like this, she couldn't worry about whether moving too fast would expose her. Her heart pounded like thunder, adrenaline surged through her veins, and the muscles in her arms tightened to their absolute limit. At a speed beyond human limits, she seized the duct joint with her left hand and pulled hard. Her other hand shot forward, and as her body lunged ahead, she reacted instantly, hooking her fingers around the vent grate. Muscles bulging, she dragged herself to the opening in just a few swift motions. The sudden movement inevitably caused the nearby ductwork to emit a sharp creak. Fortunately, at that very moment, a loud click echoed throughout the hall, covering the unnatural sound. The masked men had switched off the stage lights. With the lights extinguished, the performance hall was instantly plunged into dimness. The pitch-black stage was illuminated by only a single spotlight shining straight down onto a massive inverted pentagram painted in blood. Chaotic footsteps echoed through the vast performance hall. Aside from the masked men guarding the hostages, all the others with freedom of movement instinctively gathered around the magic circle. Forming a circle, they bowed their heads and, under the lead of the man in the pig mask, began chanting incantations with utmost devotion. "You are the creator of the prison of darkness, the destroyer of sacred light, darker than dusk, redder than blood, more chaotic than chaos. I beseech you here, I swear to you here, I will offer the blood and life of living beings as sacrifice and beg for your mercy." Under the dim lighting, as the masked men chanted, the magic circle, imbued with the fears and grudges of the dead, glowed ever more vividly. Its red lines began to swell like real veins, pulsing and contracting while emitting a strange, ominous crimson light. Time was critical. Everly curled her body into a sideways position, and with her still bleeding hands, quickly undid her pants zipper and pulled them open. With the fastest motion of her life, she located the soft silicone beneath her, pressed and freed it from tight contact, and removed the menstrual cup. The semi-transparent silicone cup contained half a cup of red menstrual blood. The pure virgin's menstrual blood, this was the only thing Everly carried that could disrupt the magic circle. Though in Everly's previous life, people in her hometown generally considered menstrual blood dirty and impure, in Western occult traditions, a woman's menstrual blood is actually a powerful protective substance. Because menstruation synchronizes with the moon's cycle, ancient peoples often regarded menstrual blood as a symbol of a woman's sacred spiritual power and fertility. In ancient Rome, Africa, and Siberia, many protective rituals involved menstrual blood, for instance, smearing it on door thresholds to shield a room from curses or black magic. Some female shamans even deliberately performed ceremonies during menstruation, as the blood could make their magical power stronger. And in situations where one battles evil, the power of a pure virgin's menstrual blood is greatly amplified. This is exactly why the exorcist Rebecca consulted had placed menstrual blood alongside other sacred relics. Everly was immensely grateful that she had chosen a youth-sized menstrual cup instead of a pad. Otherwise, she could barely imagine herself using her bloody hands to squeeze blood from a pad. Using the cup made the process far simpler. Just open the stopper at the base, squeeze the cup firmly, and through the gaps in the vent grate, the bright red blood streamed out in a steady trickle. Most of it fell into the magic circle below, while some, due to the angle, splashed onto the heads of the masked men beneath. A with diuresis and S. Everly. True to its certification by an exorcist, the blood worked like a powerful talisman. Wherever the menstrual blood fell, the magic circle reacted violently, as if drenched in concentrated sulfuric acid. Thick black smoke hissed upward. At the center of the blood, the faintly living crimson lines instantly turned black, withering and shrinking until they resembled charred lumps of coal. Large black patches, almost alive like mold, spread rapidly across the formation. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1/3 of the circle had been devoured. What's happening? The connection to my master just broke. Why is the formation suddenly malfunctioning? Someone destroyed the circle. Who did it? Shouts of alarm rang out. One follower felt something unusual above his head, reached up, and noticed fresh blood in his palm. Alarmed, he looked upward. Coincidentally, this person was the elephant-masked man who had previously noticed the falling dust. Had it not been for the earlier dust incident, the elephant mask might have assumed the blood came from accidentally spilling during outside executions. But with 2 successive objects falling from the sky, his suspicion was thoroughly triggered. Before the others could react, the elephant-masked man raised his hand and pointed directly at the still dripping vent pipe. Someone's on top. What? The ventilation duct, it's still dripping blood. Alerted by the elephant-masked man, More and more masked figures lifted their heads to look upward. The pig-masked leader raised his hand and fired a shot toward the vent. Bang! The bullet scraped the pipe, narrowly hitting the ceiling and scattering a shower of dust. Damn it, they've noticed. Everly couldn't linger. She grabbed the duct joint ahead and scrambled forward as fast as she could. The pig-masked man fired a second and third shot in quick succession, hitting the vent opening. Luckily, Everly's reflexes were sharp. She pulled her legs back just in time. The bullets, hurtling with thunderous force, tore through the vent grate and continued upward, smashing through the opposite end of the duct and flying straight toward the ceiling. Inside the duct, metallic impacts echoed violently, making Everly's ears ring. But at this moment, she couldn't cover her ears. The gunfire was like a signal. Following the pig mask, more masked men raised their pistols and fired at the upper vent ducts. The thickness of the pipes was no match for the bullet's penetration. Cling, 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 rang out as a dense row of circular bullet holes appeared along the duct behind Everly. Some bullets that pierced the bottom layer of metal couldn't penetrate the second layer due to the angle. They ricocheted inside the square ducts, creating dangerous bounces that further increased the chance of Everly getting hit. Damn it, good thing she was fast. So Everly pressed on, crawling through the duct amid the hail of gunfire. To speed up, she ignored the usual considerations of weight distribution, propping up her upper body and using both hands and feet, swinging through the duct like a monkey. Wherever she went, the fragile ducts slowly sagged, the pipes striking the surrounding metal plates with precarious creaks and groans. She's there. Up ahead, shoot over there. As Everly's figure passed through the third vent, a sharp-eyed masked man immediately spotted her and gestured to his companions. The masked men still firing at the rear section of the duct quickly redirected their guns and opened fire at the third segment of the pipe. At this point, only a little over 2 meters remained to the exit. If she could clear that distance, Everly would leave the suspended duct and enter the wall itself. With the wall shielding her, she could escape much more safely. Faster, just a bit faster, almost there. As Everly urged herself on, a sudden clang rang out. One bullet, by sheer misfortune, struck a metal plate holding the duct in place. The screws on the plate gave way under the impact, losing their support. The section of the duct she was on dropped sharply. The surrounding plates, pulled by the sudden force, began to loosen as well. Crackling, rattle, clink. Amid the terrifying sounds of tearing metal, Everly's eyes caught a sudden glimmer. Light from the spotlight outside was streaming in through a gap where the duct had torn away from the wall. Creak, creak. The sounds of the splitting iron grew louder and closer. Everly pressed herself against the duct, feeling her body rapidly sink with it. No, this section wouldn't hold much longer. She was about to fall. Perhaps adversity really does awaken hidden potential. Faced with life and death, Everly performed a move she had never attempted before. She adjusted her posture, facing the wall opening of the duct, pressed her legs against the pipe walls, flexed her leg muscles in unison, and leapt lightly into the air like a rabbit. Her slender body arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely at the wall's duct opening. Her bloodied fingers, like iron pincers oblivious to pain, clutched the jagged remnants of the metal frame. At the last possible moment before falling, she stabilized herself, hanging securely from the opening. The masked men below, seeing this, aimed their guns at the airborne girl. Just as they were about to pull the trigger, the upper duct gave way first, bringing down iron fragments, screws, and debris with a deafening clatter, blocking their line of sight. By the time they could aim again, Everly had executed a flawless pull-up and, like a nimble rat, crawled into the duct, vanishing from sight. Huff, huff. After entering the duct, Everly rolled and scrambled along it until she reached a section deeply embedded in the wall. Only then did she allow herself to relax, leaning against the pipe and catching her breath. Exhausted. So exhausted. Her fingers were injured, her muscles drained, and for a moment, she couldn't even make a gripping motion. At that moment, Everly would have gladly collapsed anywhere for a long sleep. But she couldn't. This wasn't the time to rest. The masked men already knew she was hiding in the ventilation ducts. Once they found the entrance and sent someone in, it wouldn't be long before she, Old John, and the others became sitting ducks. She couldn't afford to stop yet. For safety, she needed to regroup with her grandfather and Misha as quickly as possible. And the lock, there was no time to worry about exposure anymore. Breaking the passcode and letting the police in to handle the masked men was the right move. Thinking this, Everly shakily pulled out her grandfather's phone and tried to call, only to see the screen already lit. At the center, the incoming call boldly displayed, Everly. It was her grandfather calling her. Hello. Shaking hands pressed the screen several times before she finally answered. Old John's relieved voice came through. Thank goodness, Everly. You finally answered. There were a lot of gunshots just now, are you okay? I'm fine. I destroyed this sacrificial magic circle. But our hiding spot in the ducts has been exposed. Grandpa, try shooting the passcode lock, see if you can get the police inside. Everly and Old John were perfectly in sync. That's exactly what I was going to say. While the gunfire distracted them outside, I took a chance and shot the lock. I managed to break it. The police special forces have successfully infiltrated the theater. Everly, leave the rest to them. Hurry back, we'll exit through the sewers first. It was as if John's words had summoned it. Through the thick wall, Everly suddenly heard bursts of gunfire outside, one after another. Clearly, the SWAT team had engaged the masked men directly. With both sides distracted and locked in battle, this was the perfect chance for her to retreat. Hope for rescue ignited a surge of energy through Everly's exhausted body. She put down the phone, refused to rest, checked her bearings, and began crawling rapidly through the ducts once more. 5 minutes later, at the duct opening near the prop room, she successfully reunited with Old John and Misha. 15 minutes later, under police escort, the three of them safely climbed out through the sewers. Covered in injuries, Everly's face was shielded by the officers as an ambulance waiting nearby took her directly to Mykonos Central Hospital. In Gobes, Everly's hands were badly injured, one fingernail had completely come off, but fortunately, there was no bone damage, and it would heal with time. A stray bullet had also struck her left shoulder, tearing a large gash that required 18 stitches. Strangely, she hadn't even noticed the injury until Old John pointed out the bloodstain on her back. Until then, she hadn't felt a thing. Because she had handled her private parts with bloody hands, Everly also consulted a gynecologist for proper care. The doctor advised thorough cleaning and monitoring for any infection or inflammation. Fortunately, her young body seemed resilient, and she experienced no complications afterward. Aside from Everly, Old John and Misha were largely unharmed. They stayed with her in the hospital for a few days. During that time, all news outlets in Mykonos City continued reporting on the Zinkelin Theater incident, giving the three of them a chance to learn what had happened after they left. That day, the SWAT team had used the sewers to infiltrate backstage. Because the masked men's attention was drawn to Everly above them, busy firing at the upper ducts, the police were able to quietly slip into the hostage area beneath the stage and eliminate the masked guards without alerting anyone. While the SWAT team was covering the hostages' evacuation, the masked men finally noticed them. A fierce gunfight erupted, and unfortunately, some unlucky hostages were caught in the crossfire and severely injured. In the end, at the cost of 8 SWAT officers dead and 13 injured, the team eliminated all the masked men present. According to later statistics, the theater that day had a total of 424 staff and audience members. Of these, 231 died, 193 survived, and among the survivors, 87 were injured, with 24 seriously wounded and still fighting for their lives in the ICU. It was the deadliest incident in Mykonos City in decades. When the news spread, citizens spontaneously gathered on the streets, coming to the devastated Zinkelin Theater to light candles and lay flowers in mourning for the victims. Information about the masked men was later revealed. They were a group of juvenile labor camp inmates notorious for fighting and committing crimes. Their killings were driven by brainwashing from a heretical cult, which led them to believe that offering sacrifices could grant them power from an evil deity. The official disclosure ended there. More detailed questions, how the juveniles escaped from prison, which cult they actually worshipped, and why they targeted Zinkelin Theater, remained shrouded in secrecy. Everly understood. In this world, sometimes knowing too much isn't beneficial. For ordinary citizens, ignorance can even serve as protection. But Everly had encountered this evil cult more than once, and she felt it was necessary to learn more about them. When the police came to check on her, she discreetly asked for information. Because Everly had destroyed the sacrificial magic circle and, during the SWAT team's infiltration, had involuntarily drawn fire, indirectly saving countless lives, the police, after a careful glance around, quietly confided in her. The cult was called the True Realm Society. The deity worshipped by the True Realm Society was known as the Demiurge, a god both ignorant and malevolent. He was believed to be the creator of the material world, the source of all physical existence. The cult's followers held that the world people currently inhabit is a dark, ignorant, and lowly place, a prison that traps human souls and drags humanity into the abyss of corruption. Only by pleasing the Demiurge and earning his approval could one be freed from this prison, return to their original divine state, and attain true sanctity, hence the cult's name, True Realm Society. Because everything in this world is false, illusory, and a cage forged by the Demiurge, the cult's followers believed they were justified in killing, destroying, and wreaking havoc without restraint. In pursuit of their personal spiritual advancement, they would sacrifice countless innocents, offering them as food for the evil god. There was no doubt, this was a thoroughly heretical cult. Every state in the United States had listed the True Realm Society as a group that must be eradicated. Yet the cult's members were elusive and internally resourceful, so despite ongoing efforts, the authorities' effectiveness remained limited. Although all members of the True Realm Society at Zinkelin Theater had been brought to justice, for safety reasons, Everly was unwilling for the police to disclose the identities of herself, her grandfather, or Misha. The hostages at the scene had only seen the silhouette of a girl and did not know Everly's true identity. When the police asked them to keep it confidential, they all agreed. As a result, even after the events surrounding the case gradually quieted down, very few people knew that in the Zinkelin indiscriminate murder incident, 3 courageous citizens had stepped forward to open the infiltration path for the SWAT team. Among them, one underage girl had even stormed the sacrificial site, braving a hail of bullets to destroy the magic circle and successfully prevented a tragedy. The good news was that the police didn't hold back in rewarding true heroes. Not long after the incident, the chief of the Mykono Police Department personally stepped in to apply for bonuses for the 3 heroes. John and Misha each received $30,000, while Everly got $50,000. Excellent. Her little personal fund had just grown quite a bit. Another piece of good news, Everly and Misha were promised by the police that they would be issued certificates of community service hours. From now on, they wouldn't have to laboriously complete community service for school. The police would verify any required hours for their academic progress. After all, what community service could possibly compare to saving over 200 lives? Everly was overjoyed and, at the same time, became even more determined to study wilderness survival at New Ospuch State University. The theater incident had come completely out of nowhere, and several times she had only survived thanks to her agility and strong muscles. She knew that similarly unlucky and dangerous incidents could happen again, and the more skills she learned, the higher her chances of survival. Misha, on the other hand, seemed uncertain about her own future. Her family was average. Originally, she had planned to follow the path of other local children, attend public schools through the 12 years of compulsory education, then go to a vocational school in Mykono to study beauty and hairstyling, and afterward work at a relative's beauty salon back home. But Misha didn't want to be trapped in a remote, backward hometown, living decades of ordinary, repetitive life. I want to see the outside world, see the fashion hub of Yona State across all of Mykono, see Pocati, the small town you mentioned, Everly, that's shrouded in mist year-round, see the long coastlines of North Narodka State, see the world's oldest Abenaki mountains that the books talk about. She leaned against the window of Everly's hospital bed, staring at the worn cityscape outside, murmuring dreamily. That would be dangerous, Everly said. Since the cockroach disaster ended, nothing remotely horrifying had happened in Lemmet. Everly could be fairly certain that, in the original film Lewis shot, the town was meant to be destroyed. But because she had rewritten the ending, this town, never meant to exist, had escaped the endless horror of that world's nightmare and become a rare, peaceful sanctuary. If Misha followed the life her parents had planned for her, living quietly in Lemmet, she would have led a calm, ordinary life. Misha smiled. Yeah, it would be dangerous. But I still really want to leave home and see the world. I've thought about it before, but my family isn't wealthy, so I didn't dare dream too much. But now I have 30 grand earned by myself. Everly, you said you're going to Katak High School for high school and then to New Osbuch State University to study wilderness survival. Can I go with you? Everly was very shocked by Misha's thoughts. She had assumed that Misha's ideas were just a passing whim, or perhaps blind imitation driven by idol worship without much thought. But after talking more deeply, Everly realized that Misha was a girl with very clear goals. She was tired of the remote, backward small town and didn't want to be trapped on the same patch of land like her parents' generation, living a stable but uneventful life. She loved adventure, was intensely curious, and yearned to explore a broader world. She was even prepared to pay the price to fulfill her wishes. Even her decision to attend New Osbuch State University had been carefully considered. This university didn't have overly strict academic requirements, so with effort, Misha could meet the threshold. The university also offered a field survival major, which was a very practical skill for someone from a desert town. If it doesn't work out, I can always go back to the town and guide desert travelers, Misha said optimistically. Life belonged to Misha. Everly had no right to interfere. She could only advise the girl to carefully think through the consequences, communicate properly with her parents, and ideally gain their support. Misha seemed to take Everly's advice as tacit approval from her idol, and she looked very happy. For once, she smiled easily, waved goodbye to Everly, and ran home. Whatever happened in between was unknown, but the next day, when Misha came to visit again, she told Everly with a bright smile that she had already spoken with her parents and reached an agreement. Katak is one of the top private schools in Mykono. With my current grades, I can barely get in, and I still have a long way to go if I want to apply for a scholarship. My dad said that if I can improve my grades during the rest of 9th grade and cover the tuition for private high school myself, he will support me going to New Osbuch State University with you. As she said this, Misha's eyes sparkled, her face full of endless dreams for the future. Everly was happy for her friend as well. Having survived the hardships in the Zinkelin theater, she realized that sometimes having an extra companion was very necessary. Especially when that companion was a smart and brave girl like Misha, the sense of safety multiplied. When Everly successfully graduated from 9th grade and enrolled at Katak High School, she immediately discovered another benefit of having a companion. She could stay at Misha's grandfather's house. Katak High School was a private school offering both day and boarding options and was the best private school in Mykono City. Everly was lucky. After enrollment, she ended up in the same class as Misha, who had worked hard to secure a spot at Katak. Originally, Everly, like in middle school, had chosen boarding. After all, her home was too far from the city, and old John couldn't drive her back and forth every day. However, when Everly opened the dorm door and saw the decorations in her roommate's half of the room, her eyes went wide, and she immediately realized she had met her match. Everly's roommate, Jessica, was obsessed with all things supernatural. The school encouraged students to decorate their living areas according to their preferences, and American law protected citizens' freedom of religion. So, as long as students didn't use high-powered electrical devices or other prohibited items in the dorm supervisors wouldn't interfere, even if Jessica turned her side of the room into what looked like a lair for a dark witch. With grave Nigerian IROES. And so, Everly watched helplessly as her roommate covered most of her wall with black cloth decorated with strange symbols, filled her desk with crystal balls, bizarre sculptures, dead branches, crow specimens, and other ominous-looking items. Every day, Jessica flipped through old magic books with black covers, and at night, she would hold a water basin toward the moon, muttering mysterious incantations and performing all sorts of superstitious rituals that danced on the edges of Everly's fragile nerves. Horror movie survival rule number 5: don't get involved with dangerous games. Horror movie survival rule number 13: don't casually open ancient boxes, chests, books, or similar objects. Roughly counting, Jessica had already broken 2 of Everly's summarized rules within just 3 days of moving into the dorm. Everly couldn't stand it anymore and went to the dorm supervisor, hoping the teacher would rein Jessica in. But instead, Everly was scolded by Mrs. Kavira, the dorm supervisor. Mrs. Kavira was a staunch materialist. She believed Jessica's obsession with witchcraft wasn't a big deal. Every child goes through a phase of curiosity about the unknown, and Everly was overreacting. Because Jessica was also a black girl, Mrs. Kavira even suspected that Everly was picking on her roommate because of her skin color. She had a heart-to-heart with Everly, educating her that the U.S. was a free and inclusive country. She advised Everly to understand Jessica's hobbies, not to pick fights over race, and to get along peacefully with her roommate. Everly was literally fuming. At the same time, the teacher's words reminded her of another horror movie survival rule that Jessica's presence had triggered. Rule number 21, stay away from black people whenever possible. It wasn't that Everly was racist. She secretly prided herself on being more sincere and rejecting racial discrimination than many self-righteous Americans, but the directors in her past life simply didn't play fair. Look at their horror movies. When the main cast included both black and white characters, in 98 out of 100 films the black characters would die, and only in a rare few would they survive to the end. So having a roommate who combined the half-baked supernatural enthusiast plus likes trying all kinds of occult games plus black debuffs, well, Everly realized she was living with a high-risk disaster in the making. Since going to the dorm supervisor was useless, Everly could only rely on herself and try to communicate with her roommate. Privately, Everly approached Jessica and tried to persuade her to give up these unsafe hobbies, or at least not to practice them in the dorm, because it made her extremely uneasy. Everly believed her tone was perfectly normal and her attitude gentle. But Jessica reacted as if she had been gravely insulted, first rolling her eyes, then crossing her arms and shrugging, and finally letting out a long humph through her nose. Everly. No, why is this happening? Feeling the clear hostility from Jessica, Everly didn't dare to push any further. She tried the next best option, changing dorms. But no matter if she applied to the dorm supervisor or the homeroom teacher, the answers were either no extra dorm rooms available or no valid reason. You can't just switch rooms. Just as Everly was about to lose it, Misha came to the rescue. Misha's mother had originally lived in the city proper of Mykono. After marrying Misha's father, she moved to Lemit town. When Misha came to the city to attend school, she stayed at her grandparents' house in the old district, which had many empty rooms. Adding one more resident, Everly, was no problem. The old district had experienced the Zinkelin murder incident only a year ago and was now in a very calm and safe period. Misha's parents were deeply grateful to old John and Everly for their help during the cockroach disaster, and they liked Everly very much. They were eager for their daughter to be friends with the young hero who had saved the town. They had originally planned to let Everly stay and eat at Misha's grandparents' house for free, but old John insisted on giving $5,000 to cover a full school year's food and lodging for her. Misha's family absolutely refused anymore. Compared with the school's boarding fees, which easily ran into the tens of thousands, this arrangement was extremely economical. Even better, Everly was thrilled to finally escape her unreliable roommate Jessica and gain a relatively safe environment for studying and living. Everly thought that with her former roommate's talent for courting disaster, some kind of trouble was bound to happen sooner or later. She was very grateful that she and Jessica weren't in the same class. After moving out of the dorm, she no longer had any interactions with Jessica. Even if Jessica got herself into trouble, Everly expected she wouldn't be affected, at least. That's what she hoped. Unfortunately, things rarely go as planned. Sometimes, even if you don't seek trouble, trouble will come looking for you. All of this began with a confession. Of course, it wasn't Jessica who was confessing. It was a boy in the same grade, Edward Greenwood. A tall, strong, blonde-haired, blue-eyed handsome boy with a bright, sunny personality. He had been recruited by the school's football team as a quarterback as soon as he enrolled. Rumor had it that many girls at school regarded him as a Prince Charming, a dream boyfriend, and even some of the upperclassmen would gather by the field just to catch a glimpse of him. In short, he was one of the most popular school heartthrobs at Katak High. Wherever the school heartthrob went, he attracted attention. That day after school, under the blazing gaze of everyone around, he swaggered confidently over to Everly and tapped her locker with 2 fingers. Everly looked up and met a very confident smile. "Hey, Everly, I'm Edward. I wanted to talk to you about something." Would you like to come to the campus cafe for a bit? Everly was rarely the object of confessions, and Edward didn't look nervous at all. At first, she didn't realize the implication of his invitation. Of course, this didn't mean Everly lacked charm. It was just that she treated everyone with a cool detachment, giving her a somewhat untouchable aura, which intimidated many boys before they could even approach her. Edward, however, was clearly an exception. Ever since elementary school, he had always been the center of attention, the focus of everyone's eyes, a leader among the students. Full of confidence, he believed he could successfully confess and become the boyfriend of the Ice Queen that everyone admired. Yes, Everly's nickname had traveled with her as she advanced to Katak High. And then, Edward, the undefeated champion of the dating world, met his Waterloo. Everly had absolutely no interest in him. Sure, he was handsome, and his smile was very charming, as if no difficulty in the world could faze him. But to be honest, Edward's academic performance was a bit poor. He was the most typical kind of campus king in America, simple-minded but physically strong, excelling in sports, and irresistible to American girls. But influenced by her memories from her past life, Everly felt that someone who was just strong and good-looking wasn't enough. He also needed brains. Otherwise, lacking any one of those qualities made it impossible for her to feel ordinary, worldly attraction. Edward had deliberately chosen a quiet corner in the campus cafe for his confession. Americans generally valued personal privacy, so people nearby respectfully kept their distance. Even so, it wasn't long before the news spread like wildfire. Edward confesses to the Ice Queen rejected. That evening, Everly returned home with Misha. As she lay on her bed for her daily meditation, a piercing howl suddenly came from outside the window. A coyote? But in her experience, coyotes only make short yip-yip sounds. Everly thought she must have misheard. Just as she tried to listen more carefully, the howl stopped. In its place came a sharp scritch-scratch sound at the window. What could that be? Unable to continue meditating, Everly snapped her eyes open. Through the glass, she saw a hand suddenly pull back. Everly had excellent vision. Even in the dim light, she could clearly see that the hand was very strange. It was long and narrow, with the thumb positioned unusually low. The thumb was much smaller than a normal person's, while the other 4 fingers were abnormally thick and at least one segment longer than normal. Among the 5 fingers, the index finger was broken, exposing the pale, bare bone inside. The rest of the fingers were intact, each tipped with jet-black nails that looked unnaturally sharp. The palm was attached to a pitch-black arm. It was extremely thin, excessively long, almost like a raised laundry pole. The pole was covered with thick black hair and streaked with bloody wounds. It emerged from the darkness, holding that bizarre hand, and scraped across Everly's windowpane. Honestly, the scene was terrifying. Especially when Everly remembered she was sleeping on the 2nd floor, the fear intensified. What was that thing? Why was it tapping on her window in the middle of the night? Sensing something was terribly wrong, Everly instinctively tried to get up and reach for her weapons and self-defense tools on the nightstand. But at that moment, she was horrified to realize her body wouldn't move. Although her mind was fully conscious, her body felt like it was pinned under an invisible weight. From her fingertips to her torso, every part of her was paralyzed, unresponsive. The blanket covering her no longer felt like a blanket, it felt like viscous mud. Everly was like a small insect trapped inside, struggling in vain. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't free herself from that sluggish, heavy sensation. What was happening? Just as she desperately tried to send commands through her nerves to break free, a shoo-shoo sound came from the foot of the bed. Immediately, a chill ran over her body as the blanket that had been covering her was violently yanked downward. The force of the tug caused the blanket, which had been pulled up to her neck, to slide down to her waist, exposing most of Everly's body. Everly had been meditating on her side, facing the window, so she couldn't see her feet. But the chill creeping along her shoulders and back, along with the constant rustling from the foot of the bed, reminded her that this was no illusion. Something was lurking there, tugging at her blanket. What could it be? A person or one of those long, monstrous hands she'd seen outside the window? And what did it want? The blanket continued to slide down until Everly's entire body was exposed to the cold air. Her feet pointed toward the foot of the bed, and the sensitive skin of her soles seemed to sense something in the thick, inky darkness, a presence staring at her with malicious intent. The intensity of that gaze made her soles tingle as if on fire, and she desperately wanted to curl up, tucking her legs and shrinking into a ball. But paralyzed by sleep paralysis, Everly could barely even blink. She couldn't move at all. All she could do was wait in terror, anxious and tortured. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a long while, there was no more movement from the foot of the bed. Even the rustling noises had stopped. Had it left? Everly strained to open her eyes and rotate them downward, but the angle was too poor to see anything. All she could feel was her heart hammering relentlessly in her chest. After a while, her eyes grew sore, and she instinctively closed them. Just then, the bed suddenly sank sharply at the foot. The old bedboards groaned under the pressure with a creak, creak, creak. Everly froze in terror. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of the boards being pressed continued, and the area of depression gradually moved upward, from the foot of the bed to the middle of the mattress, and then toward Everly's back. It was as if something was slowly crawling up from the foot of the bed, climbing onto the bed, and lying down right behind her. Humans have an instinctive fear of the unknown. Even though Everly prided herself on being brave, she couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat under these circumstances. She tried to focus every nerve in her body, straining to sense her surroundings. Huff, huff. She heard clear breathing. Then a sudden gust of cold air blew across her back. It was icy, foul-smelling, carrying a raw, beastly stench. The chill crept like winding vines up her exposed shoulders and the back of her neck, making her scalp tingle violently. Envy. She wanted to scream, to run, to grab the collection of exorcism tools she had and strike the creature behind her. But thoughts remained just thoughts. Without the ability to move, all Everly could do was, like countless helpless victims in horror movies, close her eyes in terror, deluding herself in the darkness, and wait for a forgiveness that would never come. Huff. The breathing behind her drew closer, the icy air brushing against her neck. Goosebumps spread over her arms and the back of her neck. In the stillness, Everly felt the mattress sinking closer and closer beneath her, until finally, the heavy, massive presence pressed tightly against her back. Then, a cold, coarse hand shot out from behind, gripping her tightly. A second, a third, countless hands reached for her from above and below, pinning her entire body down. Everly was like a helpless insect being made into a specimen, and these claws were the pins holding her in place. When her entire body was held in that cold, rough grip, one exceptionally thick, grotesque claw suddenly crept up her shoulder, moving in a disturbingly deliberate way, and slowly made its way toward her face. Everly recognized it. It was the same hand that had appeared at the window earlier. The long arm ended in curved fingers like claws, the black nails slicing into soft skin. It slanted across her forehead, over her eyes and nose, scratching viciously and leaving 4 deep gouges across her face. My face. After the giant hand withdrew, Everly's entire body relaxed. The paralysis that had held her stiff suddenly lifted, and she regained control over her movements. The other strange hands were still there, but they no longer pinned her down completely, allowing her to shift her position at last. At this moment, Everly couldn't even think about escaping. She clutched her bloodied cheeks, her mouth opening as a piercing scream tore from her throat. She curled up on the bed, her thin, fragile body trembling violently. Beneath the palm of the hand, the scratched skin was swelling rapidly, erupting with hard pustules coated in slime. Everly could feel it. Her face was ruined. From now on, she would never be able to dominate the school with her beauty. Her proud head no longer had the right to tilt arrogantly. She would no longer be able to toy with boys' feelings at will, relishing the envious and jealous gazes of other girls. Fear and despair burned through Everly's heart, making her cry uncontrollably. Yet, perhaps because everything had happened so bizarrely, so suddenly, even at the peak of her emotional collapse, there was a kind of surface-level detachment, a floating sense of unreality. That left Everly with a peculiar feeling of being neither here nor there. Years of meditation had instilled a deep habit. Even when her mind was overwhelmed by fear and grief, Everly unconsciously split off a tiny, mental projection, observing her own inner state as an outsider. Through this inner perspective, a series of questions surfaced. So strange. Was she really the kind of person who cared only about her appearance? Had she truly been strutting through the school relying solely on her beauty? Wasn't it far more important, rather than lamenting her ruined face, to escape the monster, find her exorcism tools, and fight for her life against these evil creatures? At first, these questions were like tiny bubbles rising in a soda glass, small, light, and barely noticeable. But as the bubbles floated upward, more and more joined in, and the doubts grew like a snowball, gaining momentum until they could no longer be ignored. When Everly tried to move her fingers to touch the blue eye bracelet on her wrist, she felt nothing but empty space. That's when her suspicion reached its peak. It was gone, the protective bracelet she never even removed when bathing had vanished. The evil eye bracelet was strung on a silver chain. Even if the glass I meant for warning had broken, the chain itself shouldn't have disappeared. Unless this wasn't real. It was an illusion, a dream. Something was attacking her in the world of dreams. The moment she realized this, her thin, frail limbs, once as delicate as toothpicks, suddenly bulged with muscle. Her previously weak body filled with strength. Everly removed her hands from her face, propped herself up with one hand on the bed, pushed with her legs, and rotated from lying prone to facing backward. She crouched on one knee, then quickly adjusted into a battle stance. Her eyes widened. Everly saw her enemy. Perched on the bed behind her was a massive, black-furred, one-armed ape. Its body was huge, its eyes pitch black, lips protruding, and sharp teeth smeared with blood and bits of flesh. Its laundry pole-like right arm rested on its knee, covered in claw marks and net-like ligature scars, fierce and menacing, staring at Everly with predatory intensity. It was enormous, strong, and its exposed teeth looked like 2 rows of pale spikes. Its breath, foul and gusty, blew across Everly's face like a stinking windstorm. But Everly was not afraid. She had realized something crucial. This was her illusion. This was her dream. And in the world of dreams, she was the true master of this space. Recalling the knowledge she had learned from Rebecca, Everly forced down all her fear, dread, and fury, transforming her mental world into an impregnable fortress of defense. She told herself that she was strong, invincible, and that in her dream, all evil existed only to be defeated, utterly powerless against her. As she repeated this self-hypnosis, she clenched the fingers of her right hand into a fist. This was Everly's strongest arm. She bent her elbow, pulled it back, and then, like drawing a bow, rotated her waist and hips, unleashing a fierce, concentrated punch toward the ape's right eye. Bam! Everly's fist struck with the force of a thunderclap, hitting the ape's eye dead on. The next moment, it was as if a huge balloon had been pierced. What had just been a terrifying, monstrous ape let out a squeak of anguish. Its massive body shrank abruptly, transforming into a desiccated, scraggly, emaciated ape corpse. Screeching chaotically, it leapt off the bed and vanished from sight. After the ape disappeared, Everly held her forehead, feeling a sudden wave of dizziness. A series of crackling sounds came to her ears, and in her vision, everything around her seemed like shattered glass, with cracks forming everywhere. As the cracks grew larger and finally fractured completely, a strong sense of weightlessness washed over her. Everly felt as if she were plunging into a bottomless abyss. Endless currents of water surrounded her, dragging her down, 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 until, finally, amid an ever-intensifying vertigo, Everly closed her eyes and lost consciousness. Huff, huff, huff. The next second, in a quiet bedroom, the sleeping girl suddenly opened her eyes, threw back the covers, and sat up abruptly in bed. What just? She reached out, first touching her left wrist. Her cold fingers were damp with sweat, and she finally felt the slender silver chain wrapped around her wrist, along with the shattered glass beads that now remained only half intact. Touching the evil eye bracelet, Everly finally relaxed. It seemed she had successfully repelled the evil presence and emerged from the nightmare. Thinking of the terrifying ape in her dream, Everly quickly got out of bed, turned on the light, and took out all the self-defense tools from her nightstand, arranging them in a circle around her. Once she was certain she could stand her ground even if the monkey creature returned, she grabbed her phone and quickly called her old acquaintance, Rebecca. "Hey there, young miss. What's up?" calling me in the middle of the night. How unusual. By now, Rebecca had already graduated from the wild chicken school. With Everly's support, she had opened a small fortune-telling shop on a quiet street in Mykono, specializing in luck readings and occasionally taking on cases of spirit communication or exorcism. Because Mykono was a remote place with few talented individuals, the little shop was surprisingly successful. When Everly called, Rebecca was just about to close her shop. After hearing from her longtime client about the problem she had encountered, Rebecca didn't hesitate and immediately agreed to come over. Hang tight. I'm really close to the old town, 5 minutes by motorcycle. With Rebecca's promise, Everly finally felt a bit more at ease. Carrying all her protective tools, she walked to the bed, intending to sit down, but stopped when she noticed the bed was covered in shattered glass. The fragments came from her evil eye bracelet on her wrist. The evil eye, a traditional Turkish blue glass bead with protective properties, had a weak exorcising effect. When an evil presence appeared, the bead would shatter, giving its wearer an early warning. This bracelet had been with Everly since 5th grade, supporting her through the turbulent years of middle school. It was almost a veteran heirloom, but now, barely into her first year of high school, it had completed its mission in her sleep and was now ruined. Everly sighed as she gathered the sheets and blanket, shaking off the glass fragments over the trash can. Once the bed was cleared, the hum of a motorcycle engine came from the street outside. Everly walked to the window and saw Rebecca sitting on her bike, 1 foot on the ground, removing her helmet and waving enthusiastically. Everly signaled, "Just a moment," through the window, grabbed a few handy tools, and pushed open her bedroom door to head downstairs. Since she was staying as a lodger, she tried to be quiet, intending not to wake Misha or her grandparents. But the elderly couple were light sleepers. By the time Rebecca's motorcycle pulled up outside, both grandparents were already awake. Hearing Everly's footsteps, Misha's grandmother, Marianne, thought there might be a burglar, grabbed a stick with her husband, and opened the door to check. NS. Although they quickly realized it was just a misunderstanding, Misha, who slept next to them, was inevitably woken up. So in the end, 5 people ended up gathered in Everly's bedroom. When Rebecca arrived, she first took out her divination rod and walked around the bedroom, surveying the space. The so-called divination rods were 2 L-shaped thin sticks made from a special metal, resembling antennas. When in use, one held a rod in each hand by the bottom end, letting the rods stand upright in a 7 shape. Then, walking back and forth over the area to be investigated, the rods would detect unique magnetic fields if spirits or supernatural presences were nearby, collectively pointing toward the entity's location. While Rebecca tested the rods, Everly stood outside the door, watching and simultaneously introducing Rebecca to Misha and her grandparents while recounting her recent encounter. "The room is very clean. That thing has already left." After a while, Rebecca finished her inspection and gestured for the 4 of them to enter the room. "Miss, you bought so many of my tools. Do you usually leave some by your bed?" Everly nodded. The bedroom and bed were, aside from school, the places where Everly spent the most time, so it was naturally well arranged. She had hidden many of the protective trinkets she bought from Rebecca around the room. The larger ones that didn't fit on the bed went into the nightstand, while smaller ones were directly placed on the bed. Strangely, in the dream, she hadn't remembered that the bed already had tools. She had been entirely focused on retrieving items from the nightstand. Clearly, her thoughts had been manipulated by that ape. Following Everly's guidance, Rebecca first lifted the pillow to check the cross hidden beneath. It was an antique cross over 200 years old, with some protective power. However, after the ape left, the cross's silver-white surface had become covered in a thick layer of gray-black, as if it had been soaked in strong acid, pitted, warped, and no longer retaining its original pure and sacred appearance. As expected. No matter how old, without a blessing from a holy practitioner, it's still hardly effective. Rebecca held the cross for a moment, sighed, and without the slightest regret, tossed it into the trash can. The second item was the wolf pelt Everly had spread at the foot of her bed, which also contained several wolf teeth. Wolves are nocturnal animals, and some shamans believe that a wolf's eyes can see what humans cannot, its teeth can pierce evil, and its pelt can protect people from malevolent spirits. However, to craft such protective items, one must use the pelt and teeth of a naturally deceased snow wolf. Killing one artificially would backfire. Therefore, even a simple pelt and a few teeth had cost Everly several thousand US dollars. In hindsight, it had been money well spent. When Rebecca lifted the mattress, she saw that the wolf pelt at the bottom was torn and scratched all over, and the once pristine white wolf teeth were broken into pieces, as if bitten against something hard. The snow wolf spirits did protect you, but unfortunately, they couldn't fend off that ape creature. Rebecca patted the pelt and carefully rolled it up, planning to bury it later. Everly recalled that at the very start of the dream, she had heard a long, mournful howl. Perhaps that had been the wolf spirit warning her. The long claw marks on the ape's arms might even have been the work of the wolf spirit. She reached out and touched the now dull pelt, murmuring a quiet word of thanks. The last protective item on the bed was the dream catcher hanging by the headboard. Rebecca had purchased it from a Native American priest. The wooden frame of the circular web was made from willow, symbolizing vitality and tenderness. The leather woven around the circle came from a white bison, and the feathers hanging beneath the circle were eagle tail feathers, all materials imbued with good intentions. Naturally, such craftsmanship came with a hefty price. The net in the center, stretched with sinew, was designed to filter dreams. It was said that only good dreams could pass through the holes in the web and flow down along the feathers to the bed, while nightmares would be trapped in the web and disintegrate under the sunlight the next day. Rebecca stepped up to the bed and reached for the dream catcher, lifting it down. The once intact dream catcher had somehow become tattered. The sinew lines at the center of the willow frame were snapped and frayed, with traces of blood and a few black monkey hairs clinging to them. It seemed that when the ape had tried to enter Everly's dream, it hadn't only been the wolf spirit. The dream catcher had also quietly blocked some attacks in places that went unseen. Rebecca pinched a strand of the monkey hair between her fingers, closed her eyes, and activated her spiritual sight. A moment later, she opened her eyes and told Everly that the entity that attacked her in the dream was a monkey spirit originating from the monkey's paw. The reason? Someone harbored ill will toward Everly and wanted her disfigured. Monkey's paw. That's right. The monkey's paw, a magical object that grants its owner 3 wishes. Records of the monkey's paw date back to medieval Europe. During the 100 Years' War between Brittany and France, a farmer accidentally obtained one. Tempted by it, he made 2 wishes, that his son would return from the war and that he would receive a large sum of money. And then, the farmer's son did return, but not alive. He came back as a dead body. Along with him came a large sum of compensation. In a sense, the farmer's wishes were granted, but not in the way he wanted. So he made a 3rd wish, that the first 2 wishes had never happened. And the result? Rebecca shook her head. Nobody knows. The story doesn't record it. Many of these legends are like that, start and stop abruptly, no continuation. The main thing you need to know is that the monkey's paw is not something good. Making wishes on it usually ends in disaster. I can tell. This monkey's paw fit the usual horror movie trope perfectly, seemingly a limitless wish-granting device, but in reality, it carries endless consequences. By the end, the user almost always regrets having used it. Anyway, she was absolutely never going to use it. After all, as the horror movie survival rule number 26 says, never make wishes lightly. But who could be so malicious as to waste one of the monkey's paw's wishes just to disfigure her? Rebecca, being a diviner with only ordinary spiritual sight, couldn't see who had made the wish. Everly could only call Misha over, and together they began to rack their brains, thinking through possible suspects. To be honest, Everly actually had pretty good relations at school. Although she maintained the same behavior patterns from elementary and middle school, keeping a cold, aloof persona, her high appearance and impressive athletic abilities more than made up for any minor shortcomings. Her classmates felt that a girl as exceptional as her should be a little arrogant, a little distant. It made her more normal, more charismatic. So for Everly's cold personality, most people were tolerant. Moreover, she kept a low profile, rarely spoke to anyone, never caused trouble, and usually helped anyone who asked. Honestly, even after thinking hard, she couldn't figure out who could hate her that much. Have you done anything recently that might have made someone hate you? Rebecca asked. Anything? Everly thought carefully. Her daily routine was very orderly: classes, then tennis, and the rest of the time mostly in the library. Nothing seemed particularly out of the ordinary. Wait, actually, maybe there was something? I refused a boy's confession today. Could it be that he's so full of hate born from love, embarrassed by rejection, that he cursed me to be disfigured? Everly paused at the thought, then quickly dismissed it. That doesn't seem likely. Edward isn't short of admirers. He doesn't have deep feelings for me, he just thought we matched well, so he picked me. Even if I refused, he'd only feel a little regret, then quickly move on to the next girlfriend. Many of the student couples around Everly followed this pattern. They weren't deeply in love, they just thought dating was fashionable, and the current partner happened to fit their image, making them look trendy. So naturally, they got together. Simply put, it was like fast food, quick to match, filling, but not very nourishing. Someone like Edward would never harbor a grudge over a single refusal, let alone try to harm her appearance. Besides, a monkey's paw can only grant 3 wishes. Unless someone truly hated her, no one would waste a wish on such a trivial matter. Could it be a girl who secretly likes Edward? Misha suggested. You might not have realized it, but your rejection of Edward probably spread across the school very quickly. Edward has a ton of female fans. Maybe one of them is twisted enough to hate you for it and made a wish to disfigure you. Misha's reminder made Everly's mind click. That made sense. Edward wouldn't hate her, but it was entirely possible that one of the obsessive girls who adored the school heartthrob would see her as a thorn in their side. After all, when she thought carefully, the only thing she'd done recently that could provoke resentment was refusing Edward's confession. However, even if she narrowed the suspicion to Edward's female fans, it didn't reduce the list by much. Edward was so popular at school that the girls who liked him could form a line stretching from the school gate all the way to the classroom building. Do you expect me to make a list and eliminate them one by one? There's no need for that. You know, no wish in this world comes without a price. Even with the monkey's paw, fulfilling a wish always requires payment: anger, pain, sorrow, despair, or other such emotions. Often, these things are already produced when the wish is granted. They're just side effects of those disgusting desires. But unfortunately, this time it encountered you. At this, Rebecca proudly raised a finger and pointed straight at the tip of Everly's nose. Honestly, you were completely unexpected. Not only did you see through the monkey spirit's trick, but you even used the dreamer's identity to turn the attack back on it. Truly worthy of being my apprentice. The first wish wasn't completed, and the monkey spirit got hurt. I think it won't let this slide. It might even try to take revenge on its owner. When you return to school, check carefully if anyone has scratch marks on their face. If you find any, that might be the person who cursed you. Is that so? I think it's very likely. That's great. Everly was eager to know exactly who was behind her misfortune. Although it looked like she easily chased the ape away in the dream, the situation had actually been extremely dangerous. If she had been missing even a few of the protective items on her bed, if the ape's power hadn't been weakened, or if her mind had been a little foggy and she hadn't realized the attack was happening in the dream, then if Everly believed the facial injuries were real, her body would have manifested the same wounds upon waking. That's the terrifying power of mental assaults. Anyone who dares bully her like that is going to get a fist to the face once she finds them. Of course, considering the wisher still had the monkey's paw, Everly didn't plan on confronting them directly before the 3 wishes were used. Otherwise, if they got angry and spent the remaining 2 wishes on her, she'd be in serious trouble. Our new Thailand bot. So, the next day, Everly simply took a sick day and didn't go to school. She wanted to keep a low profile, hoping the monkey's paw's owner would focus their attention elsewhere. Conveniently, a few days ago, Rebecca had gotten some interesting items from a smuggler from Xia Nation who had recently come to the US, and one of them, a shadow puppet effect, was especially intriguing. Everly planned to visit Rebecca's shop, spend a few days playing there, and have Rebecca help protect her at the same time. As for school matters, Everly fully entrusted them to Misha. Misha was a talkative girl, bright and confident in appearance, with a wide circle of friends and excellent connections. She was also good friends with the president of the school news club. After only a single day at school, she had already gathered useful intelligence. Bursting into the house, she grabbed Everly's hand excitedly and told her that the owner of the monkey's paw had already been identified. Trust me, it's definitely Jessica. Jessica? You mean that Jessica? Misha nodded. Exactly the one you're thinking of, the remarkable Jessica who even forced our ice queen to move out of the dorm. After school today, I went to the news club and asked a few friends about any recent incidents. One 10th grade classmate told me that their classmate, Jessica Brown, had spent the night in the dorm. This morning, she woke up with 4 deep scratches on her face, and disgusting pustules had formed around them. The dorm supervisor immediately took Jessica to the hospital. Strangely, when asked if a wild animal had entered the dorm and caused the scratches, Jessica denied it. She claimed that you had injured her. Everly's eyes widened. Me? Misha, clearly speechless, spoke with a slightly sarcastic tone. I think she hates you immensely. At first, she refused to give up her dark magic experiments in the dorm, probably partly to gross you out on purpose. After you were forced to move out, she got insanely jealous when Edward confessed to you and didn't even hesitate to use the monkey's paw to curse your face. Luckily, you'd already moved out, so you have an alibi. Otherwise, if she accused you like that, the dorm supervisor might actually have suspected you. But why does she hate me? Everly felt utterly wronged. She could swear to the heavens that she had never been rude to Jessica in any way. Even when she tried to persuade Jessica to stop her superstitious activities, she did it gently, careful not to hurt Jessica's fragile feelings. Misha shrugged. Maybe it's because you're smart, good-looking, and popular among classmates. That's enough to make someone jealous. Just that? That's plenty. You know, sometimes you don't need a real reason to hate someone. Well, Misha was right. Everly decided to stop overthinking and focus on other matters. Is Jessica in the hospital now? How's her face? Any chance of recovery? Do you think she might use the second wish to fix her injuries? Misha shook her head. I don't know. It was too late when I asked my friends, so I just went straight home. If you want, I can go with the news club friends tomorrow when they interview Jessica. Huh. You see, unknown beast appears in school dorm, scratches girl's face. Isn't that huge news? The dorms are old and falling apart, and students have been calling for renovations for ages. Now, Jessica's attack is the perfect excuse to get the administration to pay attention to improving the dorms. So the news club friends are rubbing their hands in anticipation. They want to make this a big feature for the school newspaper and put it on the front page. They're going to the hospital to interview her tomorrow. Since Jessica doesn't know me, I can go check things out for you. Everly thought about it and realized it was a good idea. For various reasons, her staying at Misha's house had been kept quiet. At school, they were like any other classmates, rarely interacting, so no one knew that Misha was her close friend. But Jessica still has the monkey's paw, so just in case, take these with you. While saying this, Everly opened her backpack and pulled out several new items she had just gotten from Rebecca. Okay, I'll be careful. Influenced by Everly, Misha was also cautious by nature. She didn't refuse, accepting the protective charms and talismans Everly handed her. The next day, Everly anxiously waited at home until nightfall. When the streetlights came on, Misha finally arrived, dragging her tired body out of the taxi. Thank goodness, Misha looked fine. She hadn't suffered any harm. You won't guess what happened to me today. Seeing Everly waiting outside, Misha ran up, grabbed her hand, and practically bubbled with excitement and gossip. Hey, girls, dinner's ready. If you want to share stories, why don't you do it at the table? If you don't mind, you can even bring me and your grandpa Georgia. We're both curious about what happens next, said Grandma Marian cheerfully. Oh, dear Grandma, of course we don't mind, Misha said, letting go of Everly and leaning forward to plant a sweet kiss on her grandparents' foreheads. And so, the conversation moved from outside to the dining table. Misha had left for the hospital after school in the afternoon with her friends from the news club. She posed as a photography assistant, sticking close to the classmate handling the camera. Together with 2 others, the group of 4 drove to the hospital and, following the information given by their teacher, located Jessica's hospital room. Jessica, at that time, was throwing a fit. The doctors examined her scratches and tested the pus from the infected blisters around them. They told Jessica that the blisters were just a fungal infection, easily treatable, but the scratches on her face were so deep that even the most skilled doctor might leave scars. If she cared about that, she could consult a plastic surgeon for better solutions. Jessica couldn't accept the possibility of being disfigured. Once the doctors left, she kicked her parents out of the room and raged, throwing the bed sheets, blankets, and pillows to the floor, knocking over cabinets, yanking down the curtains, and stomping on them in a frenzy. Snap! The news club members happened to arrive at the hospital room door at that exact moment. Peering through the wide-open doorway, they saw the scene. The mischievous photography classmate couldn't resist raising the camera and snapping pictures of Jessica in full fury. Misha was stunned by her classmate's audacity. She shrank back quietly into the crowd. It quickly became clear that Jessica cared a great deal about her image. One moment she raged like an angry lioness on the prairie, and the next, when she glanced outside in the direction of her classmates, led by Leo, Jessica instantly suppressed her anger. Clearing her throat, she turned to the 4 students outside and gave them a grim smile, distorted slightly by the scars on her face. "What are you doing here? Are you visiting me?" Leo, embarrassed to admit the real reason, nodded sheepishly. "Thank you, come on in," Jessica said. Receiving their affirmation, she looked unusually delighted, repeatedly inviting her classmates inside. Only Misha, walking last, noticed that when Jessica's gaze swept over her parents cautiously standing outside the door, her originally gentle expression suddenly turned fierce and ruthless. "Mom, Dad, why are you just standing out there? Come in too," she urged in a sweet, cloying tone that sharply contrasted with her true expression. Okay, her parents, who seemed timid and hesitant from outside, exchanged a glance and stepped into the hospital room. Jessica clearly misunderstood the 4 of their intentions, and she was visibly delighted that someone had come to visit her. To take care of her mood and ensure that she would be more cooperative during the later interview, without making up baseless stories to disrupt it, the 4 had to pull themselves together and chat with Jessica. The members of the school's news club came from various classes. Among the 4 visiting her, only Leo and Jessica were classmates. Thus, under the eager gazes of the other 3, Leo had no choice but to steel himself and take the lead in talking with Jessica about the trivial happenings in their class, while the other 3 played along as the atmosphere team. Thanks to the 4 of them putting in so much effort, even though the topics weren't particularly interesting, Jessica was still amused to the point of leaning forward and backward in laughter. The entire hospital room echoed with her slightly exaggerated laughter. Unfortunately, although Leo and Jessica were in the same class, they didn't really interact. Leo was lively and outgoing with many friends, while Jessica was barely noticeable in class. So, after racking his brain and failing to think of a new topic, Leo exchanged a glance with his companions and decided it was time to bring up the interview. "Interview me?" "Yes. You know, I'm a member of the news club." "Jessica, the fact that you were scratched on the face by some unknown beast in the dorm caused quite a panic. Everyone is eager to know what happened that day. Maybe you could." Heh. Leo's words were cut off by a chilling laugh. Even Misha and the others looked at Jessica on the bed with terrified eyes. She hung her head low, her shoulders drooping as if dislocated, and her hospital gown-clad body trembled with each laugh. The pale light of the hospital room shone down from above, casting Jessica in such a way that she looked like a demon just clawing its way out of hell. "Fake, it's all fake. I actually thought someone at school remembered me, but it's all fake. Seeing me misunderstand your intentions, you must think I'm funny, right? Ha 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 ha. Jessica, who's lacking care, Jessica, who no one loves, it's so pathetic. Just because I'm not pretty, I deserve to be ignored." "No, Jessica, of course we care about you," Leo stammered, trying to explain. But his words were cut off as a pillow flew straight at him. "Don't lie to me. What care, what visiting in the hospital? It's all fake, all lies. You and even Edward, who keeps saying I'm special, you're all liars, liars, liars. Only good-looking people get attention. In this world, skin and face are everything. You dare to mock me only because I'm ugly," Jessica roared hysterically, screaming, unleashing her negative emotions without restraint. Everyone was terrified by her sudden outburst. So when Jessica lifted her head, her fingers curled into claw-like shapes and she began furiously scratching her own face. No one moved or reacted in time to stop her. "It's all this face's fault. This face's fault. This face's fault," she shouted as she clawed at the wounds on her face. The scabs on the scratches tore apart, exposing raw, bloody flesh. The nearby pustules burst under her grasp, yellow pus oozing into the wounds. Her already unremarkable face became even more grotesque and terrifying. Jessica, don't do this. It's all your mom and dad's fault. We can save more money when you grow up. Maybe you can get plastic surgery. Finally, her father was the first to react, shuffling forward and speaking hesitantly. All he got in response was his daughter baring her teeth in a smile that felt laced with venom. It's too late. I've already found a better way. Didn't you look down on me? Didn't you refuse me because of how I look? I'll make you see who the most beautiful person in this world really is. No, yes. With that, Jessica suddenly pulled open her collar and took out a necklace hanging from a leather cord around her neck. The news club's photographer just happened to snap a picture. I asked him for the digital version. Look, isn't it the monkey's paw that Rebecca mentioned? Misha paused, taking out her phone and sending a photo to Everly. Everly opened it. Ignoring Jessica's wild and terrifying face in the picture, the most striking thing in the frame was the necklace on the girl's chest. The pendant was a dried, shriveled animal paw mummified. The paw had two parts, a small forearm and a hand. The forearm, which connected to the leather cord, was wrapped in yellowed bandages, and between the folds sparse black hairs stuck out. Below the forearm, the emaciated hand had 5 fingers. It resembled a human hand, but in both size and shape, it was fundamentally different. The thumb and middle finger curled inward, the index finger was broken, and the remaining 2 fingers stretched straight. Monkey's paws were elusive and almost entirely legendary. Even Rebecca had never seen a real one. However, Rebecca had described to Everly what the paw looked like according to records, and it matched the photo. Furthermore, the broken index finger perfectly aligned with the finger of the monkey spirit in Everly's dream, leaving her certain that this was indeed a genuine monkey's paw. Everly nodded at Misha, signaling her to continue. Jessica grabbed the monkey's paw and loudly wished to become the most beautiful person in the world. The moment she finished speaking, everyone saw the previously straight-up middle finger of the paw snap and bend downward with a crack. The group hadn't yet recovered from the horror of seeing the monkey's paw move when a crackling, unstable electric sound rang out. The overhead lights began to flicker violently, faster and faster, until finally, unable to withstand the strain, they shattered with a loud bang. At the same time, panicked shouts echoed from the hallway outside. Through the frosted glass, it was clear that the corridor beyond was also plunged into darkness. Misha realized that the problem wasn't limited to this room. Electrical devices throughout the entire floor, and possibly the whole building, had malfunctioned at that moment. With the curtains drawn and the lights broken, the hospital room fell into momentary darkness. Luckily, Leo reacted quickly and rushed to the window, pulling the curtains open. Sunlight poured into the room, restoring everyone's sight. They turned their heads toward Jessica, who was still sitting on the bed. Before anyone could ask what had just happened, the scene in front of them left them speechless, frozen in stunned silence. What are we seeing? Yeah, what exactly did we see? Misha murmured, raising her cup to sip some warm milk, a dazed expression crossing her face. I'm not trying to be mysterious, it's just that the scene was so surreal, I don't even know how to describe it. Misha saw Everly. Yes, it really was Everly. The girl on the hospital bed had golden hair smoother than satin, crystal clear blue eyes like seawater, lightly tanned, healthy skin, and exquisitely sculpted features. Her hands clutched the monkey's paw necklace, and although her arms under the hospital gown appeared slender, they were covered with a thin layer of muscle, strong and firm. Misha was still trying to process why her friend was in the hospital room when, beside her, Leo gasped in shock. Angela? What are you doing here? He spoke while instinctively stepping forward, drawn toward the hospital bed. The student cameraman standing to Misha's right was also acting strangely. His eyes brimmed with tears as he stared fixedly at the girl on the hospital bed, his cheeks flushed, his expression ecstatic. He murmured eagerly, "Sarah Dia really isn't dead," while snapping photo after photo of the Everly on the bed. At that moment, the 3 people present were seeing completely different faces on Jessica. Misha knew Angela, Leo's girlfriend. They had been childhood friends, attending the same school since elementary, and their bond was very strong. As for the cameraman, Misha had heard from the club president that he seemed to be an obsessive fan of Sarah Dia. Putting this together with Jessica's wish to the monkey's paw, make me the most beautiful person in the world, Misha suddenly understood. Beauty is a highly subjective concept. A glamorous celebrity admired by some might appear less attractive to others than a friendly neighbor offering pastries with a smile. Some people prefer slender figures, others prefer those with a heavier build. Thus, the monkey's paw used a clever shortcut. It didn't give Jessica a face that conformed to the majority's idea of beauty. Instead, it altered how Jessica appeared in each person's eyes. In Misha's mind, her friend Everly was the most beautiful person in the world, so that's who she saw in Jessica. Leo, deeply in love with Angela, saw Jessica as Angela. The cameraman, a die-hard Sarah Dia fan, saw Jessica as his idol, the ultimate beauty in his eyes. Do you know what's the funniest part? Everly shook her head. Misha continued, a sly grin on her face, so Jessica realized something was off from our reactions. She pulled out a mirror to check, then screamed, threw the mirror aside, and shouted, "Why did I turn into Everly?" In her mind, you were the most beautiful person in the world. Ha 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 ha. Everly wore a constipation-like expression. Although Jessica's recognition of her appearance could, in a sense, be seen as validation, Everly really wanted to advise her, maybe just watch a few more TV shows and magazines. Her looks were certainly beautiful, but not the world's most beautiful level, more like the average pretty girl at school in her previous life. If she had been exposed to the world more, she wouldn't have developed such a terrifying thought. After she realized what had happened, everyone thought it was amazing that Jessica had suddenly changed like this, and they all pulled out their phones to take pictures. Then something strange happened. Even though in the camera preview we each still saw the person we thought was the most beautiful, after pressing the shutter, the photos that appeared in the gallery clearly showed Jessica's face, like this. Misha opened her phone gallery and showed the three of them the photos, Jessica's face, scarred and covered with pus, chaotic and gruesome. Maybe the monkey spirit's power is limited, unable to trick mechanical devices in the physical world, or perhaps it simply didn't want to waste more energy perfecting Jessica's wish, Everly speculated. From the way the monkey spirit attacked, it was clear its power leaned toward mental manipulation. By twisting someone's perception in the mental world, it could make them believe they had been disfigured. When they woke up, their face would truly reflect the damage imagined in the dream. The second wish worked similarly. The monkey spirit didn't change Jessica's actual face, it only changed the image that others' minds conjured when looking at her. Altering photos taken by cameras, however, would interfere with the material world. A completely different type of power would be required. Misha nodded in agreement, then spoke with some melancholy. Because of this distortion, even the doctors saw a different Jessica. They couldn't see the injuries on her face, so they had no way to treat her torn wounds. In the end, it was Jessica's parents who, with alcohol and cotton swabs in hand, personally cleaned her injuries. Even though Jessica looked different to everyone else, even though the real Jessica's face was full of wounds and grotesque, in her parents' eyes she remained the same. In their hearts, their daughter Jessica was still the most beautiful person in the world. Sigh, it's really heartbreaking. Everly fell silent as well. There are all kinds of people in this world, girls like Jessica, insecure, vain, and greedy, children like Natalie, willing to curse themselves for the sake of their mother, parents like Shelley, neglectful and indifferent, and parents like Jessica's, wholeheartedly devoted to their child. If only Jessica had realized sooner and used her final wish to turn the spiraling situation back on track. She was far richer in spirit than anyone could have imagined. Unfortunately, Jessica didn't see the light and turned back as Everly had hoped. The monkey's paw is an extremely sinister magical artifact. Once it has chosen a master and not all three wishes have been used, it cannot be discarded or stolen. Whether it is taken by force, stolen, or voluntarily given away, the moment it enters another person's hands, it quickly vanishes and returns to its original owner. Therefore, as long as Jessica still had wishes left on the paw, Everly had to steer clear of it. So, the next day, Everly continued her leave and didn't go to school. She planned to take a long break, resting until the third wish was made, so that Jessica could no longer harm her, and then she could return and land a solid punch on that awful girl. Misha, on the other hand, didn't have Everly's worries. She went to school as usual, commuting between home and school in a steady routine, diligently acting as Everly's spy within the school, keeping track of every move Jessica made. According to Misha's reports, on the fourth day after being scratched and hospitalized, Jessica returned to school. Because her appearance was constantly shifting, she dared not show her face. At school, she always wore a mask and a hat, even avoiding people while eating, hiding in a corner and nibbling her sandwich alone. Even so, Jessica stubbornly held onto her third wish, refusing to use it no matter what. That was until the day Edward invited Nia, the gymnast goddess, from the class next door, out and confessed to her in front of everyone. The two were a perfect match, and both were single at the time. Nia thought Edward seemed nice and promptly agreed. News of the two campus idols officially becoming a couple spread across the entire school, flooding the school forum with posts about them. Watching the sweet couple stroll hand in hand through the campus, Jessica could no longer contain herself. From a dark corner, she pulled out the monkey's paw and made her third wish. "I want Edward to be mine, forever with me." Crack. The last upright little finger of the monkey's paw bent downward, signaling that the wish had been received. At the same moment, Edward, walking along the path, suddenly seemed like a different person. He abruptly raised his hand, pushed Nia to the ground, and turned to walk straight toward Jessica. "Hello. From the very first moment I saw you, I felt you were special, unique, deeply captivating. Would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend?" he said, gazing affectionately at the masked girl in front of him. A shy blush rose on his fair cheeks. What's going on? Didn't Edward just confess to Nia? Is this some kind of prank? This is too much. Who is that girl? Does anyone know her? Everyone who witnessed the scene widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at Edward and Jessica. Not far behind Edward, Nia was being helped up by a few girls. She had just gotten to him when she saw her boyfriend confessing to someone else in front of her. Never before had Nia experienced such humiliation. Her face turned crimson with anger, and she clenched her fists tightly. Undeterred by Nia's furious glare or the shocked stares of everyone around, Jessica looked triumphant, tilting her head arrogantly. "Yes, of course I'll be your girlfriend," she said, savoring her tone, and extended her hand to Edward. "That's wonderful, my dear. I swear I will love you forever." Edward was ecstatic. He grabbed Jessica's hand, pressing it against his cheek and rubbing it back and forth. His gaze toward her was full of affection, reminiscent of sparkling lakes and the endless swell of spring tides. Jessica's cheeks burned. She felt almost overwhelmed, drowning in his enchanting eyes. At that moment, out of nowhere, a fist shot across and slammed hard into Edward's face. "Edward, you scumbag." It was Nia, freshly heartbroken after just starting a relationship with Edward. As a member of the school gymnastics team, her small frame hid incredible core strength. With a single punch, she twisted Edward's head and drew a thin line of blood at the corner of his mouth. Alphanui. Jessica immediately stepped forward, putting herself between Nia and Edward. "Hey, crazy woman, haven't you realized you've already lost? Taking out your frustration on a man because you can't beat me, how pathetic. Bah, you're no better. You even want this trash man? You desperate, shameless idiot." Nia, fiery as ever, didn't hold back. She swung her fist again, landing a punch on Jessica's face. "You, how dare you? Monkey's paw, I want this disgusting woman to be disfigured. Monkey's paw, monkey's paw." Jessica's facial wounds hadn't fully healed. Nia's punch ripped open the scratches on her left cheek, blood seeping out once more. Enraged, Jessica reached for her chest to grab the monkey's paw, only to find the leather cord empty. The paw at its end had vanished without a trace. That's to be expected. After all, she's already used all 3 wishes. Even if the first wish didn't fully come true, the monkey spirit at least tried, so it counts. She's lost the monkey's paw and is now on the same level as any ordinary person, Misha said, her tone dripping with mockery. Everly nodded in agreement and asked her friend, "Then what happened?" Then Jessica and Nia just started grabbing each other by the hair and fighting. Honestly, the scene was absurd. Because, you see, in my eyes, Jessica's body and face are exactly like yours, so what I actually saw was you, masked, fighting Nia. Jessica was more solidly built than Nia but lacked training. In both strength and technique, she couldn't compete. Just as she was about to lose the hair-pulling championship, Edward finally couldn't hold back and intervened. He stepped between them, blocking Jessica, and angrily told Nia that he was just playing around, that the person he truly liked was Helena. Helena? Wait, who are you talking about? Who is Helena? Jessica's arrogant smile didn't last long before it was replaced by anger and frustration. She chased after Edward, demanding to know who Helena was. But Edward, seemingly oblivious to her jealousy, touched her face sweetly and said she was his Helena. So who exactly was Helena? Everly tilted her head, a jumble of question marks in her mind. Misha snapped her fingers. Who Helena is, that's a good question. If you asked around school, I'd bet 9.5 out of 10 students wouldn't know. But I, your most reliable friend, Misha, happen to know this little secret. Everly, maybe you've heard people mention it before. Edward's mother divorced his father when he was young, and the woman raising him now is his stepmother. Everly nodded. Because Edward is the king of the school, every move he makes draws attention, so gossip about him spreads fast. Even though Everly never really cared, she'd occasionally overheard students talking about how Edward was raised by his stepmother, but had a good relationship with her. But why was Misha suddenly bringing this up out of nowhere? Could it be? Exactly. You've already guessed it, haven't you? Even though everyone calls Edward's stepmother Mrs. Greenwood at school, her real name is Helena. In other words, our scandal-prone, girl-favorite king of the school, Edward, has actually been infatuated with his stepmother all along. So shocking. Truly the land of the free people's mental states are incredible. Everly didn't even know how to respond. In any case, Jessica having used up all 3 wishes was good news for Everly. By now, Everly was in high school, where the lessons were getting more advanced. Even she needed to pay close attention in class and spend extra time studying reference books after school to fully grasp the material. Taking long leaves during this period would affect her grades. So, the day after Jessica lost the monkey's paw, Everly recovered and returned to class. During a classroom change, she ran into Jessica in the school corridor. At that moment, Edward was clinging to Jessica like sticky gum, his gaze on her so intense it seemed to stretch like taffy. Jessica, on the other hand, frowned, her face full of disdain and impatience. Everly suspected that Jessica had already figured out Helena's true identity, otherwise, there would be no reason for her previously so obsessed with Edward to suddenly change her attitude. Incidentally, even though Jessica wore a mask, Everly recognized that Jessica's appearance in her eyes resembled the campus queen from her previous life. Who would have thought that, across a different timeline, she would see the same perfect beauty, but now embodied in a classmate? Thinking about the way the monkey's paw granted Jessica's 2nd and 3rd wishes, Everly couldn't help but sigh. But at the thought of Jessica using the paw to curse her own face, Everly immediately lost any sympathy. Not only did she lose sympathy, after school that day, Everly waited until no one was around, grabbed a trash bag and slipped it over Jessica's head from behind, dragged her into a hidden corner, and landed several solid punches. Jessica should count herself lucky. Everly had been cautious and didn't truly fall into any trap. Otherwise, what Jessica would have faced wouldn't have been just a few punches, it would have been far harsher revenge. Having been beaten for no reason, Jessica was furious. But she had made many enemies at school, and after capturing the campus king Edward, she had strutted around like a flashy peacock, picking fights with multiple girls. Therefore, she had no idea who had just hit her and could only swallow her frustration in bitter silence. But Everly's revenge wasn't over yet. She asked Misha to keep a close watch on Edward, and then waited for a moment when he was alone to intercept him. You've been deceived by supernatural forces, you know that? What? Edward frowned, trying to avoid Everly blocking his way. I've got things to do with my girlfriend, can you move aside? Why don't you try being a little more clear-headed? Everly advanced, raising one hand toward him. As an athlete, Edward's reflexes were extremely fast, and he instinctively tried to block her. But Everly had undergone system training, making her martial skills far superior to an untrained Edward. After only a few moves, she pinned him down with her knee pressed firmly against his back, forcing him to the ground. What are you doing? Let go. Everly ignored Edward's angry shouts. She held his chin with one hand and, with the other, pulled a silver cross from her pocket, pressing it firmly against his forehead. Sizzle. The moment the silver cross touched Edward's skin, a thick black smoke immediately rose. Though the skin on his forehead remained intact, the air was filled with a strong burnt odor. At the same time, Edward's previously furious and obsessive expression gradually calmed. His reddened face drained to pale white in an instant. He turned his head to look at Everly, then glanced down at himself, a mix of struggle and realization crossing his face. I am. This cross will only keep you clear-headed for 5 minutes, so we don't have much time. Listen carefully. Right now, due to certain forces, you've been seeing Jessica as the person you truly love, and you've developed obsessive feelings toward her. To break free from this state, you need to prepare sage, unrefined coarse salt, armadillo shells, firewood infused with 7 sacred incense ingredients including frankincense and myrrh. Everly went through the uncursing formula and ritual instructions that Rebecca had purchased at great expense from the Exorcist network. Worried that Edward might have a poor memory, she even hand-copied the key points and handed them to him. The materials and the ritual must be prepared by you personally. If you trust someone completely, you can delegate the task to them. Also, here's another silver cross. If your mind is ever influenced by the monkey's paw again and you start feeling love for Jessica, remember how you feel right now, your true thoughts in this clear-headed moment. If reason cannot overcome your emotions, you can use the cross to regain clarity. But it can only be used once, after that it's gone. Don't use it unless it's an emergency. With that, Everly placed the second matching silver cross in a box and set it in front of Edward. Once the boy took the box, Everly felt that her mission was complete. She lifted her knee from his back and retreated, satisfied with a job well done. This time, in order to lift the curse from Edward, Everly had truly gone to great lengths and spent a considerable sum of money. She thought that Edward was still very young, with a bright future ahead of him. It would be a pity if he were permanently influenced by the monkey's paw and forced to be bound to Jessica for the rest of his life. If she could help, then she would. However, preparing the ritual was extremely complicated, and it had to be carried out on the night of a full moon. Though Everly was kind-hearted, she wasn't saintly enough to take full responsibility for everything. So after stuffing the materials into Edward's hands, she stopped paying attention to the tangled love-hate drama between the two of them. After all, even someone completely ruled by love still has a brain. When reason and emotion clash, if he just thought about his former clear-headed self and remembered her warnings, even a fool should know which choice to make. As for the money she had spent on the ritual materials and the curse-breaking method, Everly planned to ask Edward to pay her back after he successfully lifted the curse. In the end, Everly's wait lasted until the end of the semester. An entire long term passed, and spring break was just around the corner, yet Edward was still inseparable from Jessica, so close they were like conjoined twins. At school, while other couples broke up and got back together amid endless gossip, this campus pair alone never split. As time went on, even their classmates began to believe they were true love. The teasing, mockery, and skepticism from the beginning gradually turned into admiration and approval. Honestly, when Edward cheated at the start, I thought they were disgusting. But after watching them for so long, I suddenly feel like maybe they're actually kind of good together. Yeah, they must really love each other, especially Edward. He's practically glued to Jessica every second. Though, isn't Jessica black? Why does her skin look pretty light to me? Sure, don't talk about someone's skin color in public. It's rude. Everly had a feeling that something wasn't right. The curse-breaking materials she had given Edward weren't hard to find. They might have cost a bit of money at most. Edward came from a well-off family. He didn't seem to be struggling financially. So after all this time, why was he still with Jessica? If the curse had been blocked by Jessica, it didn't look like it. From Everly's observation, it was Jessica who was being pursued by Edward, not the other way around. She never had deep feelings for him. Her attachment was mostly vanity, and the novelty had long since worn off. Plus, ever since they became a couple, Edward clung to Jessica constantly, giving her no personal space. The relationship had grown too heavy, and Jessica had long felt suffocated. After thinking it over and finding no answer, Everly decided to seize a chance during a joint class and directly ask Edward, "Are you here to ask why I haven't lifted the curse?" Seeing Everly approaching intentionally, Edward asked before she could speak. Everly nodded. Edward smiled. Now that you mention it, I never got the chance to thank you properly before. Finding that cross and the method to break the curse must have taken quite a bit of effort on your part. But after thinking it through, I feel that life is pretty good as it is. Helena. I mean, Jessica and I really love each other. We're both very satisfied with each other and don't want to change or end things. So, thank you, Everly, but I'm giving up on lifting the curse. Do you really understand what you're saying? Everly wondered if Edward had been completely corrupted by the power of the monkey's paw, losing all sense of reason. She briefly regretted not taking the extra effort back then to contact Edward's family directly. Could reason really be so powerless in the face of love? What about the cross I gave you? I think you're not thinking clearly right now. You need a shake of your brain, she asked sternly. That? I've already used it. Faced with Everly's doubt and confusion, Edward smiled as carefree as ever, as if he had no idea what worry even was. When I made the decision, driven by all the love in my heart, to give up lifting the curse and stay with Jessica forever, I used that cross. I wanted to be sure whether my choice was truly influenced by what you called supernatural forces, or if it genuinely came from my own heart. And then, Edward's lashes curved as he smiled, his blue eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars, his gaze tender and sweet. Then I realized that my clear-headed self, after careful thought, still wanted to maintain things as they are with Jessica. So I gave up on breaking the curse. Do you even understand that you're just using her as a substitute for Helena? Of course I know, he said, but so what? Edward's smile slowly faded as he spoke, his eyes widening, his expression serious. For some reason, his handsome face took on a trace of cruelty and coldness. That person, Helena, was never someone I could touch. Being able to fill the emptiness inside me with false happiness like this. I'm already satisfied. So I'll stay with Jessica forever, just as she expects. And who made her stir me with inhuman power? The consequences? Naturally, she has to bear them herself. Alright, so Edward wasn't exactly a saint. But what he said made sense. The one who provoked it was Jessica. If Edward was treating her like this, then it was her own doing. Fine. If the person involved doesn't mind and even seems somewhat pleased, there's no need to interfere. As for the money she spent on the materials, she might as well consider it Edward's commission for tormenting Jessica on her behalf. With Tilda. Everly had originally thought that things had come to a close at this point. She never expected that, after spring break ended and everyone returned to school to continue their studies, a shocking piece of news would spread across the campus: Edward was dead. He had gone out with his girlfriend, Jessica, near the end of spring break and had accidentally fallen into a river and drowned. The incident took place in a quiet park on the outskirts of Mykono, a place rarely frequented by people. Apart from Jessica, there were no witnesses. According to Jessica's testimony, they had been taking a walk along the riverbank. Jessica was feeding the fish with breadcrumbs and accidentally dropped her beloved bracelet into the water. Seeing this, Edward went into the river to retrieve it for her. Unexpectedly, the water was deeper than he had anticipated, and the early spring cold made it even more dangerous. Edward accidentally drowned in the river. Edward's father and stepmother didn't accept Jessica's account. They insisted that their son was not a strong swimmer and would never have done something so risky. They claimed that Jessica, unable to endure Edward's relentless pursuit day after day, had pushed him into the river. But Edward and Jessica's affectionate relationship at school was obvious to everyone. Furthermore, Jessica had cried inconsolably afterward, her grief plain for all to see. Because of this, the police ultimately closed the case as an accident. Jessica is really pitiful. She and Edward loved each other so much, and yet he went to heaven first. Do you really think that? Haven't you noticed how heavy Edward's love was? No matter where she was or what she was doing, the moment he sent her a message, Jessica had to reply immediately. If she didn't, he would bombard her with calls. He would even wait outside classrooms and dorms to confront her. I've seen Jessica lose her temper at him several times. She seemed completely worn down by his constant attention, almost like he had pushed her to the brink of a nervous breakdown. That's just because she has a bad temper. Edward was truly a gentleman. He would still tolerate her whims even in situations like that. I hope Edward rests peacefully in heaven. Most of the students at school felt regret over Edward's death and sympathized with Jessica's situation. Only a small handful noticed something off about how the campus couple interacted and began to question the circumstances of Edward's death. Everly was one of those few. She didn't believe Edward would be so reckless as to risk his life in cold water just to retrieve a bracelet. He didn't even love Jessica, just as Jessica didn't really love Edward, treating him instead as an obsession, a trophy, or a medal to decorate herself. Their relationship was fake and fragile, unable to withstand even the slightest test. Perhaps Jessica could no longer endure his constant pursuit and deliberately acted, or maybe a dispute broke out and Jessica accidentally pushed Edward into the river. Either way, it was absolutely not the case that Edward went into the water of his own accord. Unfortunately, Everly had no proof. Mere suspicion wasn't enough to convict Jessica. As she mourned a life lost and felt frustrated that the culprit went unpunished, an unexpected retribution appeared. Edward's funeral was held on the 7th day after his death, just the 2nd day after spring break ended. Rumor had it that, due to a serious conflict between Jessica and Edward's parents, Jessica did not attend her boyfriend's funeral. That very night, a terrifying figure appeared on campus. It was a tall, burly young man, dressed in a black suit. His face was swollen, his steps unsteady, and he walked slowly across the campus, leaving deep wet footprints wherever he went. Halfway through, a patrolling security guard spotted the figure. Thinking it was a student wandering around at night, he rushed forward to stop him, but was immediately startled by the boy's deathly pale, almost corpse-like face. When the guard asked why the figure was roaming the school in the middle of the night instead of sleeping, the figure replied that he was looking for his girlfriend, Jessica. We promised we'd be together, forever, he slurred, his speech thick and uneven. Because he was so close, the guard smelled a faint stench as the figure spoke. Frowning, he was about to scold the student and send him back to the dorm when the angle of his flashlight shifted, illuminating the figure's face directly. Seeing those familiar features, the guard finally sensed something was terribly wrong. The person in front of him looked exactly like the school's popular football player. But wait, wasn't he supposed to be? Realization came too late. The guard let out a terrified scream as he understood who was standing before him. Fortunately, Edward's corpse did not attack the guard. He staggered past the patrolling staff, swaying with difficulty, and continued trudging across the campus at night, eventually reaching Jessica's dormitory door. No one knew how a corpse like Edward had bypassed the heavy security at the dorm entrances. When a girl in the neighboring room, Gina, was awakened by the noise in the hallway and opened her door, she saw, under the dim hallway light, Edward, dressed entirely in black, standing stiffly in front of Jessica's dorm room. His face still retained the appearance he had in life, though the muscles were slightly slack, like melted wax sagging loosely, giving him an inexplicably aged appearance. At his feet, the dry floor was stained with a thick, black, foul-smelling puddle. Jessica, open the door," Edward whispered softly, almost sickly, leaning forward as his upper body swung like a pendulum. He repeatedly banged his forehead against the tightly shut door, producing an eerily rhythmic thud, thud, thud. Even when the skin on his forehead split and the bone beneath was exposed, he showed no intention of stopping. The girl standing nearby was so terrified that she fainted on the spot. When she regained consciousness and recounted everything she had seen, everyone assumed she had hallucinated. Because aside from a puddle of foul-smelling liquid at Jessica's door, there was nothing else left behind. Jessica herself was nowhere to be found. Someone, unable to bear the stench of the puddle, cleaned it up with a mop. Strangely, even after that, anyone who passed by Jessica's dorm room still smelled a strange, putrid odor. By the time school ended, the smell had grown so intense it was unbearable. Angry students tracked down the dorm supervisor and had her unlock Jessica's room. Under the bed of the girl who lived alone, they found the source of the odor. It was Edward's decayed corpse. The discovery of a corpse in the girls' dorm caused an immediate uproar. Jessica, who had been researching in the school library at the time, was found and cooperated with the investigation. At first, many suspected that Jessica, overcome by grief, had sneaked into the cemetery to dig up Edward's body herself. People sympathized with the tragic couple and were moved by Jessica's obsessive devotion, sincerely advising the poor girl to see a psychologist. Edward's parents quickly received the news and rushed to the school, hastily taking his body away and reburying him in his grave. However, that very night, Edward, his corpse now in an advanced state of decay, once again left the cemetery and appeared at the girls' dormitory, banging on the door with his skeletal forehead just as he had the night before. The third and fourth nights followed the same pattern. During this time, Jessica remained huddled in her dorm room, too terrified to go anywhere. Meanwhile, multiple people at the school witnessed Edward's corpse wandering alone at night. By this point, people realized something was seriously wrong. The events were so bizarre that they even drew the attention of the church. A priest personally recited prayers over Edward's body to guide his soul to heaven. After the ritual, his family sent Edward to the funeral home for cremation and buried his ashes in an empty coffin. From then on, nothing unusual occurred at Edward's grave. People assumed that, under the priest's guidance, Edward had finally let go of his obsession and passed on to heaven. The only exception was Gina, the girl living in the dorm next to Jessica. "I'm a bit sensitive and often wake up from the smallest sounds," she explained. "So only I know that every night, Edward's spirit still makes its way past countless obstacles to reach Jessica's door." You've probably heard that Jessica is obsessed with the occult and knows a few little tricks. I don't know what she did, but Edward, trapped as a ghost, can never enter her room. He can only pace outside her door day after day, banging on it with his forehead, making a dull, muffled sound. Just like this thud, thud. The girl straightened her posture, expressionless, leaning her forehead forward bit by bit to mimic the ghost banging on the door. In the candlelight, her deliberately lowered voice and slightly upward rolling eyes gave off a thoroughly eerie vibe, sending chills down everyone's spine. Edward and Jessica once promised to be together forever. So even if one of them has died, the other will drag their broken body across countless obstacles, stubbornly returning to their lover's side to be reunited. That's why Edward keeps banging on the door over and over. With each strike, his forehead pushes through the door a little further. I believe that, sooner or later, he will break through the barriers and meet Jessica. By then, I suppose even my insomnia will be completely cured. With that, she took a deep breath and blew out the candle in her hand. The last flame vanished, and the entire science lab was plunged into absolute darkness. In the pitch black, where they couldn't see their own hands, the 4 students swallowed nervously and began to count in turn. 1, the first student said. 2, the second followed. 3, said the third. When the 3 finished counting, it was finally Gina's turn, the same girl who had just told the story of Edward. Listening to the heavy breathing in the room, she strained her voice and carefully counted 4. The words fell, and everyone held their breath, waiting in silence. The classroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just when everyone began to think the legend was fake, that no ghost could possibly appear, a faint voice echoed from a dark corner. "No. 5. It's real. There really are ghosts in this world." The students' panicked screams echoed one after another. One of them, who happened to be near the window, groped his way over and yanked open the heavy blackout curtain with a whoosh. Sunlight poured back into the science lab, and in the bright light, the 4 of them saw a young woman standing in the corner, arms crossed and smiling. She wore a slightly retro blazer with a fitted skirt, a red plaid scarf around her neck. She looked to be around 30, with long blonde hair cascading down to her hips. She didn't look like a student, probably one of the teachers. Katak High, being a private school, had a strong faculty and a large staff. Even students who had been there since enrollment might not know all the teachers. Sorry. Did I scare you?" the woman said, standing at the closed door, waving to the 4 students with an apologetic smile. "I was just passing by and heard someone counting inside, so I couldn't help but join in for a second." "Oh, it's a teacher. You scared us to death. We even thought the ghost summoning legend was real." The 4 students finally relaxed. "Legend? What legend?" "We were playing a game that came from Japan," one explained. "The idea is, in a completely dark room, 4 people each hold a candle and take turns telling ghost stories. After each person finishes, they blow out their candle. Once all 4 candles are out and you count again, there's suddenly a fifth person in the room, someone who wasn't supposed to be there. That fifth person is the ghost summoned by the stories. Wow, that sounds really fun, the blonde woman said, smiling brightly. A boy among them named Bright shrugged. Fun? Not at all. We almost got scared to death just now. He laughed as he remembered how terrified the group had been, shouting and crying, and found himself unable to hold it in. I'm Bright, president of the school's Supernatural Research Club. Those 3 are our members, Baron, Darcy, and Gina. We were just holding this week's club activity. Teacher, what do you teach? We don't think we've seen you before. Hello, I'm Berlin, the visual arts teacher. If any of you are interested in sculpture, you're welcome to take my class. Oh, so you're part of the Supernatural Research Club. Well, I happen to know a few little tricks for boosting your luck. I have some free time, maybe you'd like me to share them. Really? That would be amazing. We're very interested. The chaos set off by the monkey's paw finally settled only after Edward's body was cremated. Though rumors persisted that Jessica was still haunted by Edward's ghost, Everly didn't care at all. Whatever consequences occurred were entirely Jessica's own doing. By contrast, Everly's focus was on the upcoming SAT exam. After summer break, she would enter 11th grade, a critical year for college preparation. She had already researched in advance. To stay competitive, she needed to maintain a high GPA while also preparing for the SAT. Her dream school, New Ospach State University, required an SAT score above 1300. It wasn't an extremely high bar, but she couldn't slack off either. Ideally, she wanted to take the exam in October, so if the results weren't satisfactory, she'd still have enough time to retake it. Outside academics, Everly also needed to continue excelling on the tennis court. A strong athletic record could significantly boost her college applications, a valuable advantage. Although juggling so many priorities was tiring, since she already had a target university in mind, she was determined to give it her all. To achieve this, during the summer after 10th grade, when everyone else was soaking up the sun and enjoying their youth, Everly spent time every day working through practice problems, reinforcing various concepts. Once she entered 11th grade, she devoted nearly all her time outside of extracurriculars to solving problems and studying. Still, Mykono was a relatively remote, little-known city. Even though Katak High was the best private school in town, its academic environment couldn't compare to the ordinary high schools Everly had known in her previous life. In her class, students like Everly, who had already set goals and started preparing early, were in the minority. The vast majority were still busy with romance, rivalries, or showing off their energy and skills on the sports field. The tuition here is $30,000 a year. Didn't they come to a private school to prepare for college? Why aren't they even a little worried? Everly asked Misha privately, shocked by her classmates' relaxed attitude. Misha shrugged helplessly. Honestly, if you hadn't gotten me started early, Everly, I wouldn't be studying this diligently either. You see, 11th grade has just begun, and it feels like there's still plenty of time to prepare. It's hard to feel any sense of urgency yet. Well, that did fit Everly's stereotypical impression of American high school students. Regardless of everyone else, Everly followed her plan. She registered for the October SAT at the very start of 11th grade and scored 1487. Not bad, decent, with room for improvement. Misha had also signed up for the October SAT. However, her math was weaker and held her back, so she only scored 1203, about 100 points short of New Ospach State University's requirement. I'm so jealous of you, Everly. If you pass in one try, the rest of the year you only have to worry about schoolwork and tennis competitions. If only my math were as good as yours. That evening, Misha sat at the computer in the study, propping her chin on one hand, staring at her score report with a worried frown and a long sigh. You still have November and December to retake it. Just raise your score then. And if you need tutoring, I can help you. No need. You've got your own stuff to focus on. I'm going to ask Gina in the class next door for advice. Did you know her math score on the SAT this time was perfect? It's unbelievable. Back in August, she only got 350 points in math. She must have figured out some secret study method. Gina. Yeah, the one who claims she's extremely sensitive but joined the Supernatural Research Club. Oh, her math score was perfect this time? Everly glanced at her own score report. With her memories from her previous life and the effort she had put in this one, her math scores were already pretty solid. But even so, out of a perfect 800, she only got 775, missing 25 points. She remembered one tricky problem that involved a bit of a mental trap. For Gina to suddenly score perfectly in math, it was truly extraordinary. And in the world of survival and horror films, one unbreakable truth applies: when something's off, there's always a reason. Horror movie survival rule number 1: pay attention to hints. A sudden surge in math scores, combined with this supernatural research club label, a high-risk identity, immediately put Everly on alert. Of course, nothing is absolute. Maybe Gina really had studied diligently, suddenly had a breakthrough, and mastered the key to acing math. After thinking it over, Everly decided that tomorrow she and Misha would go see Gina and get her insights, figure out what was really going on. When they found Gina, she was surrounded by several people, all chattering away with questions. It seemed that not only Misha, but the other students had also heard about Gina's perfect score in math. They had all gathered around to find out more. Unlike the excited, gossiping classmates, Gina's eyes were blank under the crowd's attention. Her gaze drifted somewhere into the air, appearing a bit dazed, as if she were daydreaming. Gina. All right, stop teasing us, tell us, what's your secret for getting such a high score in math? A girl standing to her left, who seemed to be close to her, saw Gina zoning out and couldn't help but reach out to give her a gentle push. Oh, that thing you mean, Gina said, blinking as the girl nudged her. Her expression finally regained its liveliness. Sorry, I guess staying up late these past couple of days has made me a bit distracted. No worries, we understand. Gina must have been studying really hard to get that tired. Actually, not really. Receiving unanimous praise from the girls, Gina felt a bit embarrassed. She lowered her head, reached into her pocket, and pulled out a small white plaster figurine. Actually, the reason I got a perfect score is all thanks to this. What's that? This is called a lucky relief. It's a protector and symbol of good fortune for the Bohemians, and it's also the source of my perfect score luck. Gina placed the little figurine on the table and showed it to everyone from all angles. The moment Everly saw the plaster figure, her danger senses instantly triggered. Cold sweat broke out across her back, and her heart thudded violently in her chest, as if it might burst out any second. Fortunately, the warning amulet she wore didn't react. The single glance had not caused any dizziness or deep mental contamination, which meant that simply observing the figurine posed no actual danger. To avoid overreacting and drawing unnecessary attention, Everly forced down the impulse to turn and run. She stood at the spot farthest from the plaster figurine and, imitating the others, studied it carefully. The figurine was only about half a palm tall, shaped like a small humanoid with blurred facial features. It stood upright, wearing a metallic crown above its head, ringed with spikes in a halo-like pattern. Because the little figure's face was indistinct, everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to the crown when they first saw it. Its exact metal was unclear, but under the sunlight, the crown gave off a faint reddish glow. Gina extended a finger and lightly traced the red spikes on the crown with her fingertip. Her face once again assumed that distant, almost dazed expression from earlier. Of course, judging by its size, this is just a crude replica. The original Lucky Relief is a huge bronze statue, and it still stands on the Charles Bridge in Prague, Czechia. If that's the case, how can this little statue still bring you luck on exams? A curious girl asked. Gina smiled and raised one finger, showing the fingertip, still marked with scars, to everyone. Because I used a luck-borrowing spell. A luck-borrowing spell? Yes. Teacher Berlin taught me this. You prepare 3 plaster half-figures, any size works. On the night of a full moon at midnight, sit between the 3 figurines, facing northwest. Light a candle, prick your finger on the spikes of the Lucky Relief's crown, and let the blood drip onto the crown while silently reciting a spell. Once the crown turns red, the ritual is complete, and the figurine in your hands will be linked to its original statue in Czechia. From that moment on, as long as you carry it with you, the Lucky Relief will protect your studies and inspire your creativity. Does it really work that well? You're not joking, are you? Why would I lie? Of course it's real. Otherwise, with my previous math scores, how could I have gotten a perfect score on this SAT? Even though Gina swore it was true, some people still looked skeptical. Seeing this, Gina frowned slightly, reached into her pocket again, and pulled out 2 more plaster figurines with blurred faces. I still have 2 unused Lucky Reliefs here. Look, the crowns on their heads are still the original bronze color and haven't undergone the luck-borrowing ritual. If anyone doesn't believe me, just take one home and try it. The full moon is in 2 days. Who wants one? The girls exchanged glances. Maybe they thought there was no harm in trying, and one by one, they raised their hands. Give me. Gina, let me try. I've never done such a fun ritual before. Give it to me. We're best friends, after all. For a moment, the classroom became as noisy as a big sale. Everly, already aware that something was off about the figurines, naturally didn't reach for one. Not only that, she also grabbed Misha, who looked tempted, and subtly shook her head at her friend. No section. Seeing Everly's reaction, Misha quietly withdrew her hand. Everly slipped into a hidden corner, took a photo of the figurine with her phone, and then pulled Misha out of the empty classroom. Everly, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with that figurine? Misha asked curiously once they were away from the classroom. Everly nodded. You should stay cautious too. Having seen things like the monkey's paw, you should know that nothing in this world comes for free. If you want to gain something, you'll inevitably have to pay a price, especially when the object of your wish is a supernatural entity. The cost will almost always be far heavier than what you gain. Misha stuck out her tongue and raised her hands in surrender. All right, I get it. I know I was wrong. It's just that Gina hyped it up so much that I couldn't help being tempted. So, Everly, tell me, what's really wrong with that thing? Is it some kind of evil magical artifact? I don't know either. Anyway, that figurine gave me a really bad feeling. You absolutely mustn't touch it. Don't worry about your math scores, I'll help you catch up. Can you trust my teaching ability a little? I definitely won't touch it. After getting Misha's repeated assurances, Everly finally relaxed. She opened her phone's photo gallery, sent the candid photo of the figurine to Rebecca, and included a description of what she had just witnessed, asking if Rebecca had ever heard of anything like it. Question mark. Lucky relief? Luck-borrowing ritual? What's that? I've never heard of it. Wait, I'll ask in my group chat. Rebecca sent 3 quick question marks, then fell silent for a moment. Everly realized she was trying to get answers from others, so she moved the chat aside and opened a search engine to look up information on the original Lucky Relief statue in Czechia. The Lucky Relief is a national treasure of Czechia. It is a bronze statue wearing a halo-like crown. Even ignoring the face and just judging by its shape, it does bear some resemblance to the small plaster figurine. The statue depicts a red-robed cardinal named Jan Nepomucki from the 14th century. He was thrown into the Vltava River by the king for refusing to reveal the queen's confessions. Miraculously, at the moment his body was submerged, 5 brilliant stars appeared in the sky. The church later canonized him as a saint, and his statue became regarded as a talisman that could bring good luck to anyone who touched it. However, while it's called a lucky talisman, this reputation comes more from local culture and belief. Everly searched for actual examples of it bringing people luck, but couldn't find a single case. Could a figurine whose value is more symbolic than practical really lend someone good luck? Or were those plaster replicas just cheap knockoffs riding on the Lucky Relief name? Everly leaned toward the latter. As she pondered, her phone vibrated. Rebecca had replied. I asked around. Nobody in the group has ever heard of this ritual. I suspect it's either something someone made up, or perhaps a variant of some kind of dark ritual. The moon, while symbolizing purity, also represents mystery, madness, and unease. The disorder and chaos embedded in moonlight tend to concentrate and erupt on a full moon night. Aristotle and Hippocrates both mentioned that a full moon can drive humans to madness. While that's a bit extreme, there's some truth to it. That's why purification or blessing rituals usually avoid the full moon, performing them just before or after, when the moon isn't perfectly full. Only a few materials, like clear quartz, are immune to the full moon's chaotic influence. In addition, certain rituals tied to curses, contamination, or negative energy also tend to concentrate on full moon nights. Since there's no actual spell involved, we can't analyze exactly what's going on. In any case, whether the ritual actually works or not, it's best for you not to try it. Everly typed quickly. Got it, thanks. By the way, A new batch of interesting items just arrived at the shop. If you have time, come check them out and help support my business. Everly, okay, I'll come this weekend. After arranging the weekend visit with Rebecca, Everly handed her phone to Misha so she could read the messages. Her intention was to help Misha learn a bit more about the mystical side of things, so that next time she might avoid being so easily fooled, like she had today. Unexpectedly, only a day had passed when Misha, holding a small slip of paper, secretly slipped it into Everly's hand when no one was looking. You wanted the spell, right? Here, I got it. Misha sent the message on her phone. To avoid revealing their friendship at school, this was how the two of them always communicated. Everly, where did you get this spell from? Misha, I asked those two girls who got the plaster figurines. Hee, Misha has lots of friends. Everly sent a string of ellipses back, then opened the paper and glanced at a complicated string of phonetic symbols. Well, she had expected it to be in English or Latin or something, but phonetics? Maybe they didn't want to write it as regular text, fearing someone would just look it up online. Everly's second language was Greek, or if you counted it, Sia language, but she wasn't very skilled in any other languages. She forced herself to read a few lines aloud, but found them mostly nonsensical. Not wanting to study it further, she pulled out her phone, took a photo, and sent it to Rebecca, along with a 100-meter knife tip for good measure. Money speaks volumes. Within 10 minutes, Rebecca replied, Miss, where on earth did you get this spell? As the moon's power surges forth, the sealed gates of darkness open one by one. I humbly present 3 heads and the lowly, insignificant body of the servant, beseeching your mighty power, O our generous and merciful Lord, the great King of Hell, Supreme Archangel Paimon. This is not a luck-borrowing spell at all. It's clearly a self-sacrifice to Paimon. Everly knew Paimon. He was the 9th of the 72 demons of Solomon, appearing as a hermaphrodite, a female head on a male body. He often wore a jeweled crown and rode a dromedary, from which 3 heads hung. This demon was said to be proficient in science, art, and the arcane, claiming to hold the answers to all human knowledge. And this information happened to match the items used in the summoning ritual: the 3 plaster busts, the crown-wearing lucky relief, and Gina's perfect math score. Could it be that someone, under the guise of the lucky relief, was cultivating Paimon's followers at the school? Gina had mentioned that the plaster figurines she possessed, as well as the luck-borrowing ritual, had all been taught to her by a teacher named Berlin. Could this Berlin be the culprit? Everly felt extremely irritated. 11th grade was already such a busy year. Academic pressure alone was overwhelming. Why did someone have to create all these chaotic distractions for her to deal with? Everly had never taken Berlin's class and didn't even know what subject she taught. She asked Misha, who had a wider network, to find out more about her. Misha probed discreetly in a few of her chat groups and returned with some information. Berlin taught visual arts, specializing in sculpture. Strangely, it seemed that almost no one at the school had actually taken her class. You see, Miss Susie graduated from the Rhode Island School of Design with a sculpture major. Anyone interested in sculpture would take her classes. But Miss Berlin? People have only vaguely heard of her. Very few have ever actually met her. Horror movie survival rule number 1. Pay attention to the hints. Everly felt something was off. A living teacher teaching at the school couldn't possibly leave no trace at all. She pressed Misha further. Just heard of her? Your friends haven't met Berlin either? Then who exactly did they hear about her from? Wait a moment, I'll ask around. Misha returned to the sofa, picked up her phone again, and jokingly chatted with her circle of friends. Before long, she had learned that almost all information about Ms. Berlin had originated from the 4 members of the Supernatural Research Club. And it wasn't just Gina who had recently excelled on the SAT. The other 3 club members had also achieved notable results. First, the club president, Bright. He enjoyed painting, but his skills were amateur level, and it had always been just a hobby. Recently, however, one of his new oil paintings in class stood out so much that the teacher recommended it for the Gita International Youth Art Competition. If it won, it would be an impressive accolade on his college applications, making it easier for Bright to get into his desired university. Next was club member Baron. His physics grades had skyrocketed recently, earning him a spot on the school team to compete in the Physics Bowl. This is a prestigious global high school physics competition, and a strong performance could even allow Baron to gain direct admission to a top university. Finally, there was club member Darcy. A freshman in 10th grade who had just joined the club, he was relatively relaxed since 10th grade pressure wasn't too heavy. His improvement wasn't as dramatic as the other three, but he had suddenly mastered certain subjects that he had struggled with before. When people asked these 4 students how they had improved, they all unhesitatingly produced small white plaster figurines and explained that the lucky relief and the luck-borrowing ritual had all been taught to them by Ms. Berlin. So, if we wanted to get a lucky relief from Ms. Berlin, how should we go about it? When someone asked this, the Supernatural Research Club members all exchanged knowing smiles. After school, go try your luck in Science Lab number 3. Science Lab? Are you sure it's not the art room? Misha nodded. Everly rested her chin in her hand. Things were getting stranger by the minute. In U.S. high schools, students follow a rotating schedule, moving to different classrooms according to their timetable. Teachers, however, have fixed classrooms that also serve as their offices. Usually, the fastest way to find a teacher is simply to go to their classroom. But the Supernatural Research Club members were telling anyone looking for Ms. Berlin to go to the science lab instead. Lab number 3, of course, had its assigned teacher, Mr. Green, who taught chemistry. Yet after school, if no one had scheduled a consultation, teachers typically left early. Why lab number 3? What had happened there? And why did Ms. Berlin seem to exist only in other people's accounts, apart from the club members? Almost no one had ever seen her. Could it be that Ms. Berlin wasn't even human? Studying was important, but only if the environment allowed for focus. So far, only a handful of students possessed the lucky relief, and there were no obvious serious consequences, but anyone with common sense could predict that once Paimon servants multiplied, ordinary people would be in for a world of trouble. Everly decided to take some time to investigate the school's history in the library, hoping to uncover anything unusual that had happened at Katak High. She searched through the records from the school's founding in 1975 up to the present, but found nothing. What could it be that the usual horror movie rule, if you want to know something, check the local library, didn't work at Katak? Everly scratched her head in confusion, but didn't give up. She crouched in a corner of the library, sifting through documents for a long while. Perhaps noticing that she had been searching for a long time without finding the materials she needed, the school librarian, Ms. Mara, a short, plump, easygoing black woman, approached Everly and asked what she was looking for. "Oh, Ms. Mara, I'm working on my history assignment. The teacher asked us to pick a building and write about all its history from construction to the present. I chose the school's science building, but I'm having trouble finding information on it." The science building, huh? Well, for some reasons, there really isn't much written material on it. "Maybe you should pick another building for your report," Mara said, her expression briefly flickering strangely when Everly mentioned the lab. Everly suspected that Mara knew more than she was letting on. She put on a pitiful, pleading look, telling Mara that her topic had already been submitted and much of the preparatory work was done. If she abandoned it now, she worried she wouldn't have time to finish. Everly was attractive, and when she set her mind to drawing out sympathy, very few people could resist her large, clear, innocent blue eyes. Mara was no exception. Through the teacher's account, Everly finally learned of a piece of school history that had been erased. It had happened 10 years ago. That year, the school had hired a new visual arts teacher named Berlin Wilson. He specialized in sculpture, particularly excelling in creating plaster figurines. Everly noticed something odd in Mara's wording and couldn't help asking. Yes, he. Mr. Berlin had long blonde hair, feminine facial features, and a slender build. At first glance, he could easily be mistaken for a woman, but he was indeed male. Mara was patient and good-natured. She didn't mind being interrupted and continued her story in response to Everly's question. Other teachers had also suggested to Berlin that if he didn't want students to mistake his gender, he could try changing his clothing style a bit, cutting his hair short or growing some facial hair. But Mr. Berlin didn't follow their advice. He continued dressing in somewhat feminine clothing as before. Over time, some people speculated that Berlin might have a gender identity issue, that in his mind, he saw himself as female. Others thought he was probably homosexual. I don't know the exact details. Back then, attitudes toward LGBTQ+ people were still very conservative. Some of the more old-fashioned staff were openly resistant. As a result, Mr. Berlin had a hard time at school, often subjected to pranks by students and exclusion from certain teachers. Perhaps due to prolonged isolation and the inability to vent his inner pain, Berlin eventually became fascinated with witchcraft. That year, the school's new science building had just been completed and wasn't yet officially in use. Likely drawn by its quiet atmosphere, Berlin prepared some magical tools one night and conducted a summoning ritual in lab number 3. Did he succeed? Mara shook her head. No, he failed. When the patrolling security guard discovered him, Berlin had already separated his head from his body, lying in the locked, sealed room. Thick blood covered the floor, smearing the carefully drawn magic circle beneath him. Because the room was a completely sealed space and everyone who might have been suspected had an alibi, the principal, under strong pressure and even stronger financial influence, declared the case aside, and it was quickly closed. But obviously, it wasn't side. Berlin's head had been torn from his neck by sheer force. No one could have killed themselves that way. However, with both of his parents deceased, unmarried and single, without even a partner, who would care how he died? What I'm about to tell you are just rumors, not verified. Just listen, don't put any of this in your assignment, understand? Mara seemed excited to share, and as she spoke, she couldn't quite contain herself. Everly nodded obediently. Mara patted the student's shoulder, clearly pleased, and continued. Not long after the uproar over Berlin's death settled, the science building was officially put into use. From then on, there were frequent reports of sightings of the deceased Mr. Berlin in lab number 3. At first, the principal didn't believe the rumors until one day, he saw Berlin himself. The posthumous Berlin was still wearing his cherished women's suit skirt. He held his own head in his hands, slowly pulling it toward the principal with a bizarre, eerie smile. Then, with force, he twisted his own head in place, 2 full rotations accompanied by the sound of bones creaking and snapping before yanking it off entirely, enthusiastically demonstrating to the principal how a person could remove their own head. Terrified, the principal fled and immediately summoned an exorcist, who purified lab number 3 and suppressed the wandering spirit of Mr. Berlin. And after that? There was no after that. The exorcist was highly professional. He held a grand requiem ritual at the scene. Once he left, lab number 3 became completely calm, and over time, the haunting rumors quietly faded away. So you see, Everly, with something like that having happened, that building itself is ominous. That's why I suggested you pick another place for your research, Mara explained. After sincerely thanking teacher Mara, Everly left the library, carrying the information she had gathered. By this point, it was already quite clear what had happened, and the missing details could mostly be filled in with educated guesses. It all began 10 years ago. One night, teacher Berlin, who looked like a woman despite being male, summoned Paimon in science lab number 3. For some unknown reason, he failed, suffered backlash, and died horribly, his head and body separated. After his death, Berlin became a ghost, haunting the building until the principal summoned exorcists to seal him. 10 years later, members of the Supernatural Research Club did something in lab number 3, perhaps accidentally damaging the soul-sealing artifact, or maybe they played some forbidden game. In any case, they unintentionally broke Berlin's seal. Upon revival, Berlin took on the identity of visual arts teacher Berlin, luring the club's 4 members into trying the lucky relief and fortune-borrowing rituals. Unaware of the danger, the 4 became Paimon servants and spread his faith within the school. To be honest, this was not good. If it were just a typical vengeful spirit causing trouble, Everly would have been confident in handling it. But since this involved one of the 72 demons of Solomon, it sounded far more dangerous. She couldn't openly oppose it. If she accidentally angered Paimon, the consequences could be disastrous. It would be better to deal with it more indirectly. Everly went back and discussed it with Misha, then consulted Rebecca. In the end, she decided to publish her investigation results on the school forum. This was the forum's peak time of activity. Not only students, but even some trendy teachers would check it when they had free time. Everly planned to make sure her post stayed pinned for at least a week, long enough for the vast majority of students and staff to see it. As for whether the students would choose to believe the post or not, and whether they could resist the temptations brought by the lucky relief, that was entirely up to their own fate. Everly wasn't their mother, there were too many students for her to manage. The school forum required registration with a student ID, so outsiders couldn't access it. But since the opponent was Paimon, a being rumored to know all worldly knowledge, Everly didn't want to use her own account. She feared that he might trace it back through the internet. That was when the reliable adult, Rebecca, stepped in. One of her fortune-telling shop's regular clients was a programmer skilled in computers and occasionally working as a hacker. In the programmer community, many people were superstitious. They believed certain code comments were guardians of the system and must never be deleted, or the system would crash. Before running tests in critical environments, some would even consult Rebecca's shop for luck. Rebecca collected a fee from Everly and communicated with the hacker on her behalf. The hacker gained access to the Katak school forum, and as Everly requested, pinned a post across all forum channels under the title. Shocking. Lucky Relief is a scam to summon a demon. This mysterious cross-dressing man did these things. Beyond posting, Everly also asked Rebecca to send a letter to the current principal. It detailed the entire Lucky Relief incident and earnestly urged the principal to take the matter seriously, suggesting they call a few exorcists to deal with Paimon, such as the expensive but absolutely reliable exorcist Wester, whose contact information was attached. Whether the letter might seem like Wester's self-promotion wasn't Everly's concern. After completing all this, Everly felt she had done her utmost. Anything more would be overstepping. She needed to protect herself. True to the tried-and-true, shocking headlines style, Everly's post immediately grabbed attention. The moment it went live, it caused a campus-wide sensation. In less than half a day, nearly every student and teacher had read the post, which had an explosively intriguing title. However, the vast majority of students seemed to treat it as nothing more than a made-up story. Even if some of them actually carried white plaster statues, that only suggested the post drew a little inspiration from reality. Ghosts and demons? Huh. Well written, but not strange enough. Next time, add some more shocking material. Of course, where there were skeptics, there were also believers. Especially those who had witnessed classmates suddenly excel after performing the rituals, or those who had obtained a plaster statue and benefited from the luck-borrowing ceremony. These students looked thoughtful after reading Everly's post. Did you see that post? Of course I did. So, what do you think? Should we continue? Honestly, it felt so real. I'm kind of scared. I don't know. Maybe we should look again? Conversations like this were happening all over the campus. Just as Everly was feeling pleased with the results of her efforts, her phone refreshed and the forum post was gone. Not long after, Everly received a call from Rebecca. Breathless, Rebecca delivered bad news. The hacker was no longer cooperating. Berlin, or rather, the entity behind Berlin, had targeted the hacker. It turned out that just moments ago, while the hacker was battling the school forum's administrators online, the protective charms Rebecca had given him suddenly began shattering one by one without warning. New beta epsilon-s. Snap, crack. When the last charm finally broke, the hacker's running computer instantly went black. The pitch-dark screen acted like a mirror, reflecting his own image. Eyes wide in terror, the hacker saw that even though he hadn't moved, his reflection slowly curled its lips into a sinister smile. Then it raised its hands, grasped its own head, and twisted it. Crack. The crisp sound of bones dislocating echoed as the grinning reflection released its hands. In the next instant, its head dropped like a heavy stone, maintaining that cold smile as it hit the floor, collapsing into a heap of rotting flesh and wriggling maggots. Ah! Although the hacker's computer came back on shortly after, the terrifying incident had already drained his courage. He could no longer continue the work. He said he's the one who canceled first, so he refunded all the money. So, do you want me to find another hacker to help? Rebecca asked. Everly thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it. Finding someone else will probably end the same way. Besides, the post is way more popular than I expected. After being pinned all morning, nearly everyone already knows about it. As for the fee, calculate it yourself. Subtract the money you spent on charms for the hacker and your intermediary fee, and just keep the rest on account. I'll come by your shop this weekend to restock, and we'll deduct it from the account then. Got it. Also, miss, this opponent is very powerful. You have to be careful. I'm only doing this much. I won't get involved anymore. After thanking Rebecca, Everly hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. Truly, this was one of the legendary 72 Demons of Solomon, so quickly it had tracked down the hacker hiding behind the scenes. Being cautious earlier had definitely been the right move. She hoped that after seeing the post, the students would wake up and avoid stepping into traps knowingly. And as for the principal, if he could take the letter she had sent through Rebecca seriously and call in exorcists early, even better if they could get someone like Wester. With him involved, everything would probably settle quickly. Everly had high expectations for both the students and the principal. But fate did not cooperate. On the principal's side, the letter she sent through Rebecca disappeared into the void, no response whatsoever. As for the students, however, the exaggerated warning about the demon in her post actually worked fairly well. Many students had already thought the luck-borrowing ritual was troublesome. After reading Everly's post, which laid out in detail the possible consequences of borrowing demonic power, their laziness and fear combined, and they didn't proceed with the ritual. The plaster statue was just a ritual prop. Without performing the ritual, it could not affect its holder in any way. Everly had been feeling pleased with the effect of her post, but she didn't expect that, within just a month, the situation would take a sudden turn and spiral completely out of control. On November 4th, the second round of the fall SAT exams took place as scheduled. 11th grade students who had skipped earlier rounds or hadn't performed well previously were all taking this exam. Not long after, the scores were released. While the majority of students who hadn't studied enough groaned over their poor results, a small group achieved shockingly high marks. Perfect scores, perfect scores, perfect scores. While reading and writing varied due to the subjective nature of grading, every single one of them scored perfectly on the math section. Wait, what? Bruce? His math? There's no way he got a perfect score. Sure. Haven't you heard? He used the lucky relief, the one mentioned in that viral forum post. We laughed at it before, but it's true. The statue really can help you succeed in exams. Then, should we? Maybe we should try it? Humans are greedy, lazy, envious, indecisive, and prone to temptation. When no one has gained an advantage through shortcuts, others might resist breaking the rules. But the problem was that some students had already obtained a lucky relief from Berlin and successfully performed the luck-borrowing ritual to gain Paymon's power, achieving the results everyone dreamed of. Moreover, in the short term, none of them suffered any serious consequences. Maybe the post's warning was just exaggeration. Maybe I'm special and nothing bad will happen to me. The test is really hard. Whatever the consequences, I'll try it anyway. With thoughts like these, batch after batch of students began appearing in science lab number 3 after school, taking plaster statues and the phonetic spells from the increasingly radiant Berlin. And the actions of these students, like bad money flooding the market, began to affect the original good money as well. Everyone's going to Berlin for a lucky relief, Andre, Pete, Peroni. These people who normally perform far worse than me will soon use the statue's power to leap ahead, becoming more outstanding and competitive than I am. If I don't go, I'll be left far behind. I can't accept that, even though I usually put in more effort. In the class, a girl who was close to Misha and normally studied very hard pressed her lips together, pushed aside Misha's hand, and spoke with determination. There were many others like her. Most of them were in the upper middle of the class and had been strong candidates for college. Yet when students who were originally behind them started surpassing them thanks to the statue, even if they weren't in the same competitive path, feelings of resentment and urgency surged among these students. The lucky relief and the luck-borrowing ritual spread like a virus through the 11th grade at an unimaginable speed and then across the entire school. On November 16th, the day after the full moon, Everly came to the class and found that, except for her and Misha, almost everyone was holding a white plaster statue. At this stage of events, the best approach would actually be to contact an official organization like the Federal Bureau of Special Affairs Investigation, SI, which had once investigated the Butterfly Fall incident. However, this official agency cannot be found at all on the federal government's institutional search platform. It belongs to a secretive branch. Its investigators operate in an equally mysterious manner. Ever since, Everly had tried to request their contact information, but the investigators said that they needed to act covertly and could not disclose any details. They would reach out to her proactively if they deemed it necessary. In short, it seems they treated Everly as an ordinary civilian, fearing harassment, and therefore refused to provide any contact information. This directly led to Everly now facing a major crisis without a reliable organization to help resolve it. Meanwhile, the lucky relief was spreading through the entire campus at an extremely rapid pace. Its effects were nothing short of immediate. After completing the luck-borrowing ritual, as long as the plaster figure was carried on one's person, the holder would fall into an addictive state of omniscience. In this state, a brain that had been sluggish and dull would suddenly become astonishingly sharp and perceptive. Problems that previously could not be solved would, upon seeing the question, immediately spark relevant solving ideas or even yield the answer outright. Things that had seemed confusing and opaque before would suddenly become perfectly clear, and a little thought would reveal their deeper meaning. Beyond knowledge and wisdom, the lucky relief also bestowed boundless artistic inspiration upon its holder. For painters, simply picking up a brush would cause their fingers to move spontaneously across the paper, sketching artworks that combined both artistry and depth. For musicians, playing an instrument would automatically trigger beautiful, never-before-heard melodies in their ears, inspiring them to compose stunning new pieces. Even beginners in photography, by simply raising their camera and snapping a shot, could capture landscapes where composition, color, and lighting approached perfection. If those who borrowed Paymon's power were considered cheaters, then Everly and Misha were now just ordinary people who had accidentally wandered into a world full of cheat codes. Even though both of them had decent grades in class, they were now overshadowed by the surge of strong students in every field, standing out only for their mediocrity, almost like sidewalk extras. Everly was fine. She could stay calm. Misha, however, was feeling uneasy. In November and early December, Misha had taken another SAT exam each month. In November, due to insufficient preparation, she scored below 1300. The December results weren't out yet, but she had a bad feeling after the test and wasn't confident. If her December scores didn't meet expectations, the next SAT opportunity wouldn't be until March of next year. That long stretch would not only be exhausting, but would also take up a lot of time, preventing Misha from fully focusing on her schoolwork. Normally, having other struggling classmates around would have eased Misha's anxiety. But now, overnight, everyone around her had become math prodigies, able to achieve their desired scores in a single test. She was left alone, slogging through revisions, relying on Everly to carve out time to tutor her in math. Naturally, she felt frustrated. Still, despite the imbalance, Misha listened to advice. Even though all her friends had used the lucky relief and offered to get one for her, she firmly refused to resort to this kind of evil god method. And in fact, she had been wise to do so. On December 17th, Gina, one of the first 4 to use the lucky relief and a member of the Supernatural Research Club, was the first to experience its backlash. It had been a perfectly ordinary day. The students, as usual, finished their English class. When the bell rang, everyone stood up, packed their things, and prepared to move to the next classroom. At that moment, Gina's friend Emma suddenly noticed that Gina, sitting next to her, had her head bowed and remained perfectly still, showing no intention of getting up. With Diaris's new Thailand bot. Gina, what's wrong? Are you asleep? Emma pushed her friend's shoulder in confusion. Through Gina's thin down jacket, her touch felt stiff and heavy, so rigid that she couldn't budge her. Gina? Gina. Emma held her hand in front of Gina's face and waved it experimentally. Seagold. A faint, broken voice came from Gina's direction, light and weak, as if separated by a thick pane of glass. If most of the class hadn't already left, Emma might have missed it entirely. Cold? Gina, it's a sunny day today. The classroom isn't cold at all. Thinking her friend was feeling unwell, Emma bent over with concern and pushed aside the long hair that fell over Gina's face. Beneath the hair was a face as white as plaster. No, as white as plaster wasn't accurate. That was a plaster face. The soft, human skin had somehow been replaced by a white, coarse-textured layer of plaster. The areas that should have been eyes, nose, and mouth now appeared completely flat. Even with a face where not a single feature could be seen, Gina stubbornly kept speaking under Emma's horrified gaze. She whispered, "See cold, so cold." The plaster on her face was still thin and hadn't fully set. It clung like a tight white plastic film over her flesh. As Gina spoke, Emma could clearly see the plaster over her mouth moving up and down, revealing the faint contours of her lips and tongue beneath. No wonder Gina's voice sounded so muffled. It was because her face was covered in plaster. When a person experiences extreme terror, the brain can suddenly short-circuit and they forget how to scream. Emma just stood there, dumbfounded, watching as Gina's movements beneath the plaster grew slower and slower, and her voice weaker and weaker. Eventually, the thick plaster fully solidified, creeping up along Gina's hair. In less than 5 minutes, the girl in front of her had gone from a living human being to a faceless plaster statue. The classroom had no more lessons after this, and the teacher had stepped out for other matters. Emma stood alone in the vast, empty room, panicking. She reached out to touch and push the plaster figure, trying desperately to convince herself that it was some cruel prank. But the texture under her hands was far too real, rough, hard, and icy cold. The chill made her shiver involuntarily. Tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of heels striking the floor came from behind her. Emma turned her head and saw a young woman with long golden hair, a beautiful face, and a graceful figure, who had somehow approached silently. Emma's eyes lit up. Miss Berlin. Gina, she suddenly turned into plaster. Please, save her quickly. Thinking of the woman's expertise in sorcery, a flicker of hope appeared in the girl's eyes. Sobbing, she pleaded for help from Ms. Berlin. But instead of the warmth and kindness she remembered from previous encounters, Berlin glanced at her indifferently. She walked 2 steps forward to Gina, now frozen in plaster, bent down and reached into Gina's plastered pocket to retrieve the plaster figure that had been placed inside. Emma was standing very close, so she could see clearly that the plaster figure in Berlin's hand looked nothing like the ones she had seen before. The figure in the teacher's hands was colored. It had no crown. The hair and eyes were painted a warm brown, the lips pink, the skin pale, with a nose and mouth. It wore a light gold thin-down jacket, jeans, and Martin boots. Even the small accessories on the clothing were meticulously detailed. Emma's expression froze in shock. The little plaster figure's outfit, hair color, eye color, and that strikingly familiar face were identical to Gina's before she had turned into plaster. Moreover, whether it was Emma's imagination or not, she saw the figure twist its face in a look of pain and stiffly reach an arm toward her in midair. "Teacher, this is..." Her hands trembled as she instinctively reached out, wanting to grab the figure and rescue her friend, who kept crying for help. But Berlin moved far faster than Emma expected. Their hands crossed in midair, and Emma grasped nothing. As for Berlin, after taking the plaster figure into her hands, she bared her lips, bright red, revealing 2 rows of dents, protruding, shark-like fangs, glistening with greedy saliva. She leaned toward the head of the plaster figure and suddenly clamped down. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking echoed. The little plaster figure's raised hand slowly drooped and stopped moving. Emma's friends seemed to realize what had happened. She covered her mouth with her hands, stepped back, and large tears rolled down her cheeks as she stared at the woman with a mix of fear and hatred. You ate Gina." "What nonsense," Berlin said with a cruel smile. "It's just chocolate." She bit down on the still bleeding plaster head, bringing it close to Emma. Then, right in front of her, she clenched her upper and lower teeth together, crack, crushing the entire head. Red and white fluids splattered from the shattered skull. Because she was so close, Emma could even smell the stench wafting from Berlin's mouth, a strong, metallic mix of blood and earth. Crunch, crunch. Berlin no longer bothered to intimidate Emma. She cupped her jaw, eyes half closed, lost in the sensation of chewing the figure's head. With each movement of her lips, thick fluid and skull fragments stuck to her gleaming fangs, making her appearance even more horrifying and uncanny. Why had she ever thought that Ms. Berlin was kind? Emma wanted to look away, to turn and leave the classroom. But her legs, paralyzed by sheer terror, refused to move, stiff as stone. So, with tears streaming down her face, Emma was forced to watch as Ms. Berlin devoured Gina's head, neck, torso, and legs, bit by bit, until even the blood that ran between her fingers was completely licked clean by the woman's bright red tongue. Delicious. After finishing, Berlin lifted her hand and lightly patted Emma's cheek. Leaning close, she whispered in a hoarse voice, "You should mature quickly, too." With that, she twisted her slender waist and left the classroom with all the elegance and allure of a predator, leaving Emma alone, cowering beside a desk, trembling. The news of Gina turning into a plaster statue quickly spread throughout the school. Her friend Emma, crying, brought classmates and the homeroom teacher to see the abruptly appearing plaster figure in the classroom, recounting everything she had witnessed. Actually, after Gina got that plaster figure, she started acting strange. She would zone out for longer periods, and in the mornings, she complained that her body felt heavy and she didn't want to move. I thought she was just unwell, so I didn't think much of it. But what should I do? I also use the Lucky Relief, and lately, I sometimes feel my joints stiffen and running isn't as smooth as before. Does that mean I'm about to turn into a plaster statue too? How could a person suddenly turn into a plaster statue? You must be overthinking. The homeroom teacher was new and had no knowledge of Berlin's side 10 years ago. He shook his head after hearing Emma's story, assuming she was just joking with him. Yeah, this plaster figure is probably just Gina's prank. Emma, don't be fooled. Where did that troublemaker Gina go? When we find her, we're going to make her pay. The classmates patted Emma on the shoulder, trying to console her. Though their words were meant to be comforting, their expressions were tense. Everyone had seen Gina's progress on the SAT firsthand. So, when Gina started spreading the Lucky Relief, most of the class had tried it and, using the luck-borrowing ritual, achieved the scores they wanted. The sudden appearance of the plaster figure, combined with Emma's description of her physical condition, made the situation sound anything but a prank. In fact, many of them had recently experienced similar physical issues themselves, which planted a deep fear of the future in their hearts. But people are like this. They refuse to admit their mistakes until death is literally at their doorstep. We have to do something. That post was right. It's an absolute taboo that shouldn't be touched. If we don't want to die, we need to find some professionals to deal with Berlin. Emma gritted her teeth, speaking with righteous anger. To her surprise, very few responded. But if we do that, does it mean we can't use the Lucky Relief anymore? I finished the ritual too late. I couldn't make it for this December SAT. Maybe I'll wait until after March's test. I haven't even had time to participate in the chemistry competition yet. The students mumbled, then all instinctively changed the subject. Getting the grades they dreamed of without any real effort, winning the praise of teachers and parents, and receiving the envious admiration of everyone around them. Once someone had experienced this, it was almost impossible to let go. Besides, none of them had seen Gina actually turn into a plaster statue themselves. What if it was all just a joke? The plaster figure in the classroom, thought to be Gina, was taken by the janitor at the homeroom teacher's request, since no one could claim it. It was temporarily confiscated and moved to the art classroom. Emma, accompanied by other classmates, left the classroom with a heavy heart. Whether they were deluding themselves or truly believed it, everyone still thought that a human turning into plaster was just a prank. However, by the afternoon, another case of plaster transformation occurred. It happened right after school, the time when students were most active. Everyone went to their lockers to drop off belongings, club members headed to their activities, those preparing for competitions sought out their teachers, and athletes ran to the sports field. The hallways were packed with bustling crowds. A careless 10th grade student, while passing through the throng, accidentally bumped into someone standing still. Ordinarily, this would have been a minor incident, easily resolved with an apology. But no one expected what happened next. In full view of everyone, the person swayed like a frozen statue, lost balance, and toppled forward. Boom! After the loud crash, a human-shaped plaster figure lay shattered on the floor. Pure white and hollow inside, its fractured face showed no features, leaving only the plastered clothing to indicate the outline of the person who had been standing moments ago. What's going on? Where did this plaster figure come from? A person. A human turned into plaster. I saw it too. Amid the corridor's chatter and chaos, a crisp tap, tap sound suddenly echoed. Compared to the noisy environment, the footfalls were faint, Yet everyone's attention was immediately drawn, and they turned their heads. They saw a beautiful female teacher with shoulder-length blonde hair, dressed in a women's suit. Berlin, the teacher who only appeared in the third science lab after school, once again stepped into public view. She walked slowly through the crowd and stopped in front of the shattered plaster figure on the floor. Oh dear, it broke. How careless of me. The hallway had somehow become completely quiet. In the silence, the teacher propped her chin in her hand and sighed, feigning distress. Then she knelt on one knee, reaching into the pocket of the plaster figure's clothing to retrieve a tiny plaster figure. Because of the earlier accident, the little plaster figure had been damaged and split in two. Whatever had been infused into the plaster's body caused the broken halves to ooze a thick, bright red liquid, looking like blood, and it was extremely horrifying. But Berlin didn't seem at all bothered. She stood up, tilting her head slightly, grasping each half of the little figure with both hands. Bringing the break to her mouth, she greedily sucked at it several times, then opened her mouth wide, revealing an excessively sharp set of fangs, and crack, crack, she chewed the two halves and swallowed them. Because she ate so quickly, the thick red liquid dripped from the plaster body, wetting Berlin's chin. Click. Someone instinctively raised a camera and snapped a photo of the terrifying scene. However, when the photo was developed, Berlin appeared only as a faint shadow, her body ghostly and unreal. Strangely, it was the small plaster figure in her hands that became the focus. When the crowd enlarged the image, they were shocked to see that the tiny plaster figure's face was identical to the face of Bright, the president of the Supernatural Research Club. The camera owner treated this as a paranormal photo, exported it from the memory card, and uploaded it to the campus forum. The post quickly amassed dozens of comments. At first, most students doubted its authenticity, thinking the camera owner had used Photoshop. That changed when someone aware of the morning's Gina plaster incident linked the two events together, posting photos of Gina's plaster figure in the classroom as well. 298F, is this for real? 299F, I'm near the art supply room. I want to check, there really is a plaster figure. 300F, speaking of bodies, I've been feeling my joints stiff a lot lately. Could it be? 301F, it's probably just in your head. So many people use the lucky relief and nothing happened. Don't scare yourself. Crying sadly, A with Rave Thailand bot. On the sports field, Emma was running when her left knee suddenly locked, refusing to lift. Due to the momentum, she lost her balance and fell heavily onto the track. The coach immediately called for help and had her assisted to the side to rest. Grabbing her water bottle, Emma gulped down a few mouthfuls. Distracted and anxious, she instinctively pulled out her phone and opened the school forum. At the top of the forum, one post was going viral. It had already accumulated hundreds of replies. Apparently, someone had taken a paranormal photo. Emma, desperate for anything to distract her, clicked on the post. But as she read the full context, her relaxed expression froze. Sure enough, not only Gina, but others who had used the lucky relief were gradually turning into plaster. Could her own knee be slowly plastering over, causing it to stiffen suddenly? Holding her breath, Emma carefully rolled up her pants and looked at her left knee. All she saw was a dazzling patch of white. Although she quickly realized that her knee was simply pale from not being exposed to sunlight, the two consecutive plastering incidents had already terrified her. Emma was an athlete, a runner by skill and by love. She enjoyed running and was good at it. The only reason she had ever used the lucky relief was laziness. If it weren't for the statue, a little effort in studying would have been enough to earn the score she needed. Her life was still long ahead of her. She hadn't yet achieved the ranking she wanted in competitions, and she had so many wishes left unfulfilled. How could she accept that, because of a moment of laziness, she would turn into plaster and be eaten? It was all that little plaster figure's fault. If it hadn't existed, could she have stayed the way she used to be? The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Trembling, Emma pulled from her backpack the white plaster figure with its crown and blurred face. Gritting her teeth, she decisively smashed it hard onto the ground. Crack! The fragile plaster figure hit the ground and shattered into pieces, white fragments and powder scattering everywhere. At the same time, standing by the edge of the sports field, Emma looked down in horror, watching countless bright red cracks spread like spiderwebs across her palm. No, these cracks weren't just on her hands. They were appearing all over her body. Crack, 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 crack. The sounds of splitting were faint but dense, coming from every part of her body, growing faster and more numerous by the second. Finally, in front of everyone, the living girl collapsed on the spot, reduced to a pile of bloody fragments. Ah! The screams of the onlookers echoed across the sports field, delayed in shock. On the nearby tennis court, Everly heard the commotion. She put away her racket and gave Misha a look. The two temporarily stopped their practice, weaving through the crowd of onlookers to reach the source of the screaming. They arrived just in time to see the plaster figure and the shattered, bloody fragments on the ground. What's happening? Is this a murder? No, absolutely not. Many people just saw it. Emma was fine at first, until she picked up that plaster figure and smashed it on the ground, and then she turned into fragments too. Another plaster figure? Could what the forum said really be true? The murmurs and discussions of the crowd reached Everly's ears. She frowned for a moment, pulled out her phone, and opened the forum. Sure enough, she found the paranormal photo thread everyone had been talking about. Scrolling quickly and filtering out irrelevant posts, she flicked to the very bottom of the thread. She exhaled, a mix of frustration and resignation, realizing that the situation was about to escalate rapidly over the next few days. But what could she do? She had only asked someone to post a message online, and the hacker on the other side had nearly died. She wasn't reckless enough to go provoking Paimon for no reason. She had warned everyone, but no one could resist the temptation. Get ready. Starting tomorrow, take an extended break. Before this is over, study at home. Everly swiped to the messaging interface and sent Misha a note. Okay. When facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, Everly preferred to avoid direct confrontation. So, starting the next day, she took Misha along and, for the first time in a long while, went on an extended break. Meanwhile, the campus forum flooded with one shocking post after another. Help! I woke up this morning, and my roommate on the opposite bed suddenly turned into a plaster figure. What should I do? The rumors are true. A student accidentally broke the Lucky Relief's hand, and his arm fell off too. Just now, 3 more people turned into plaster figures in public. Our whole class is going crazy. As time went on, more and more people who had used the Lucky Relief began turning into plaster figures in all kinds of situations. Some were scared and locked the little plaster figures in cabinets, thinking that as long as they didn't carry them around, nothing would happen. But it didn't matter. They hadn't been gone long before the figures would somehow grow legs and emerge from some pocket on their body. No matter what, they couldn't escape them. At the same time, more and more posts about sightings of Teacher Berlin began to appear. At first, she only appeared at the sites of plaster transformations, taking the lifelike little plaster figures and then leaving. But gradually, more than one person mentioned encountering Berlin wandering around even in places where no plaster figures had appeared. Some even attached secret photos. In the earliest photos, Berlin appeared translucent, more like a ghost drifting in daylight than a human. As the photos progressed over time, her body became increasingly solid. In the most recent pictures, she looked indistinguishable from a normal person. It was as if, by devouring those plaster figures, the vengeful spirit had gradually grown flesh and blood. No one knew what Berlin would become if the situation continued to develop. Fortunately, at this point, the skeptical current principal could no longer ignore the situation. Students were disappearing one by one, including teachers, and everyone claimed that the missing individuals had turned into plaster figures. On top of that, the suppressed incident of Berlin's side from 10 years ago resurfaced, with many claiming they had seen her resurrected. Everything happening at the school shattered the principal's understanding. Frustrated and desperate, he remembered an anonymous letter he had received over a month ago. After much hesitation, he finally dialed the phone number included in the letter. Hello, this is Exorcist Wester. How may I assist you? The receiver carried a deep, magnetic male voice. 3 days later, Exorcist Wester, dressed in a black trench coat and wearing his signature top hat, carried a suitcase and stepped through the gates of Katak High. For what Wester had done at school, Everly had no informants and wasn't clear about it. However, the next morning, while she was tutoring Misha in math, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller was Rebecca, Everly didn't think much of it and tapped to answer. Unexpectedly, the voice that came through the receiver wasn't Rebecca's energetic tone, but a somewhat familiar, low male voice. Is this Everly Minas? Hello. Perhaps you've heard of me. My name is Wester, an exorcist. Regarding the Lucky Relief case at Katak High, there are a few things I'd like to ask you about. I wonder if you're available. Everly. In disbelief, she pulled the phone away slightly to double-check the caller ID. No mistake, it really was Rebecca. So how is it that Wester was the one speaking? That confirmation made her response a little slower. Seemingly sensing her confusion from the prolonged silence, Wester continued, "No need to check again. This is Rebecca's phone. By tracking down the hacker who infiltrated the school network back then, I found Rebecca, who had hired him to make the post. From her, I got your name. I'm quite curious, Miss Everly, what exactly was your role in this incident?" Before he could finish, Rebecca's shout suddenly cut into the line. Hey, little miss, it's me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. This guy played dirty. He used a truth serum on me and snatched my phone. I only slipped up because of that, MMPH. A burst of clattering noises followed, something very suspicious sounding as if objects were being knocked over. Then Wester's low voice came on again, asking Everly to meet him at Rebecca's fortune-telling shop. Everly felt that the other party must have suspected her. After all, she had been especially active in the early stages of the incident, not only digging into Berlin's side case from 10 years ago, but even spending a large sum to hire a hacker to post online. No matter how one looked at it, she didn't seem like an uninvolved bystander. However, Everly had nothing to hide. She had acted uprightly and honorably. At most, she'd been a little cautious, a little enthusiastic, and a little rich. None of that was a crime. She wasn't afraid of being investigated at all, and she genuinely hoped the chaos at school would settle down soon. After removing the Banshee's eyeball and carefully hiding it in a cabinet, she packed a few self-defense items and took a taxi alone to Rebecca's fortune-telling shop. She pushed open the smoke-gray glass door plastered with stickers and stepped inside. The door swung shut behind her, the bell hanging on it swaying and jingling with a clear jingle-jangle. Under the dim lights of the small shop, a man and a woman seated around a round table both looked up at the same time and turned their gazes toward Everly. From the clattering sounds she'd heard over the phone, Everly had assumed Rebecca had been beaten by Wester. But when she arrived and saw for herself, although Rebecca's cheeks were puffed up in displeasure and her expression full of annoyance, her clothes were neat, her wolf-cut hair sticking up flamboyantly as ever, and she looked completely unharmed. In contrast, Wester, sitting beside her, had several rather suspicious scratch marks on his face. Ahem. I was just too scared, okay? Who told him to snatch someone's phone without a word? He's so big, I had to resist. Noticing Everly's gaze lingering on the scratches, Rebecca scratched her cheek, an embarrassed look appearing on her face. Everly nodded in understanding, then walked over to Wester and, like a little adult, extended her hand toward him. Hello, Mr. Wester. I'm Everly. Hello. Wester stood up and shook her hand. 16 years had passed since she first met this man. The exorcist who had once been just over 30 now inevitably bore faint lines at the corners of his eyes and brows. Even so, the marks of time hadn't diminished his handsomeness. Instead, they made Wester resemble a blade that had been tempered again and again, his aura sharper than ever, a mere glance enough to make one feel intense pressure. Provided there weren't those few scratch marks on his face. The scratch marks on his face, like cat whiskers, looked a little comical. They subtly weakened the oppressive aura Wester naturally carried, which in turn made Everly's attitude more relaxed as she answered his questions. Everly hadn't done anything wrong to begin with, and everything she said was the truth. Her logic was airtight. After several rounds of questioning, Wester ruled her out as a suspect and informed her that she was free to leave. Would Everly actually leave just like that? Of course the answer was no. Mr. Wester, actually, instead of suspecting me, I think you'd be better off dealing with Teacher Berlin at the school as soon as possible. Look, according to the timeline, I sorted the photos students posted on the Forum of Berlin. As the number of plaster figurines he consumed increased, his appearance in the photos grew more and more lifelike. I believe he must have gained power from those plaster statues, gradually transforming from a ghost, or something similar, into a physical entity. If he continues to grow, the situation will definitely become more serious. Turning the tables, Everly took out her phone and showed Wester the photos she had gathered over this period. Wester glanced over them casually and gave a slight nod. I've already noticed what you're describing. Thank you for the reminder. I'll keep an eye on it. As expected of one of the top exorcists in the United States, reliable indeed. Then may I ask what information you've gathered so far? Could you share some of it with me? Everly pressed. Grade 11 material was already getting difficult. Even she found it a bit challenging to study solely from the textbooks. Everly was eager to resolve the trouble at school as soon as possible and return to classes. Unfortunately, Wester had no intention of revealing the progress of his investigation. No matter what Everly asked, his reply was the same. No comment. Originally, Everly had wanted to ask Wester whether he would be willing to sell her a few magical tools. But seeing his world-weary, coffin-lid expression and considering his exorbitant fees, she figured he probably wouldn't care about her small amount of money. Not wanting to invite rejection, she dropped the idea. After leaving Rebecca's shop, Everly returned to Misha's house and continued staying indoors. Wester moved fast. In the morning, he had still been questioning the suspicious person, Everly. By afternoon, when Everly logged onto the school forum, she saw a shocking announcement. The school's academic affairs office had issued a notice. All students who possessed plaster figurines and had performed the luck-borrowing ritual, if they did not wish to die by turning into plaster statues, were required to bring their respective lucky reliefs to the school auditorium at 8 p.m. on the night of the next new moon to participate in a curse-breaking ritual. Good grief, he was already breaking the curse? Was Wester really that capable? Everly had read quite a few books on mysticism. She knew that a curse-breaking ritual was a concept in occult studies. Simply put, it meant conducting a ritual that was the complete opposite of the original one, from ritual tools to inscribed symbols, in order to nullify the effects of the previous ceremony. Although the luck-borrowing ritual circulating at school did not require a formal magic array and wasn't particularly standardized, judging from the incantation, its essence was a pledge of allegiance to Paimon, offering oneself as a sacrifice in exchange for borrowing his power. Therefore, to break the curse, one only needed to fundamentally negate that process. Paimon is one of the 72 demons of Lesser Key of Solomon. According to legend, God once bestowed upon Solomon a ring with miraculous powers. Through this ring, Solomon could not only speak with animals, but also command demons and summon angels. Before his death, Solomon feared that he would no longer be able to suppress the demons he had controlled. So he made a pact with God. He would offer his soul to God after death, ensuring that the demons would remain forever bound by Solomon's seal. As for the incantations Solomon used to seal the demons, they had long been lost over the course of history, and his miraculous ring had likewise vanished without a trace. Therefore, in theory, undoing the pledge of allegiance to Paimon made during the luck-borrowing ritual would require invoking God, that is, the power of the Church. As the most famous and most controversial exorcist in the United States, Wester had extensive connections and had long maintained good relations with the upper echelons of the American Church. Through the Archbishop of the Dwight Diocese, he contacted the church in Mykonos City. They promised that on the night of the next new moon, January 1st, New Year's Day, they would dispatch 5 local priests and 8 acolytes to assist Wester in carrying out the students' curse-breaking ritual. This was truly a massive undertaking. Aside from those who had already turned into plaster statues and disappeared, Ketak High still had a total of 283 students enrolled. Everly didn't know how many required the ritual, so she estimated roughly 250. That would mean each priest would need to handle at least 50 students, reciting passages from the Bible to them, sprinkling holy water, striking the sinners' backs with a whip, and asking whether they admitted their wrongdoing and were willing to return to the Lord's embrace. Even moving efficiently, the full confession process would take at least 5 or 6 minutes per student. To complete all of them would likely stretch past midnight. And this was overtime on the very first day of the new year. The fact that the church was willing to send 13 clergy members to help on New Year's Day showed just how much influence Wester truly had. Naturally, the students were overjoyed by the news. The speed at which a person turned into plaster was related to how frequently they used Paimon's power. For example, Gina and Bright, The first to become plaster statues not only were the earliest to use the lucky relief, but also regularly participated in exams and competitions, using it at high frequency. Meanwhile, Darcy, a 10th grade club member who had performed the ritual at the same time as them, had shown no signs of petrification so far, largely because she was rather lazy and rarely put the ritual to use. Thus, although the luck-borrowing ritual could only be performed on nights of the full moon, the rate at which students turned into plaster varied from person to person. Almost every day, someone would transform into a plaster statue in full view of others. This further intensified the growing panic. By now, no one clung to the intelligence and honors brought by the lucky relief as they had at the beginning. They were desperate to get rid of the little plaster figurines and return to being their ordinary, unremarkable selves. Where some rejoiced, others worried. Just as the luck-borrowing ritual had to be conducted on a full moon, the curse-breaking ritual had to be held on a new moon. The Academic Affairs Office issued its notice on December 22nd, 10 days before the next new moon. 10 days might not sound long, but it wasn't short either. Some students could grit their teeth and wait it out. Others, however, had already begun to show signs of plastering and simply couldn't hold on that long. One of Misha's close friends fell into the latter category. She was a member of the school team and had recently been preparing intensely for the Physics Bowl competition. The high frequency of daily problem-solving had accelerated her plastering far beyond that of others. Feeling that she might not last much longer, she took a desperate gamble. Together with several classmates in similar situations, she decided to ambush Teacher Berlin. They seem to think that as long as they eliminate the source of all this disaster, Teacher Berlin, they'll escape the plastering. Or at least slow it down, Misha said, her brows tightly knit. And so, on December 23rd, the day after the Academic Affairs Office issued its notice, a team of 14 students, without informing any adults, brought firearms and ammunition stolen from their homes, along with silver, crosses, garlic, and other supposed anti-evil items, and launched an assassination attempt on Berlin, who was wandering around the school. When Everly first heard about the students' plan, she found it absurd. Based on the information she had gathered, Teacher Berlin was most likely a ghost, or perhaps something like a servant of a demon. How could such an existence possibly be killed by modern firearms crafted by ordinary humans? Compared to bullets, exorcism items might stand a slightly better chance, but only if they were genuine articles with real ritual significance. Crosses mass-produced in modern factories, along with random bits of silver and garlic from who knows where? As if those would actually work. But the students were out of options. They had tried cornering Wester to seek his help. The exorcist told them plainly, if they wanted to escape plastering, they had to break the curse, and to break the curse, they had to wait until the night of the new moon. These students simply couldn't afford to wait that long. As for Teacher Berlin, Wester had long intended to deal with him. Unfortunately, Berlin seemed to have anticipated how troublesome Wester would be. He never showed himself voluntarily in front of the exorcist. To avoid facing him head-on, he would even abandon already hatched plaster figurines rather than retrieve them. If he couldn't be found, there was nothing Wester could do. So while the rest of the school had begun to glimpse a ray of hope for survival, these dozen or so students were staring at what felt like a certain death sentence. At the brink of life and death, people have to fight for themselves. Even if the assassination failed, at least they could vent some of the hatred in their hearts. Berlin's location wasn't hard to determine. Wherever a newly transformed plaster statue appeared, he would be there. After seeing a post on the forum about another student turning into plaster, the 14 students grabbed their weapons and rushed to the classroom where it had happened. Seeing the situation, the other students and the teacher inside screamed and fled in panic. With the classroom instantly cleared, the 14 surrounded Berlin in a loose formation, raised their guns, and opened fire on him in unison. For reasons unknown, someone among the 14 started a live stream on the forum. Because of that, Everly was able to watch the entire incident unfold. To everyone's surprise, Berlin could actually be injured, and he bled like an ordinary person. Under the dense barrage of gunfire, his body rocked back and forth from the impact of the bullets, like a leaf caught in the wind, like torn scraps of cloth, like an overripe tomato dropping to the ground. One bullet hole after another appeared across his body like a honeycomb. From those dark openings, thick streams of blood gushed out in spurts. Amid the crowd's anxious anticipation, Berlin finally lost his balance and fell to the floor with a heavy thud. Did we succeed? The student leading the group, gripping his handgun, took an excited step forward and lowered his head to look. The livestream camera followed closely, moving in for a nearer view. And from her vantage point behind the screen, Everly found herself staring directly into a pair of cold, indifferent crimson eyes that looked upon them as if they were already corpses. On the screen, Berlin's body was rapidly repairing itself. The flowing blood was absorbed back into his skin. Fresh flesh sprouted from the bullet holes, slowly pushing out the embedded bullets, which clinked and clattered onto the floor. In mere moments, the once ravaged body returned to flawless condition. Even the torn fabric of his signature women's suit had mended itself seamlessly. Berlin's two legs, veins bulging, planted on the ground and spread into an M shape. From that position, his hips lifted, his waist arched forcefully, and his body bent into a reversed C in midair. Then he straightened. His shoulders twisted as if dislocated, his arms tracing strange arcs through the air as he shifted his center of gravity to his pelvis, rising unsteadily to his feet in a manner that seemed to defy gravity itself. He's not dead. Quick, throw the anti-evil items. The boy leading the group stumbled back a few steps and hurled a cross at Berlin. The silver-glinting cross struck Berlin squarely on the forehead, knocking his head slightly backward and momentarily halting his advance. Awathairesis knew. Seeing this, the students initially thought the exorcism items were working. They hurriedly threw their crosses, salt, holy water, and whatever else they had at Berlin. But Berlin reacted with startling speed. He opened his mouth and caught one of the flying crosses between his teeth. With a sharp crack, he bit down and crushed it into fragments. What a naughty group of children. Are you that eager to be eaten by me? Amid the students' screams, Berlin slowly raised his head. His greedy crimson eyes gleamed. A long tongue slid out of his mouth like a serpent's, licking his lower lip with restless anticipation. In the next second, his grotesquely twisted face abruptly filled the live stream screen. Blood splattered across the lens. With a harsh burst of static, the feed cut out completely. It was obvious, the student's assassination attempt had failed. All 14 who had gone, including Misha's friend, were reduced on the spot to flesh and blood smeared across the classroom walls and ceiling. It was said that when the scene was discovered, even a veteran coroner accustomed to death and corpses couldn't help but vomit. From the remains, the police identified biological tissue belonging to all 14 students and preliminarily concluded that none had survived. Their bodies and shattered bones were so thoroughly mixed together that they could not be separated. In the end, the remains were divided into 14 equal portions and returned to their grief-stricken, remorseful parents. After closing the live stream, Everly rested her chin in her hand and sat in thought for a long time, feeling an inexplicable unease. From the many items she had acquired, she selected one and placed it inside a wooden box. Then she went to find Rebecca. I have a feeling something might go wrong during the curse-breaking ritual. I want to give the item in this box, together with that thing you're holding, to Wester. It might come in handy. But I'm not close with him. He'll definitely refuse if I approach him directly. Could you give it to him for me? This? Rebecca opened the wooden box and took a look. After a moment's thought, she accepted it. Wester probably won't take it. The usage conditions are too demanding, it's pretty useless to him. Seeing Everly's disappointed expression, Rebecca quickly shifted the conversation. But I can take it to the ritual and watch over it. If anything happens, I'll be the one to use it. You're going? That's Paimon, it's dangerous. You should just hand it to Wester. If he refuses, let it go. Don't risk yourself. Shoo. Before Rebecca could finish, she pressed a finger to Everly's lips. What are you saying? Don't think I'm unreliable just because I seem a bit scatterbrained. I am the daughter of an Emra shaman. This concerns the safety of so many students. Even if Wester refuses, as an adult, I'll step in and help if needed. I believe Mother Earth herself will watch over me. With that, she retrieved a candle holder carved with the Virgin Mary from the shelf. She lit it and placed it in the center of the round table, which was covered with a blanket. Into a long-handled spoon, she poured an unknown kind of grease, then set the spoon atop the candle holder to warm it. As it heated, she murmured words under her breath. Everly couldn't understand what Rebecca was saying. It sounded like some sort of Bolivian incantation. The grease in the spoon soon began to boil, releasing a very faint, delicate fragrance into the air. The scent drifted into Everly's nose, and for a fleeting moment, her consciousness wavered. Her body felt weightless, floating lightly, as if the next second she might escape her heavy physical shell and enter a brighter, warmer world. Clap! The sharp sound of a hand striking broke Everly out of her strange trance. Realizing 5 minutes had passed without her noticing, she widened her eyes in surprise, about to ask Rebecca what she had just done. Had she made her inhale some forbidden herb? Instead, she saw Rebecca's wolf-tail hairstyle lean forward, pointing at the candle holder, and smile, revealing sharp, pointed teeth. Look! The flame of the Virgin Mary candle has burned out. Mother Earth has received my prayer and is willing to grant me protection. I believe everything will go smoothly on New Year's Day. The 14-student assassination team had died in a truly horrific way. The shock of the incident made it difficult for the school's students to feel any joy, even with the Christmas holiday just around the corner. They had never felt time drag so unbearably, nor had they ever regretted their past recklessness so deeply. And so, in fear and torment, in anxious anticipation, the day of New Year's finally arrived. The students seeking to break the curse were escorted to the school auditorium early by their worried parents. The church priests and acolytes had already prepared the venue, and Wester, fully armed, stood vigil at the entrance. He knew Berlin would absolutely try to disrupt the ritual, so he carried his yellow oil lamp and countless exorcism tools, standing silently like a stone lion outside the auditorium. For Berlin to enter, he would have to get past Wester first. Yet no one expected that, before Berlin even appeared, Wester would be attacked by students. 2 students suddenly stopped as they passed by him. One after the other, they drew guns from their pockets and fired at the man at the doorway. If Everly had been present, she would have recognized them immediately. They were 2 of the 14 who had attempted to assassinate Berlin that day. Their arms still bore incompletely healed wounds. The flesh removed from their arms had been mixed with the blood and tissue of the other 12, creating the illusion that the 2 of them had already died. In reality, they had been bribed by Berlin with the promise of breaking the plastering curse. They had survived the assassination attempt and continued to cling to life until now, becoming weapons Berlin could use to strike at the exorcist in his place. The vast majority of exorcists are spiritual practitioners. They are naturally able to distinguish humans from evil entities through subtle shifts in aura, immediately sensing and reacting to non-human presences. Against fellow humans, however, they are far less guarded. But Wester was an exception. He had no spiritual abilities. His success in the exorcist world had always relied on the wisdom and caution of his human body. The man had extraordinary hearing. As the 2 students drew their guns from their pockets, he keenly detected the faint click of the gun parts moving inside. This allowed him to dodge the first wave of shots aimed at his forehead. Bang! Bang bang! The pistols fired in rapid succession. The attackers were too close. No matter how skilled the exorcist, he couldn't avoid being hit in the chest. He collapsed stiffly at the entrance to the auditorium. Plop! His oil lamp toppled with him, the weak flame instantly extinguishing. We did it. Now, Teacher Berlin will leave us alone. We'll be free. The 2 students lowered their heads, staring at their trembling hands holding the guns. Despite it being their first time attempting murder, the first feeling that surged through them at the sight of the fallen exorcist was relief at having survived. The gunfire at the doorway drew the attention of those inside the auditorium. Heads peeked out from the interior, and screams erupted as they witnessed what was happening outside. If it weren't for the priests and acolytes maintaining order, and with Berlin not yet appearing, those inside might have perished first in a stampede. Enjoying the students' fear and screams, Berlin's figure emerged from the heavy night, stepping up to the auditorium entrance. Teacher Berlin, we did it. Please, break the curse for us. One of the students who had fired their gun pleaded, bowing and begging Berlin to lift the plastering curse. Berlin curled the corners of his mouth into a captivating, almost flirtatious smile. Yes, and thank you all for helping me solve a big problem. He stepped up to the student and reached out, tenderly brushing his fingers across the boy's cheek. The boy flinched, terrified of angering Berlin. He dared not move, forcing himself to endure the fear as Berlin's hand traced across his face. The hand was icy, very cold, smooth and slippery, like a moving snake. Wherever it passed, even the boy's skin seemed to sink into a chilling frost. Plaster, plaster. A companion's hysterical scream rang out beside him. The boy blinked with difficulty, noticing that a thick, white haze was rapidly spreading across his vision. His body grew colder and colder. He could no longer feel anything below his neck. Unconsciously, even his thoughts began to slow. He realized the truth. He was turning into plaster. Berlin had never intended to let him go. You're lying. You promised you'd let us go. The surviving student trembled as he watched his companion turn into a plaster figure under Berlin's hands, raising his gun toward Berlin. When did you ever think you could trust the words of a devil? Truly foolish and naive children, but it's precisely such pure souls that taste the most delicious. Berlin pressed a hand to his cheek, wearing a rapt expression. Through his crimson eyes peeking from between his fingers, he greedily stared at the boy before him, his gaze so viscous it seemed ready to swallow him whole, devour him entirely. The boy screamed, firing wildly at Berlin until his bullets ran out, leaving the gun empty. He turned to flee, dropping the gun, but soon his lifted legs stiffened. White plaster rose from the soles of his feet, quickly covering his body. Maintaining the posture of running, in an instant, he too became a plaster figure with indistinct features. Thank you for your help. I will eat you with gratitude. Ugh, pff. Berlin's words were cut short as a crossbow bolt pierced his body from below. Spitting blood, he lowered his head in disbelief, looking down at his chest. The arrow, made of silver and as thick as a finger, had a sharp barbed tip. It shot from behind, piercing through his heart and chest. From the tip to the shaft, the arrow was intricately engraved with Latin verses from the Bible. As the language closest to the time of Jesus, Latin itself held a special power capable of directly affecting demons. Clearly, the craftsman who carved the scripture was no ordinary artisan. Berlin could feel that the part of his body in contact with the silver arrow was melting and deforming rapidly, like wax placed over a flame. In just a moment, a cavity 2 fingers wide had formed in his chest. The blood that touched the silver arrow, driven by his heart's stubborn pumping, flowed throughout his body. Wherever it went, skin and blood vessels emitted unbearable groans, flesh blistered and split, sending searing, stabbing pain through him. At the same time, behind Berlin, the exorcist lying on the ground spat blood, tossed aside the now empty crossbow, and propped himself up with one hand while holding an extinguished oil lamp in the other. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Only when he tore off his trench coat did everyone realize that he was wearing a thick, full-body bulletproof vest. Those two really guessed right. There's a traitor among the students, he grinned, twisting his mouth into a fierce, wolfish smile. His sharp green eyes challenged Berlin as his empty hand yanked off the heavy vest, revealing a thin shirt beneath and a dense assortment of tools hanging from his waist. D-damn exorcist, pretending to be dead. Berlin's forehead veins bulged as he sneered, turning toward the arrow and reaching out to pull it free. But the moment his fingers touched the arrowhead, it felt like striking a red-hot iron. Transparent flames erupted from his palm, coiling around the arrow. His fingers melted, exposing bones, and the skin of his palm charred to black. Ugh, Berlin tilted his head back, letting out a piercing, agonized scream. This is a sacred crossbow crafted by the Roman Curia in the 15th century, specifically to destroy demons, Wester said coolly. It's not so easy to pull out. He flicked a lighter, lit the cigar at his fingertips, took a deep drag, and then stepped closer to Berlin, exhaling the smoke rings right into his face. Finally, I've met you, the legendary teacher Berlin. I searched for you at school for so long and never saw your true self. It wasn't until I was attacked that I dared to show myself. Still the same coward as always, you useless, castrated wretch. Swish! At those words, everyone present witnessed the meaning of a face changing. Just moments ago, Berlin's appearance had been at the peak of beauty, dazzling and imposing. But upon hearing Wester's words, his eyes bulged, sharp teeth bared, face stretching and contorting, becoming as grotesque and feral as a ravenous beast or a vengeful spirit. You actually dare to call me that. Ha 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 ha. Exorcist, get ready. I will, bit by bit, devour you deliciously. Ignoring the pain entirely, Berlin twisted his hands into claws. Risking the incineration of both arms, he gritted his teeth and yanked the silver arrow from his chest. Cling! The arrow's tail, coated in torn flesh and blood, fell to the ground with a crisp metallic sound. Within just a few seconds after removing the arrow, fresh red flesh and veins had begun to sprout over his charred skeleton. Berlin bent down, lips stretching back toward his ears, long fangs protruding. His hands elongated until they matched the length of his legs. On all fours, he let out a bestial roar and lunged at the exorcist, colliding with Wester in a flurry of brutal combat. With Tilden Beta. Heh, such an ugly face. You really should look in a mirror and see what you've become. After all, that face was the best thing you had going for you. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Berlin's expression grew even more terrifying. Missing a strike, his back arched, sharp white bones jutting from his shoulders. Twisting his torso and pivoting his waist, he launched another stabbing assault toward Wester. So, did I hit a sore spot? How pitiful. You have decent looks, top-tier education, and artistic talent. Yet in life, you can't let a single woman get close to you. Because you aren't a whole man. You're afraid of seeing their disdain, their disgust. You're insecure, you're cowardly, and you have no way to make them happy. Stop it. Berlin roared, stomping violently on a lamppost and pivoting to charge at Wester again. The force was so great that the sturdy lamppost snapped in half. As he passed, the bone spikes on Berlin's shoulder shot toward Wester like bullets, moving in ways that defied reason. Just as the sharp tips were about to strike, the exorcist remained calm, as if fully prepared. He didn't dodge or flinch. The white spikes whirled ever closer until only a few centimeters from his skin, when a circle of silvery runes suddenly appeared with a low hum, forming a glass-like shield that blocked all the flying bones. Is that all you've got? Seems your master, Paimon, is stingy. With a low, mocking tone, the man quickly slid open the lamp's glass cover, brought his cigar close to the lamp oil, and flicked it lightly. The ash fell into the golden oil, and a warm yellow flame, finger-sized, flickered back to life. Where the light touched, Berlin's exposed skin burned as if corroded by acid, his face, neck, arms, and legs all peeled, the flesh beneath charred black, and thick black smoke curled upward. Berlin collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The lamp's light had a strong suppressive effect. His instinctive self-repair caused the new flesh to sprout like tentacles, but the moment they touched the lamp's light, the newly grown tendrils blackened and withered. Fresh flesh grew in their place, but each cycle of repair drained his own strength. It was clear that if the light continued, Berlin would quickly grow weak. However, at that moment, no one expected a third student to rush out of the auditorium. With a sudden lunge from behind, she knocked the oil lamp from Wester's hands. The lamp fell to the ground, its glass shattered, and the golden oil spilled everywhere. The flames were extinguished instantly. Wester's face turned as cold as frost. He grabbed the figure that had lunged at him, ready to throw her aside, but his gaze accidentally met a pair of familiar, melancholy gray eyes. The owner of the eyes tilted her head slightly, looking at him with deep affection. She pulled off her mask, revealing the face that had haunted his soul for over 20 years. Wester, don't you recognize me? Rosette. Wester's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the person before him. And no, it can't be. Rosette had died, dead that hopeless, pitch-black night. Seeing his fiancée's face suddenly in reality shook Wester's emotions, leaving him momentarily off balance. Seizing this instant of distraction, Rosette flicked a handful of powder into his face. Ugh. Wester groaned, covering his eyes, and with a single sweep threw the fake Rosette to the ground with force. The powder wasn't some magical tool. It was just quicklime, meant to temporarily blind a person, so his protective runes didn't activate. Yet, in the critical moment of battle, losing his vision was enough to shift the fight. Berlin, lying on the ground, seized the rare opportunity. He leapt toward the two solidified plaster figures and grabbed the colorful plaster statues from them. These plaster figures represented the completely corrupted souls of the sacrifices and contained immense power. Eating them would not only heal his wounds, but also make him stronger than before. Then, bit by bit, he would devour the exorcist alive. Berlin, do you see this? Just as Berlin opened his saliva-dripping, bloodthirsty maw to bite the head off the plaster figure, a clear, crisp female voice rang out. Plop, plop. At the same time, several dim red lights flickered on, illuminating a cloth screen stretched over a wooden frame. Behind it, a young woman with braided hair, her face painted in vivid colors and wearing a brightly patterned ball Levi sorcerer's robe, pressed herself against the screen. She manipulated a thin, flat figurine with a wooden stick. The figure was made of some unknown colored material, pieced together so that all its joints moved freely. It wore a very familiar women's suit, had long golden hair, and under the control of the sorcerer-robed woman, it stiffly advanced toward a small box on the ground. Both the figure and the cloth screen were thin, and the red light penetrated them fully, revealing every detail behind the screen. The moment Berlin saw the figure, he realized he had lost control of his body. A massive hand from some unreachable dimension had taken command of him. The force, alien, ancient, powerful, and unrelenting, collided ferociously with the Paimon energy inside him, briefly gaining the upper hand. It loomed above, brazenly manipulating his body, forcing him to synchronize with the flat figurine. His upper body arched deeply backward, head tilted to one shoulder, and his legs kicked high, moving in an absurdly stiff march, step by step, toward a spherical wooden box placed on the ground. Ahead. On the ground lay an old wooden box, entirely black. It had 8 sides, each painted with strange, bizarre patterns, which at first glance made it look like some kind of unusually shaped artifact. But Berlin knew better. Having received the blessing of King Paimon, he now possessed a sensitivity far beyond that of ordinary humans. With just a glance, Berlin could tell that the box on the ground was no ordinary object. It contained an ancient evil spirit that fed on souls. His body was gripped tightly by that powerful force from a foreign realm, relentlessly being pushed toward the box. Cold sweat ran down Berlin's forehead, and his sense of foreboding grew stronger by the second. In his mind, he prayed continuously to the great King Paimon, hoarsely begging for his master's mercy. Finally, in a single moment, the suppressed Paimon power within him ignited like gasoline poured on fire, suddenly bursting forth. Feeling the resistance from the end of the wooden stick, behind the cloth curtain, Rebecca's forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. Berlin's body became the battlefield of 2 clashing forces. Under the impact of the overwhelming power, his body, like overheated glass, began to show red scars. At the same time, the shadow puppets on the curtain and Rebecca herself began to develop similar cracks. The difference was that Berlin had a powerful regenerative ability. As long as he could consume the plaster figurines, no matter how severe the injuries, he had nothing to worry about. But Rebecca was just a mortal. If her injuries became too severe, she would die. Should she let go now? Another scar suddenly appeared on Rebecca's forehead, long and deep, faintly revealing the bone underneath. A gush of blood surged, tinting her vision a deep red. Her survival instinct made Rebecca subconsciously want to release her grip, but just before giving up, her eyes caught a vision. Everly's gaze, full of worry and hope, and the wax burned down on the candelabrum of the Madonna. Before leaving, she had asked Mother Earth, and Mother Earth had promised to protect her, so she would definitely be fine. Besides, there were so many children in the auditorium waiting to be rescued. As an adult, she had to stay strong. Just a little more. Hurry, she had to get him to open the box quickly. Rebecca gritted her teeth, enduring the pain and the dizziness from blood loss, and continued to manipulate the tattered shadow puppet forward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step forward, more cracks appeared on the puppet's body, yet it remained intact, limbs complete, and persevered with her until the very end. Summoning the last ounce of courage and strength in her body, Rebecca forced the puppet to lower its head, clumsily kneel on the ground, and reach out with both hands to grasp one face of the wooden box. Like twisting a Rubik's Cube, she turned that side 90 degrees clockwise. Click! The sound of the mechanism loosening rang out. On the nearby open ground, Berlin used his own hands to open the trap-laden box, releasing the ferocious evil spirit imprisoned inside. At the same time, Rebecca behind the cloth curtain could no longer hold on. She spat a mouthful of blood with a PFT and released the wooden rod controlling the puppet, collapsing to the ground along with the shattered shadow puppet. This shadow puppet was from Sia Nation. A few months ago, Rebecca had sold it to Everly as a prop. It was made from human skin and required red lighting and a white cloth curtain to be used. By smearing the blood of the person to be controlled onto the puppet and calling out their name, the puppet would take on that person's appearance. At that moment, the puppet's operator could indirectly control the actions of the person through the puppet. However, it had to be used with caution. During its use, the operator, the puppet, and the controlled person were bound together by fate. Any injury that appeared on the controlled person would also appear on the puppet and the operator. Therefore, strictly speaking, this prop was not particularly practical. However, when paired with the box Rebecca had previously sealed the evil spirit in, it produced remarkable effects. Ever since discovering that Berlin had a tangible, bleedable, and injurable body, Everly had sensed that the prop she purchased might finally have its moment to be useful. After all, movies always have twists and turns. How could a final showdown not feature some kind of unexpected event? On the ground, once the trap-laden box opened, a surge of black smoke, carrying the stench of dust and decayed corpses, shot out from its seams, screaming as it penetrated into Berlin's body. A withering above Nubedas. This was a medieval trap box, created specifically to curse and kill. Whoever opened it would be ensnared by the evil spirit inside, encountering all sorts of misfortune until the box's owner could no longer endure and chose to take their own life. The evil spirit would then consume the owner's soul and return to the box, waiting for the next person to open it. However, perhaps because Berlin's body was not entirely human in the strict sense, or perhaps because the Paimon power hidden within him was detected, triggering its instinct to defend its prey, the moment the evil spirit entered Berlin's body, it immediately clashed with the Paimon power inside him. Paimon, one of the 72 demons of Solomon, was certainly formidable, but bound by the oath Solomon had sworn to God before his death, he could never break free from his seal to appear directly in the human world. Meanwhile, the evil spirit in the box, having existed for centuries, had devoured countless human lives. In sheer power, it was not weaker than the partial might granted by Paimon. Their battle pinned Berlin down, buying precious time for Wester, whose eyes had been injured, to react. When Paimon's power finally suppressed the evil spirit and Berlin regained mobility, what awaited him was the exorcist's face, twisted and contorted by fury. Honestly, since that Thai sorcerer, no one has dared make me this angry. How dare you defile Rosette's face like this? Are you ready to face my wrath? He ran one hand through his black hair, damp and curling from water, while the other reached behind his waist to draw a brass, gold-plated double-barreled pistol. At 2:30 a.m., with the final act of repentance concluded, the exorcism ritual in the auditorium finally drew to a close. The students, freed from their ordeal, hurriedly discarded the plaster figurines clinging to them and followed their parents out of the hall. The priests, who had been busy all night, were soon assisted by the acolytes to pack up and leave as well. Before long, the entire auditorium was completely empty. Wester puffed on his cigar, waiting silently. It wasn't until nearly 3 a.m. that two figures, one old, one young, appeared under a distant streetlight. Finally, he said, "Take her away." Seeing old John and Everly, Wester stubbed out his cigar and casually gestured toward Rebecca beside him. A little over 2 hours earlier, Everly had been celebrating New Year's at a gas station with old John and the old dog, Buddy, when she received a call from Wester using Rebecca's phone. He hadn't said much, only instructing her to come to the auditorium entrance immediately to pick up Rebecca. The call had startled Everly badly. She feared something had happened to Rebecca. But when she arrived, she found Rebecca lying on the steps at the auditorium entrance, her head resting on Wester's long coat, cheeks flushed, and sleeping soundly. The usually eclectic fortune-teller had today, for once, donned a formal shaman's robe. The bulky garment gingled with all sorts of strange ornaments. Coupled with the face paint on Rebecca's cheeks and the feathers in her hair, she truly looked like a South American shaman. It was only upon approaching that Everly noticed the dried blood smeared across Rebecca's face and body. The shadow puppet made of human skin, perched atop the stick in her hand, had been shattered into pieces, proof of the fierce battle she had endured. Strangely, after carefully checking, Everly could find no injuries on Rebecca's body. Just as she was beginning to wonder about this, Wester suddenly raised his hand and tossed a small crystal vial toward her. Everly caught it in one hand and examined it carefully under the streetlight. The crystal vial was only 6 or 7 centimeters tall, slender, and contained a small amount of a translucent pale green liquid, just enough to cover the bottom, roughly 2 or 3 milliliters at most. "This is your reward for helping this time." Reward? Everly thought. What was this? Could such a tiny, unknown droplet possibly make up for a shadow puppet worth $2,500 or Rebecca's life-risking efforts? As if sensing Everly's skepticism, Wester explained, "This is the panacea brewed by Nicholas." Everly's casual attitude vanished instantly. She held the vial carefully and reverently. A panacea, as the name implies, is a medicine capable of curing all wounds and diseases. Nicholas was a renowned 14th-century alchemist, famous for having created the Philosopher's Stone, capable of turning mercury into gold. A panacea brewed by such a legendary figure was certainly no ordinary concoction. Could Wester really be this generous? When I received it, the vial was already half empty. Don't expect this small amount to cure any serious diseases. But for repairing physical injuries, depending on their severity, 3 to 5 drops is enough. I see. Although it was a shame that it couldn't be used for illnesses, the fact that it could heal external injuries alone was already incredible. 1 milliliter was roughly 20 drops. The bottom of the vial held enough for at least 40 or 50 drops, enough to save dozens of lives. Everly no longer felt any regret over losing her shadow puppet. The prop had been powerful, yes, but limited. It required a prearranged setting and only worked on humanoid beings with a physical form or blood. By comparison, the panacea was far superior. By the way, do you know what's going on here? Wester kicked the shadow behind him. Only then did Everly notice that, behind one of the pillars, a globe flower was hidden, gagged and bound tightly in ropes. I originally thought she was under some mental manipulation from Berlin, but it turns out that even after killing Berlin, the strange power within her persists. Truly ugly, intolerable. Wester furrowed his brows, fury evident on his face. Everly had rarely seen the exorcist show such visible emotion. She guessed it was because he saw in Jessica a reflection of his fiancée, someone he deeply loved whose face had been stolen. Any person in that situation would be furious. Having just received something valuable from Wester, Everly didn't hold back. She immediately spilled everything, telling him about the monkey's paw. I see. So she's still being haunted by that ghost, right? Everly nodded. Most likely. I think she only agreed to serve Berlin to get rid of Edward's ghost. Very well. To dare use Rosette's face to scheme against me, I'll make her regret it. The exorcist asked no further questions. He gestured to Everly to quickly take Rebecca away, then reached into the pouch at his back, drew out an object, and stepped toward the terrified girl on the ground. Everly wasn't very sure what exactly Wester did to Jessica. The other party's intention to drive them away was so obvious that it wasn't convenient for her to stay there and be in the way any longer. She quickly slipped away with old John, taking the soundly sleeping Rebecca with them. In any case, it definitely wasn't anything good. Not long after the Lucky Relief incident ended, Jessica withdrew from school due to mental health issues and was admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Although Jessica's parents were pitiful, Everly felt that she had completely brought it upon herself. Wester's safety was directly related to the lives of more than 200 students in the school. In order to get rid of Edward's harassment, Jessica had defected to Berlin and chose that moment to make a move against Wester. That was practically equivalent to indirectly endangering everyone's lives, extremely selfish and vicious. The fact that Wester merely drove her insane was already quite merciful. Of course, it was also possible that he had done it deliberately as revenge, wanting Jessica to stay alive and suffer longer. Either way, his action removed a ticking time bomb from the school, and Everly was quite happy to see it happen. Another piece of good news was that the mechanical box that had sealed the evil ghost was completely destroyed after the ghost inside was defeated by the power of Paimon. Rebecca no longer had to keep containing such a terrifying weapon. The Lucky Relief incident had caused too great a disturbance. In order to calm the emotions of the teachers, students, and parents, after everything settled down, the school authorities partially released the report Wester had written about the incident to a limited audience. From this, Everly filled in some details that even she had not known. For example, Wester had somehow obtained Berlin's autopsy report from 10 years ago. The report mentioned that Berlin was a man with a physical defect. He had been born with underdeveloped reproductive organs. This was the root reason Berlin always dressed as a woman. It wasn't gender identity disorder, but rather an attempt to conceal his physiological defect. According to the Lesser Key of Solomon, King Paimon is described as having the head of a woman and the body of a man, somewhat similar to Berlin's condition. Perhaps because of this, Berlin came to believe that he was the perfect vessel for King Paimon and had always wanted to summon Paimon to possess him. But Berlin failed. Perhaps something went wrong in the ritual, or perhaps King Paimon was dissatisfied with the defective body of a eunuch-like man. In any case, Berlin suffered a backlash and died. His soul became a restless spirit that lingered in the area until the headmaster at the time invited an exorcist to seal him away. 10 years later, four members of the Supernatural Research Club carried out the forbidden Hyakumonogatari game in Science Laboratory No. 3, accidentally summoning Berlin's ghost. Although Berlin had not successfully summoned Paimon to possess him, the ritual from 10 years earlier had still created a connection between him and Paimon, making him Paimon's servant. Using the knowledge shared by Paimon, the awakened ghost Berlin created two honey-coated traps, the Lucky Relief and the Luck-Borrowing ritual. Through the four club members, these were spread among the student body to deceive students into abandoning their pure faith and swearing themselves as servants of Paimon. Once the students' souls were completely corrupted and fully fallen, Berlin would appear and devour the plaster figurines that imprisoned the fallen souls. This step was meant to reconstruct Berlin's physical body, because for a demon god to bypass Solomon's seal and descend into the human world, the only method was to possess a living person. This also explained why Berlin's body in the photographs appeared to change from illusory to solid. He was gradually reviving. Once a new and more perfect body, one better suited to Paimon's tastes, was completed, Berlin would presumably repeat the summoning ritual from 10 years ago and call Paimon into the new body. Fortunately, before things could become even worse, the headmaster brought in Wester. This formidable man relied on a set of extremely expensive equipment to directly eliminate the half-human, half-ghost Berlin, and then had someone perform a curse removal ritual for all the students. The day after the curse removal ritual ended, the Bishop of Mykonos City held a ceremony at the church and collectively destroyed those harmful fake lucky reliefs. By that time, the reliefs had already formed a certain connection with their owners. As a result, after the reliefs were destroyed, the students inevitably fell seriously ill. Some of those who had been more severely plasterized never fully recovered their health even after their illness passed. Various joints in their bodies showed different degrees of degeneration and necrosis, and their brains became much duller than before. They could no longer think as quickly or concentrate as well as they once had. Because of their own ignorance and greed, they had suffered irreversible damage. However, compared with death, this outcome was still far better. After the vacation ended, Everly and Misha returned to school and continued their studies. Looking at the classrooms and sports field, now missing many people, Everly felt deeply emotional. The only good news was that after this incident, no further cases ever occurred at the school. Everly could finally do what she had long hoped for, focus entirely on her studies together with Misha without being distracted. Misha also successfully achieved a sufficient score in the March SAT exam. By the end of the 11th grade semester, both girls had already completed the early preparations for their college applications. Excellent academic performance, GPAs above 3.5, qualifying SAT scores, people willing to write recommendation letters, and impressive extracurricular activities. During the summer vacation, the two girls got together, consulted each other, and finished writing their personal statements. After entering 12th grade, both had clear goals. They applied through the early application round to New Ospuch State University in November. After waiting anxiously for more than a month, they learned the admission results in late December. We did it. Yes, we did. The acceptance rate for early applications was already relatively high, and the two of them had been preparing diligently ever since they set their goal. Their grades were also very good. So there was little suspense. Both of them received admission notices. Upon hearing the news, Everly and Misha high-fived each other and then hugged tightly. They hopped around the room like rabbits, their joy so overwhelming it felt as if it might spill out and fill the entire space. That's wonderful, kids. I'm proud of you. Both of their families were extremely excited when they learned the news. To show their praise for their daughter, Misha's parents bought her the latest touchscreen smartphone. As for old John, he gave Everly a car key ahead of time. Holding the key, Everly walked to the garage in front of her house, now expanded to twice its previous size, opened the rolling door, and saw a brand new Jeep Grand Cherokee. The vehicle was a low-key black, with driving modes covering all scenarios such as road, off-road, and energy saving. It was sturdy and durable, fuel-efficient, with a spacious interior and an extra-large trunk. This was the 18th birthday gift old John had prepared for Everly. It was currently being modified, and once the modifications were finished, it would be just in time for her 18th birthday. Everly absolutely loved the gift. Even Everly's unreliable father, who lived on the other side of the United States, sent her $30,000 after hearing that she had been accepted into university. He seemed quite excited that his daughter had gotten into college. Over the phone, he rambled on and on, praising Everly for not wasting the good genes he and Rachel had given her, calling her an unusually smart child. Then he started wondering why she had chosen a wilderness survival major. If she had chosen an art school, maybe she would have become the next great painter, and so on. Everly simply pretended not to hear the latter part and accepted the money from her scoundrel father. After the early admission success, Everly and Misha's once tense and busy lives suddenly became much more relaxed. For the rest of their senior year, all they had to do was maintain a relatively high GPA and avoid any obvious drop in their grades. That wasn't difficult at all. So, aside from studying, the two girls signed up for weekend driving school at Everly's suggestion. Horror movie survival rule number 20, master your driving skills. In Dwight State, you can get a driver's license once you turn 16. Although Misha didn't have a car yet, she and Everly were always together, so if Everly had a car, it basically meant Misha had one too. The two of them spent a few weeks getting their driver's licenses. By that time, there was only a short period left in their senior year. In mid-May, the school held a grand prom for all the seniors. The original purpose of this kind of event was to provide students with a social platform where everyone could meet, interact, and say their goodbyes. However, based on Everly's experience from watching youth campus horror movies in her previous life, prom was also the classic occasion for high schoolers to settle old scores. Students who had suffered lying or injustice in the past would often explode on that day, putting on masks, grabbing chainsaws, and sending their enemies to the afterlife one by one. In some films with supernatural elements, there were even plots where the vengeful spirits of the dead possessed students that day and carried out a massacre. In short, in Everly's eyes, prom was a high-risk school event. Fortunately, the school didn't require graduates to attend the dance. So on the day of the prom, Everly casually made up an excuse about not feeling well and skipped it. Misha had always followed Everly's lead. Since Everly didn't go, she didn't go either. Everly could tell that Misha had actually been looking forward to the prom. At her age, hormones were running high, and the dance also symbolized the end of 3 years of high school, making it quite meaningful. It was perfectly natural that Misha wanted to attend. But even so, in order to keep Everly company at home, Misha still gave up the dance, even though she had specially bought a beautiful pink mermaid dress for the occasion. This moved Everly deeply. She asked Misha to change into the dress and put on light makeup. Everly herself borrowed a suit that Misha's grandfather had worn when he was younger. Then the two of them cleared the furniture from the living room and, accompanied by a gentle waltz, slowly danced together. Although Everly's lead in the male dance steps was a complete mess, although the space for dancing was rather cramped, and although the only audience accompanying them was Misha's grandparents' applause and cheers, under the bright lights of the living room, the two girls embraced each other and still spent a very joyful evening. It later proved that Everly had been worrying a bit too much. Nothing terrible happened at the prom. It was held very successfully. The next day, when the two girls arrived at school, their classmates were all lamenting that they had missed such a rare experience. Regret it? Where no one noticed, The two girls lifted their eyes and smiled at each other. Sometimes time moves very slowly, and sometimes it passes in the blink of an eye. The events of prom night still felt vivid in their minds, yet before they knew it, the graduation ceremony had already ended. Misha had many friends. After the ceremony, the group of girls she often hung out with invited her to go camping during the summer vacation. The person organizing it said it doesn't matter how many people come. If you have any close friends, you can bring them along too. The place is huge, and it'll be more lively with more people, the girls in her friend group said. So Misha clutched her phone and ran over to Everly, the best friend in her heart, to invite her along. You're going camping? Misha nodded. Everly, do you want to come too? Everly decisively shook her head. I'm not going. Not only did she not want to go herself, she also didn't want Misha to go. Because, just like how prom in horror movies almost always ends up with a murder case, activities like summer camps and camping trips also have a very high chance of featuring a serial killer. Everly might think that way, but she knew her horror movie world theory couldn't be used as an argument to convince others. Likewise, she couldn't stop people from doing something just because it might be dangerous. Once or twice might be fine, but if she did it too often, people would definitely think she had paranoia. Unless she could come up with a solid reason. Everly decided to ask Misha for more details. She asked, "Where are you planning to go camping? Is the place legitimate?" "We're going to Visca City. There's a place called Red Oak Campground. It was built only a few years ago, so the facilities are pretty new, but it's definitely legitimate. I heard there are lots of activities. You can do archery, boating, have bonfire parties, things like that." Lily went there last year with her cousin, and she couldn't stop talking about it after she came back. She's been wanting to go again. Got it. I'll look it up, Everly said. She wrote down the name of the campground and opened her computer to type it into the search bar. Horror movie survival rule number 1, pay attention to the warning signs. In horror films involving summer camps or campgrounds, the warning signs usually appear as past accidents or vicious incidents that once happened there, such as someone dying unexpectedly or being the asterisk lied at the site. At the beginning of such movies, directors often arrange a bonfire scene where some cannon fodder character tells a story, recounting the campground's bloody past. This sets the tone for the events that follow. But since the camping trip hadn't even started yet, there was naturally no story session. If she wanted information about the campground, she had to look it up herself. Fortunately, it was already the year 20x4, and the internet was highly developed. With a computer, she could find the information she needed without even leaving home. Everly first searched for the campground's location. Visca City is located in the western part of Dwight State, separated from Mykonos City by Mount Iramor. The area has a typical maritime climate. Moist air from the Pacific Ocean rises as it reaches the western side of Mount Iramor due to the increasing altitude, forming rainfall that nourishes the vast land on the mountain's western side. As a result, the region there is warm and humid, with lush vegetation, large forests, and numerous lakes. RB. Red Oak Campground is situated within a vast red oak forest. It lies beside a lake called Mirror Lake. Since all the buildings in the camp were constructed using red oak wood cut from the surrounding forest, the place was named Red Oak Campground. From the map, the campground appeared very remote. Aside from a few scattered lakeside homes, there were hardly any nearby residents. The nearest village was 48 kilometers away from the camp. Being deep in the forest and far from human habitation, making both escape and seeking help difficult, was a major negative point in Everly's eyes. However, because campsites are usually meant to keep people away from the noise of cities and to train outdoor survival and hands-on skills, most camps are located far from populated areas. So this alone couldn't really be considered suspicious. Everly then opened a local forum for Visca City and searched for rumors related to Red Oak Campground. The results were very clean. Every post mentioning the camp praised it, saying it had a peaceful environment, enthusiastic and friendly administrators, and many fun activities. Which made sense. After all, the camp had only been built 5 years ago, so the chances of it already having bad rumors were relatively low. Another potential concern eliminated, Everly opened the campground's official website and carefully examined the camp map. The entire Red Oak Campground was shaped like a crescent moon, nestled along the edge of the vast Mirror Lake. Scattered around the central area of the camp were several wooden buildings, 5 cabins for campers to stay in, a small restaurant with a kitchen, a small hall for group activities, a storage shed filled with various tools, and an office for the campground administrator. As for the 2 curved ends of the crescent shape, they contained areas such as the parking lot, the bonfire zone, the archery range, and the boating dock. It looked like a perfectly ordinary campsite. Searching the surrounding area also turned up no rumors about dangerous wild animals or criminal activity. Unable to find any points worth criticizing, Everly could only hope that Lily, who had personally been to the campsite before, might mention something. She asked Misha to check with Lily about the last time she went there. Had she encountered anything strange, met any suspicious people, or heard any bad rumors about the campground? "I'll ask," Misha said. Knowing that Everly wouldn't bring something up without reason, she immediately took out her phone and started a long chat with her friend Lily. The result of the inquiry was completely normal. Lily said the atmosphere at the camp was great, the administrators were very responsible, and nothing unusual had happened. All right then. For now, it really seemed like the campground was perfectly normal. Last time, Everly's excessive worry had already caused Misha to miss the prom. If she made Misha give up a rare camping trip because of baseless fears again, she would feel terribly guilty afterward. So, Everly, what do you think? It really sounds great there. Are you going? Misha asked hopefully after hanging up. Everly still shook her head. You can go, Misha. I won't go. A deep look of disappointment appeared on Misha's face. You really won't come? Everly reached out and patted her shoulder. It's because I'm not really interested in camping. During summer vacation, I'm planning to stay at the gas station for a while. My dog, Buddy, is already very old. He probably doesn't have much time left. Maybe the next time I come home during a break, I won't see him anymore. And my grandfather too. Once I go to college, it won't be easy to see him often. If I can, I want to spend as much time with them as possible. All right then. Misha lowered her head gloomily and took out her phone to start replying to her group of friends. By the way, when are you leaving? When will you come back? How many people are going? What transportation you'll be using? And which route you'll take? Make sure to confirm all that with your friends in advance and send it to me, Everly reminded her. That way, if something happens, I'll be able to help you. It's just a camping trip. Nothing's going to happen, Misha muttered. However, one of her greatest strengths was that she was obedient. Before long, Everly received a detailed plan for the trip on her phone. Including Misha, there would be 9 people in total, 4 boys and 5 girls. 2 of the boys, Dane and Dan, would each drive a sedan. They would pick up the other 7 students at the entrance of Katak High School, and then the group of 9 would set off together, crossing Mount Iramore and driving straight along the main road. If they kept going without stopping, they would arrive at Red Oak Campground around dusk. They planned to stay at the campsite for a week. When returning, the arrangement would be similar. Leave in the morning and arrive back by evening. Everly opened the map and took a quick look. Seeing that the entire route followed major roads and didn't pass through any remote detours, she felt much more at ease. With so many people going together and the place being legitimate, Misha probably wouldn't run into any danger. Of course, the necessary precautions still had to be taken. The day before Misha left, Everly carried a satellite phone, a first aid medical kit, a portable tool bag, and a small crystal bottle containing 5 drops of the panacea, and knocked on the door of Misha's house. After the incident, Everly had checked the bottle of panacea Wester had given her. It contained 53 drops in total. Rebecca had contributed both effort and manpower while dealing with Berlin, and she had even been seriously injured. Everly's original intention was to give 33 drops to Rebecca and keep 20 for herself. However, Rebecca said she was extremely cautious about her own safety and rarely encountered danger, so she didn't need that much panacea. After some back and forth, Everly ended up buying 13 more drops from Rebecca at the extremely low price of $10,000. So Everly's supply of panacea increased to 33 drops. She forced 13 drops onto Old John and kept 20 for herself. Now, with her best friend Misha heading out on a long trip, even though she had already checked the campground's safety, all the information came from the internet and might not be completely accurate. So Everly generously set aside 5 drops of life-saving panacea as a precaution, just in case. After delivering the supplies, Everly drove her Jeep back to the gas station. Buddy was really old now. Seeing its owner return, it staggered out of its small doghouse, wagging its tail as it came up to Everly's feet and nudged her knee gently with its nose. Everly crouched down and stroked the sparsely haired head of her dog. Seeing those moist eyes still full of attachment and trust, she felt a pang of sadness. A 15-year-old dog is equivalent to a human in their 70s or 80s. At this age, Buddy no longer had the energy to run. Even walking a few steps was exhausting. Its teeth were no longer sharp enough to tear through hard food, so it had to eat soft, mushy meals all day. A few years ago, Buddy had been so strong and swift, it could run like a flying arrow, and Everly would chase after it, almost unable to catch up. Aging was just like that, unstoppable, inevitable, and devastatingly cruel. Now it was Buddy. Someday it would be her grandfather too. The thought broke Everly's heart. After quietly spending some time playing with her dog, she returned to her bedroom without much energy and sat at her desk to read. The next morning at 8 a.m., Everly received a message from Misha. She had gotten into Dane's car and departed from Mykono. Horror movie survival rule number 12, don't get distracted while driving. In 10 horror films, in 8 of them the protagonist gets distracted while driving, taking their eyes off the road, almost hitting people or wild animals, or even accidentally driving into a ditch. Unsafe driving brings tears to loved ones. Even outside of horror movies, you must always stay focused while driving. Everly pulled out her phone and quickly typed, "Fasten your seatbelt, don't fool around in the car, keep your eyes on Dane, and make sure he focuses on driving, no distractions." After sending that, she added, "If anything strange happens on the way, remember to tell me." "Okay," came the reply. Of course, everyone has a different idea of what counts as strange. Misha, being a typical small-town girl, rarely got the chance to go on trips like this. So for the next half day, Everly received countless messages from her, each reporting some weird observation. The clouds in the sky look so strange, they actually look like Uncle Sam pointing fingers. The atmosphere between Paula and Malin is weird. Are they secretly dating? Mount Iramor is weird. The west side is all dense forest, but the east side is completely bare. Especially looking down from the summit, the scenery is so jarring. The gas station owner is weird. He heard we were going to Red Oak Campground and gave us this meaningful smile, telling us to watch out for the monster living in Emerald Lake. The animals in the forest are weird. While driving, a dead deer suddenly appeared in the road. If I hadn't warned him in time, Dane almost ran it over. And so on. At first, reading the first few messages, Everly could smile quietly at Misha's harmless exaggerations. But when she saw the name Emerald Lake, a warning signal she had once received from the Banshee immediately triggered, and her expression instantly turned serious. The gas station owner's odd warning, the monster living in Emerald Lake, and the dead deer on the road, any of these alone might be nothing, but together it gave her the uneasy feeling of a horror movie beginning to set up its foreshadowing. Yet what exactly was this threatening Emerald Lake? Judging by the time the messages were sent, Misha and the others should already have been in Visca City, but there was no place called Emerald Lake there. And, was it just her imagination, or had she heard that name somewhere before? Sensing that something was wrong, Everly's first reaction was to take out her phone and call Misha. Although she still hadn't figured out exactly what Misha might encounter, the most important thing was to make her give up the camping trip and come back immediately. Everly had a strong premonition that Misha had already become one of the protagonists in a horror movie. However, when the call went through, the line only gave a busy signal. She hung up and sent a message, but it remained marked as unread. Had something happened to Misha? Or had they gone deep into the mountains where there was no phone signal? Ordinary mobile phones couldn't directly connect with satellite phones. Everly tossed aside her mobile, ran downstairs, took out a satellite phone, and dialed the one she had told Misha to bring with her. This time, the call finally connected. "Hello? Everly, what's up?" Misha's voice came through the receiver. In the background, Everly could hear the laughter and playful chatter of the friends riding in the car with her. Great. It seemed they were safe for the moment. They had just entered an area without signal. Everly let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Misha, where are you now? Is it still possible for you to leave in time?" "Let me check. We're already in the Red Oak Forest. We saw a road sign earlier. It should be about 5 kilometers to the campsite. Wasn't it supposed to be evening when you arrived?" How did you get there so quickly? Because there was a long stretch of uninhabited road on the way. Hans suggested we take turns speeding, so during that part we drove really fast. We're about to enter the campsite area. What exactly happened? Why do we have to leave? Because I suddenly have a bad premonition. Once you get to the campsite, try to see if you can find someone to send you back, or at least take you to a nearby village to stay for a while. After I investigate and figure things out, I'll call you again. Okay. Although she was completely confused, out of the habit she had developed over time, Misha still chose to trust Everly without question. After hanging up, Everly immediately opened the local forum for Visca City and tried searching for the keyword Emerald Lake. The result was nothing. After thinking for a moment, she simply registered a forum account and posted a bounty thread, asking if anyone knew where Emerald Lake was. Anyone who could provide detailed information would receive a reward of $10. Personally, Everly tended to believe that Mirror Lake equals Emerald Lake, but it was still only a guess. Whether it was true or not required further verification. After posting the thread, while waiting for replies, Everly opened her notebook. Comparing it with the Chinese records written inside, she began searching for any location that might match. She needed to investigate as quickly as possible what might happen at the campsite. Anyone who watches horror movies regularly knows that the protagonists are often stubborn people who refuse to listen to advice. Unless bloody facts are placed right in front of them, they simply don't know how to be afraid. Some of them even have an incredible death-seeking mentality. The more you try to persuade them, the more they insist on going against you, as if they're afraid they won't die quickly enough. Are in Nigeria Nairo Epsilon. Although Misha wasn't like that, she didn't have a car. The nearest village to the campsite was more than 40 kilometers away. If Misha wanted to leave, she would need the support of her companions. Everly's notebook was specifically used to record horror movies. Just as psychics using spiritual vision couldn't see Everly's previous life, the water from the memory spring also couldn't carry memories from her past life. After living in this horror movie world for 18 years, even though she constantly recalled them, some memories of her previous life had inevitably grown faint. Fortunately, Everly had developed the habit of keeping notes from a very young age. She often recalled events from her past life and wrote down every film she could remember in Chinese, a language that most people in this place could not understand. One unfortunate thing was that this kind of record inevitably contained many omissions. For example, Everly had already forgotten the titles of many movies. She also couldn't remember the names of the protagonists, supporting characters, or even the main villains, so she replaced them with placeholders like Xiao Mei, Xia Shuai, or Ingzi. In some cases, she had even forgotten the beginning and ending of a film and only remembered that a killer rampaged from start to finish. Sometimes, while writing, she would even realize she had accidentally mixed up several different movies together. In short, aside from a few films that had left a particularly deep impression on her, most movies in Everly's notebook only had a rough plot outline and a few common scare scenes. Everything else was extremely vague. Since Everly herself couldn't remember clearly, it was naturally impossible to find any information related to Emerald Lake in the notebook. However, what Everly was really focusing on wasn't Emerald Lake, but rather movies with themes like camping or summer camp. After eliminating films that took place in deserts or by the sea, her gaze swept across the remaining titles and quickly locked onto one of them, or rather, a whole series, Blood Camp. This film series was incredibly famous. Even people who had never watched the movies had definitely heard the name. And the moment she saw the title, Everly finally remembered the origin of Emerald Lake. It was the setting of the Blood Camp film series, the place where the villainous killer Gary appeared. So had Misha accidentally wandered onto the set of Blood Camp. As if confirming Everly's guess, a ding notification sounded from her computer. Someone had sent a private message to her forum account. I know the Emerald Lake you're talking about. That's another name for Mirror Lake. Only locals use Emerald Lake to refer to that lake, because when the water is completely still, the thick aquatic plants in it make the lake look like a piece of beautiful emerald. So that's it. Everly quickly recalled the plot of the film series and picked up her phone to call Misha again. Misha, I've figured it out. Near the campsite, there's very likely a wandering killer. After you hang up, tell the campsite manager about the killer first and have them call the police for backup. Then try to persuade everyone and see if the whole group can leave the campsite together. But as she spoke, Everly found herself unable to continue. This situation was very tricky. Aside from Misha, no one at the campsite would give up their trip just because someone said, "There's a killer," unless Everly could provide solid evidence. But the problem was that she had none. And by the time the killer started acting and the bloody evidence was finally laid out before everyone's eyes, it would already be too late to run. Misha was already inside the campsite. If she couldn't find companions willing to leave with her, then even if she secretly managed to get the car keys, Everly wouldn't dare let her drive away alone, because horror movie survival rule number 11 was, don't split up or act alone. Driving away alone from a killer's hunting ground was practically the same as delivering herself to him. Looking at it this way, Misha was essentially trapped in Red Oak Camp tonight. Thinking about this, Everly hissed softly and pressed a hand to her forehead, feeling troubled. "Everly, don't panic yet. What's that killer you mentioned like? What weapon does he use? How does he operate? Does he only come out at night?" Misha asked. After spending so much time together, Misha had already vaguely realized that her good friend seemed to have a special intuition about danger. So even though Everly's explanation sounded abrupt and confusing, she still chose to believe her. She immediately shifted her thinking and began looking for ways to protect herself. The killer's name is Gary. He's a tall man wearing a white mask, usually holding a large machete, though he sometimes uses other melee weapons. However, he never uses firearms. Everly pushed aside her distracting thoughts and began explaining the details of the movie's setting to Misha. The Blood Camp film series had many installments. Everly's memories from her past life were already incomplete, and naturally some movies in the series were good while others were terrible. The well-made ones were widely discussed on Chinese internet forums, and the resources were easier to find, so Everly had watched them and remembered them more clearly. As for the bad entries, she might not even have heard of them, so she knew nothing about their details. In any case, the group of 9 people traveling with Misha, including Red Oak Camp itself, didn't trigger any memories for Everly at all. Considering that before Red Oak Camp was built, the place had been nothing but wilderness, meaning there couldn't have been an earlier version of the campsite. She strongly suspected that what Misha had gotten involved in was likely a prequel to Blood Camp that she had never seen. Although it was called a prequel, the film had actually been produced after the first and second Blood Camp movies. It was a follow-up cash grab made by the producers after the first 2 films became popular. The movie's goal was to reveal the origin of the killer Gary and dig into the reasons why his personality had become so cruel and twisted. Because of that, it spent a great deal of time depicting his miserable childhood, with only a brief killing scene featuring the adult Gary near the end. But the producers had completely forgotten why audiences liked Blood Camp in the first place. People watched it to see Gary lurking in the darkness, hunting people like prey, slaughtering them with weapons amid terrified screams, and chopping the foolish group of protagonists to pieces. Who the hell cared about Gary's tragic past? As a result, the film became one of the most infamous failures in the entire series. There weren't even any Chinese subtitled versions available online. Only a few content creators who specialized in reviewing bad movies occasionally talked about it. Everly had never seen that terrible film, nor had she watched any commentary videos about it, so she had absolutely no idea what the Blood Camp prequel was actually about. The only piece of good news was that because the movie dealt with Gary's past, later installments sometimes included brief flashback clips from the prequel. Thanks to that, Everly still remembered some of Gary's general characteristics and settings. Gary's maternal grandparents were devoted followers of a certain cult. Yes, another cult. The United States was really doomed. Why were there cults everywhere? On Gary's mother's 16th birthday, ignoring her protests, they forcibly held a sacred marriage ritual for her. They tied Gary's mother to an altar, brought in a black goat, and forced the two to mate. During the ritual, a circle of devout believers surrounded her, including her own parents and the cult's leader. They watched the entire process, believing that through such a ritual, a pure virgin could give birth to the child of a god. Gary's mother had been drugged and fainted halfway through the ritual. When she woke up, she discovered that she was indeed pregnant. After enduring 10 difficult months of pregnancy, Gary, born with an innate antisocial personality and unable to feel either joy or sorrow, came into the world. Not long afterward, the evil cult was dismantled by the police. From the leader down to the ordinary followers, all of them were thrown into prison. After being rescued, Gary's mother took the compensation money, changed her identity, and moved to live in seclusion by Mirror Lake, also known locally as Emerald Lake. Of course, a black goat couldn't possibly get a human pregnant, so Gary's mother firmly believed she had been assaulted by the cultists. She harbored deep resentment toward her son, almost to the point of feeling disgusted whenever she saw him. Yet perhaps because of a biological maternal instinct, she also felt a painfully conflicted tenderness toward the child. As a result, she locked Gary in the basement. Sometimes she would show care and affection, other times she would erupt in rage and beat him. Under this twisted upbringing, Gary slowly grew up. Then one day, the iron chain binding Gary loosened. Taking the opportunity, Gary escaped from the basement and killed his unsuspecting mother. She was the first person Gary ever killed. From the act of killing, he felt an unprecedented sense of pleasure and excitement. His body, which had long been weak and got from years without sunlight, seemed to absorb a surge of vitality after her death. His muscles filled out, and his limbs grew strong. Yes, he could grow stronger by killing people. The more brutal the method of killing, and the more intense and desperate the victim's emotions were before death, the more power Gary could absorb. Because of this, Gary followed the unwritten rules common in American slasher horror films. He never used firearms like pistols or bombs. When he killed, he relied only on cold weapons or his bare hands. Gary greatly enjoyed the dying screams of his prey. Armed with his weapons, he began wandering through the forest, starting his hunting journey. The area around Emerald Lake was sparsely populated. After killing the few nearby neighbors, the insatiable murderer gradually turned his attention to the nearby campground. I don't know whether he'll show up tonight. Anyway, try persuading everyone to leave first. If you can't convince them, call in more police. Reporting a false alarm is fine if that's what it takes. Also, tonight you should stay somewhere brightly lit and make sure there are always at least 3 companions around you. If possible, try not to sleep so you don't miss the chance to escape. Everly instructed her point by point, carefully listing each precaution. Even slasher films follow the 4-stage principle of movie storytelling, where the plot develops gradually. At the beginning of the movie, before the killer's existence has been exposed, he usually hides in dark corners and targets people who are alone. This both builds the killer's sense of mystery and prevents the main group of characters from immediately panicking and scattering at the start of the film. Later on, as the number of survivors dwindles and people finally begin to notice traces of the killer, the movie naturally enters the 3rd and 4th stages. Only then does the killer openly appear and begin a full-scale massacre. Although in the prequel the chase and killing scenes only happen in the latter half of the film, while the first half is mostly dialogue and story, the basic logic of filmmaking should still remain the same. Since Red Oak Camp was still operating normally, it meant people hadn't discovered the killer yet. Using this pattern common in horror films, Misha could hide within the crowd and keep herself safe. I understand. I'll try. The camp manager is here. I'll hang up for now. We'll talk later. After Misha hung up, more than an hour passed without any further contact. Everly couldn't just stand by while her friend was in danger. After ending the call, she quickly went to find old John and told her grandfather about what might happen at Red Oak Camp. I have a really bad feeling. Misha is trapped there right now, and I'm worried about her. Can I go over there and take a look? Old John stretched out his broad hand and gently patted his granddaughter's head in reassurance. Yes, of course. Come with me to the underground shelter first. The big guys we spent so much money on, it's about time they came out and saw the sunlight. After saying that, he set down the wooden bucket in his hand, took Everly with him, and the two of them walked through the passageway together into the increasingly crowded underground shelter when Misha finally called back. Everly and Old John were already on their way to Red Oak Camp. Just like Everly, Old John was also very worried about Misha's safety. Besides, there was no way he would feel comfortable letting Everly face a killer alone. So after checking the supplies they would need in the shelter, Old John drove his Jeep Wrangler, and the two of them set out overnight toward Red Oak Camp. Everly picked up the satellite phone. Misha, how are things on your side? I already told everyone about the masked killer roaming around. But just like you were worried about, No one believed me. I can't provide a reliable source for the information, so everyone thinks I'm joking. Dane and Dan also refused to lend me their car, so for now I can't leave the campsite. Did you ask about Gary's mother? Yeah. I asked the campsite manager if there was a middle-aged woman living alone nearby. They said there is, but they haven't really seen her these past couple of days. So Everly, you're amazing. I think the killer you mentioned probably just killed his mother recently and came out from hiding. I asked the manager to take us to the woman's house to have a look. If we could find the body, it might raise everyone's alertness. But he refused. He said the woman had a terrible temper and didn't welcome anyone near her villa. He didn't want to get yelled at, and since everyone had been driving all day, no one wanted to go either. So in the end, we didn't go. Everly broke out in a cold sweat when she heard this. You'd better not go. At this stage, the killer is probably still living in his house. If you happen to break in while he's there and accidentally anger him, you might not even know how you died. Oh, got it. Misha responded guiltily, then quickly changed the subject. Anyway, I remembered what you told me, to call the police and try to summon as much help as possible. So while no one was paying attention, I secretly used the satellite phone to call 911 and said there was a serial killer here and that a lot of people had already been murdered. But I didn't expect someone at the Visca police station to know the campsite manager. When they heard about the murders, they immediately called the campsite's landline to verify it with him. So my false report was exposed. Just when it rains, it pours. Then try pretending you're sick and call your insurance company for emergency rescue. The United States had a very well-developed air medical rescue system. Many insurance companies offered plans that included air ambulance services. Both Everly and Misha had purchased this kind of insurance. So if Misha pretended to be a critically ill patient and asked the insurance company for help, they would contact a specialized rescue service and send a helicopter equipped with medical equipment to pick her up. Although doing this was a bit unethical and might bring legal or credit consequences afterward, when your life was about to be at risk, who cared about that? Misha sighed. I tried that too. But unfortunately, both helicopters from the rescue company are currently out on missions. The insurance company asked if I could hold on. They could arrange an ambulance instead, but ambulances are too expensive. Night service costs even more. Everly, I don't dare call one too realistic. Ambulances in the US were really expensive. A single trip could easily cost several thousand or even tens of thousands of dollars. A beta. Everly quickly tried to comfort her. It's okay. Visca City is very far from your campsite. Even if you called an ambulance, it probably wouldn't arrive until the middle of the night. You might as well stay at the camp and wait for me. My grandfather and I are already on the way. We'll arrive early tomorrow morning. Before that, remember everything I told you and make sure you stay safe. Thank you, Everly. The two of them continued discussing their nighttime defense plans for a while longer. It wasn't until someone at the campsite came looking for Misha to leave that Everly finally hung up the satellite phone. After that began the long, monotonous night drive. Fortunately, Everly had already turned 18 and obtained her driver's license, meaning she was legally allowed to drive according to Dwight state law. So she and old John took turns behind the wheel, allowing the other to rest a bit. Driving through the night, it wasn't especially tiring. Night driving was always a bit slower than daytime driving. By 7:30 in the morning, a road sign finally appeared ahead, pointing toward the red oak forest. It was now old John's turn to drive. He steered the Jeep onto the small road leading to the campsite. Not long after, a massive red oak tree had fallen across the road. The trunk was nearly a meter in diameter, the canopy wide and lush. The tree lay like a giant, open umbrella, blocking their path. Old John slammed on the brakes and woke Everly. Each grabbed their weapons and stepped out of the car. Everly stood by the side of the vehicle, keeping watch, while old John approached the base of the giant tree to examine the broken stump. It was deliberately sawed through. The cuts are fresh, probably done last night. Likely the work of that killer. In slasher films, there's often a scene like this. One of the protagonists abandons the group and tries to escape alone by car, only to run into some obstacle halfway, an animal, a slippery road, or debris blocking the middle of the road. Forced to abandon the vehicle, they flee on foot, only to be caught by the killer and cut in half. Yeah, this tree lying across the road probably served a similar purpose. Fortunately, Everly and Old John were well prepared. They exchanged a glance, switched roles. Old John took up the handgun to watch their surroundings, while Everly went to the rear of the Jeep and pulled out a bright red chainsaw from the trunk. The Prant 4-stroke gasoline chainsaw, high-powered, fuel-efficient, with a high-hardness steel chain, makes felling trees as easy as eating and sleeping. Everly pulled the helmet, gloves, and protective suit from the Jeep, quickly put them on, and then, single-handedly carrying the chainsaw, approached the massive tree blocking the road. Chainsaws are a staple in American slasher films, second only to guns in the number of heads they've taken, so Everly, of course, knew how to operate one. She skillfully opened the choke, pressed her foot on the handguard, gripped the front handle with her left hand, and yanked the starter cord with her right once, twice, 3 times. When the engine roared to life with a vroom, she pressed the throttle, planted her legs shoulder-width apart with knees slightly bent, and pressed the spinning chain against the obstructing branches. SSSSHHHH. SSSSHHHH. A screeching friction filled the air as sawdust and wood chips sprayed everywhere. The thick oak trunk, along with the obstructing branches around it, was cleanly cut in half by Everly. Repeating the process for 20 minutes, the massive fallen tree was reduced to more than 10 manageable logs. With a little effort, Everly and Old John moved the logs to the sides of the road, quickly clearing the path and restoring traffic. "We're almost there. Grandpa, you rest. I'll drive the rest of the way." After clearing the road, the pair got back into the Jeep. Everly climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. They drove a short distance when Everly's satellite phone suddenly rang. Old John opened his eyes and answered it for her, hearing Misha calling for help. "What do I do, Everly? I was just too tired last night and couldn't help closing my eyes for a bit. When I woke up, Paula and Malin were gone. I asked everyone and no one had seen them." "Don't panic. Tell me exactly what's happening, slowly. I'll be there very soon." "Okay, it's like this. Last night, Misha had carefully followed Everly's advice. Don't get separated. Using the pretext of playing games, she gathered all 9 of her companions into the same cabin. While no one was paying attention, she found a chance to jam the door lock, making sure the door was completely shut. The cabin was originally built as a guest dormitory, fully equipped with a bathroom, shower, and bunk beds. After finishing their games, because the door couldn't be opened and it was already very late, everyone just made do with sleeping on the floor inside the cabin. Misha's plan was solid. Everyone was together, no one was alone, and the killer, not wanting to reveal himself, wouldn't strike at anyone inside at night. So she let her guard down a little and accidentally dozed off. When she woke up in the morning and counted the people in the cabin, she was shocked to find Paula and Malin were missing. "Is the door still locked?" Everly asked while driving, checking with Misha. "Yes. I used the method you taught me to jam the lock. No one can open it unless I do it myself." "What about the windows?" "I checked before falling asleep. All the windows in the cabin were locked from the inside. No one from outside could." No, not from outside. Check inside the cabin again and see if any windows were opened." "What do you mean?" "You mentioned before that the atmosphere between Paula and Malin was a bit flirty. I think they might be dating. And when people are in that mood, well, let's just say things can happen. You know what I mean. Horror movies survival rule number 24, don't fall in love or get romantic in a dangerous environment." American slasher film directors seem to have a particular fondness for sending a young, lovey-dovey couple away from the group and the campfire, deep into pitch-black woods where they can't even see their own hands, lying under the open sky for a little life harmony, only to be promptly killed together by the masked killer. Everly couldn't be certain if the Blood Camp prequel included a scene like that, but since a boy and a girl in a flirtatious relationship had quietly left the cabin with its doors and windows locked, the odds were overwhelmingly high that they had triggered this very rule. Sure enough, after a brief silence on the other end of the line, Misha's voice came back. "The bathroom window is open. There are footprints on the sill leading outward. Everly, you were right, they left the cabin on their own. In that case, you need to be prepared. They've likely already encountered something bad." Through the phone, Everly's voice sounded calm, almost cold. There was no time to feel sad. Misha bit her lip and carefully memorized the rest of her friend's instructions. Everly said, "And Misha, What you need to do now is gather everyone together and tell them the bad news. Of course, your friends probably won't believe you, but my grandfather and I will be at the campsite very soon. When we arrive, you must convince everyone to leave with us to search for Paula and Malin. Once they see the bodies, your friends will finally realize the danger here and will leave with us. This is important. Only you can make it happen. When Misha finally called back, Everly and Old John were already on their way to Red Oak Camp. Just like Everly, Old John was also very worried about Misha's safety. Besides, there was no way he would feel comfortable letting Everly face a killer alone. So after checking the supplies they would need in the shelter, Old John drove his Jeep Wrangler, and the two of them set out overnight toward Red Oak Camp. Everly picked up the satellite phone. Misha, how are things on your side? I already told everyone about the masked killer roaming around. But just like you were worried about, no one believed me. I can't provide a reliable source for the information, so everyone thinks I'm joking. Dane and Dan also refused to lend me their car, so for now I can't leave the campsite. Did you ask about Gary's mother? Yeah. I asked the campsite manager if there was a middle-aged woman living alone nearby. They said there is, but they haven't really seen her these past couple of days. So Everly, you're amazing. I think the killer you mentioned probably just killed his mother recently and came out from hiding. I asked the manager to take us to the woman's house to have a look. If we could find the body, it might raise everyone's alertness. But he refused. He said the woman had a terrible temper and didn't welcome anyone near her villa. He didn't want to get yelled at, and since everyone had been driving all day, no one wanted to go either. So in the end we didn't go. Everly broke out in a cold sweat when she heard this. You'd better not go. At this stage, the killer is probably still living in his house. If you happen to break in while he's there and accidentally anger him, you might not even know how you died. Oh, got it. Misha responded guiltily, then quickly changed the subject. Anyway, I remembered what you told me, to call the police and try to summon as much help as possible. So while no one was paying attention, I secretly used the satellite phone to call 911 and said there was a serial killer here and that a lot of people had already been murdered. But I didn't expect someone at the Visca police station to know the campsite manager. When they heard about the murders, they immediately called the campsite's landline to verify it with him. So my false report was exposed. Just when it rains, it pours. Then try pretending you're sick and call your insurance company for emergency rescue. The United States had a very well-developed air medical rescue system. Many insurance companies offered plans that included air ambulance services. Both Everly and Misha had purchased this kind of insurance. So if Misha pretended to be a critically ill patient and asked the insurance company for help, they would contact a specialized rescue service and send a helicopter equipped with medical equipment to pick her up. Although doing this was a bit unethical and might bring legal or credit consequences afterward, when your life was about to be at risk, who cared about that? Misha sighed. I tried that too. But unfortunately, both helicopters from the rescue company are currently out on missions. The insurance company asked if I could hold on. They could arrange an ambulance instead, but ambulances are too expensive. Night service costs even more. Everly, I don't dare call one too realistic. Ambulances in the US were really expensive. A single trip could easily cost several thousand or even tens of thousands of dollars. Everly quickly tried to comfort her. It's okay. Visca City is very far from your campsite. Even if you called an ambulance, it probably wouldn't arrive until the middle of the night. You might as well stay at the camp and wait for me. My grandfather and I are already on the way. We'll arrive early tomorrow morning. Before that, remember everything I told you and make sure you stay safe. Thank you, Everly. The two of them continued discussing their nighttime defense plans for a while longer. It wasn't until someone at the campsite came looking for Misha to leave that Everly finally hung up the satellite phone. After that began the long, monotonous night drive. Fortunately, Everly had already turned 18 and obtained her driver's license, meaning she was legally allowed to drive according to Dwight's state law. So she and Old John took turns behind the wheel, allowing the other to rest a bit. Driving through the night, it wasn't especially tiring. With circumflex noe. Night driving was always a bit slower than daytime driving. By 7:30 in the morning, a road sign finally appeared ahead, pointing toward the Red Oak Forest. It was now Old John's turn to drive. He steered the Jeep onto the small road leading to the campsite. Not long after, a massive red oak tree had fallen across the road. The trunk was nearly a meter in diameter, the canopy wide and lush. The tree lay like a giant, open umbrella, blocking their path. Old John slammed on the brakes and woke Everly. Each grabbed their weapons and stepped out of the car. Everly stood by the side of the vehicle, keeping watch, while Old John approached the base of the giant tree to examine the broken stump. It was deliberately sawed through. The cuts are fresh, probably done last night. Likely the work of that killer. In slasher films, there's often a scene like this. One of the protagonists abandons the group and tries to escape alone by car, only to run into some obstacle halfway, an animal, a slippery road, or debris blocking the middle of the road. Forced to abandon the vehicle, they flee on foot, only to be caught by the killer and cut in half. Yeah, this tree lying across the road probably served a similar purpose. Fortunately, Everly and Old John were well prepared. They exchanged a glance, switched roles. Old John took up the handgun to watch their surroundings, while Everly went to the rear of the Jeep and pulled out a bright red chainsaw from the trunk. The Prant 4-stroke gasoline chainsaw, high-powered, fuel-efficient, with a high-hardness steel chain, makes felling trees as easy as eating and sleeping. Everly pulled the helmet, gloves, and protective suit from the Jeep, quickly put them on, and then, single-handedly carrying the chainsaw, approached the massive tree blocking the road. Chainsaws are a staple in American slasher films, second only to guns in the number of heads they've taken, so Everly, of course, knew how to operate one. She skillfully opened the choke, pressed her foot on the handguard, gripped the front handle with her left hand, and yanked the starter cord with her right once, twice, 3 times. When the engine roared to life with a vroom, she pressed the throttle, planted her legs shoulder-width apart with knees slightly bent, and pressed the spinning chain against the obstructing branches. SSSSHHHH. SSSSHHHH. A screeching friction filled the air as sawdust and wood chips sprayed everywhere. The thick oak trunk, along with the obstructing branches around it, was cleanly cut in half by Everly. Repeating the process for 20 minutes, the massive fallen tree was reduced to more than 10 manageable logs. With a little effort, Everly and Old John moved the logs to the sides of the road, quickly clearing the path and restoring traffic. We're almost there. Grandpa, you rest. I'll drive the rest of the way. After clearing the road, the pair got back into the Jeep. Everly climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. They drove a short distance when Everly's satellite phone suddenly rang. Old John opened his eyes and answered it for her, hearing Misha calling for help. "What do I do, Everly? I was just too tired last night and couldn't help closing my eyes for a bit. When I woke up, Paula and Malin were gone. I asked everyone and no one had seen them. Don't panic. Tell me exactly what's happening, slowly. I'll be there very soon." Okay, it's like this. Last night, Misha had carefully followed Everly's advice. Don't get separated. Using the pretext of playing games, she gathered all 9 of her companions into the same cabin. While no one was paying attention, she found a chance to jam the door lock, making sure the door was completely shut. The cabin was originally built as a guest dormitory, fully equipped with a bathroom, shower, and bunk beds. After finishing their games, because the door couldn't be opened and it was already very late, everyone just made do with sleeping on the floor inside the cabin. Misha's plan was solid. Everyone was together, no one was alone, and the killer, not wanting to reveal himself, wouldn't strike at anyone inside at night. So she let her guard down a little and accidentally dozed off. When she woke up in the morning and counted the people in the cabin, she was shocked to find Paula and Malin were missing. "Is the door still locked?" Everly asked while driving, checking with Misha. "Yes. I used the method you taught me to jam the lock. No one can open it unless I do it myself." "What about the windows?" "I checked before falling asleep. All the windows in the cabin were locked from the inside. No one from outside could." No, not from outside. Check inside the cabin again and see if any windows were opened." "What do you mean?" "You mentioned before that the atmosphere between Paula and Malin was a bit flirty. I think they might be dating. And when people are in that mood, well, let's just say things can happen. You know what I mean. Horror movie survival rule number 24, don't fall in love or get romantic in a dangerous environment." American slasher film directors seem to have a particular fondness for sending a young, lovey-dovey couple away from the group and the campfire, deep into pitch-black woods where they can't even see their own hands, lying under the open sky for a little life harmony, only to be promptly killed together by the masked killer. Everly couldn't be certain if the Blood Camp prequel included a scene like that, but since a boy and a girl in a flirtatious relationship had quietly left the cabin with its doors and windows locked, the odds were overwhelmingly high that they had triggered this very rule. Sure enough, after a brief silence on the other end of the line, Misha's voice came back. The bathroom window is open. There are footprints on the sill leading outward. Everly, you were right, they left the cabin on their own. In that case, you need to be prepared. They've likely already encountered something bad. Through the phone, Everly's voice sounded calm, almost cold. There was no time to feel sad. Misha bit her lip and carefully memorized the rest of her friend's instructions. Everly said, and Misha, what you need to do now is gather everyone together and tell them the bad news. Of course, your friends probably won't believe you, but my grandfather and I will be at the campsite very soon. When we arrive, you must convince everyone to leave with us to search for Paula and Malin. Once they see the bodies, your friends will finally realize the danger here and will leave with us. This is important. Only you can make it happen. Everly hoped that Misha could persuade her companions to leave together. On one hand, she wanted to take the opportunity to save a few other innocent people. On the other hand, according to the usual rules of horror movies, traveling in a larger group was safer than leaving with just 3 people. Especially considering that this movie was only a prequel. Gary hadn't killed many people yet, and his abilities hadn't evolved as quickly as they did in the later installments. At this stage, moving together with more people would provide a greater sense of security. However, whether the plan would succeed still depended on Misha's persuasive skills. After hanging up the phone, they drove along the road for a while longer. Finally, as the woods on both sides of the road suddenly thinned out, the vast red oak camp appeared before them. It was 8:10 in the morning. The 2 campsite managers were already awake. One of them, an older man, was standing at the door of the manager's office smoking. The other was very young, looking barely in his early 20s. He had rolled up his sleeves and was clumsily chopping firewood beside a wooden stump. When they saw an unfamiliar jeep drive into the campground, the smoking manager gave the man chopping wood a look. The young manager set down his axe and walked over to the jeep, slightly out of breath, then bent his fingers and knocked on the window. Hey, hello. We're the managers of Red Oak Camp. My name's Andy, and that's my colleague Benjamin. Sorry to stop you, but we don't seem to have received any new camping reservations recently. Everly felt the sunlight flash across her eyes. The manager, who called himself Andy, had a face rarely seen among Westerners, one that still carried a boyish innocence. His hair was light flaxen, soft and fluffy, like bread just out of the oven. His brown eyes were clear and bright, his eyelashes long and curled. When he smiled, he gave off a light, carefree feeling like bubblegum, somewhat silly and completely untroubled. With looks like that, even that famous someone or other in his youth probably wouldn't have been any better. Everly couldn't help but suspect that this person might be the protagonist of the Blood Camp prequel, assuming that the unlucky group at the end of the prequel hadn't all been killed by Gary. However, finding the protagonist now was of little use, because she would soon be leaving with Misha. With that thought, Everly composed herself, gestured to the manager Andy, parked the car in the open space ahead, and then got out with old John, one from each side of the jeep, to introduce themselves. Hello. We're relatives of Misha Burns. We came to pick her up and take her home. Misha Burns? Oh yes, she's one of the participants in this batch of campers. The manager, named Andy, clearly had a deep impression of the strange girl who had just arrived at the campsite and immediately started shouting that there was a killer nearby, even calling the police with a false report. Because of that, the way he looked at Everly and old John carried a subtle hint of curiosity. Misha needs to return home for something, so we came to pick her up, Everly said as she took out her phone and showed the manager a photo of herself with Misha. Oh, then you might have to wait a bit. They're staying in those cabins over there. See? None of the doors have opened yet. He paused, then added casually, by the way, even if someone withdraws at the last minute, the camping fee isn't refundable. Old John nodded. That's fine. We're the ones who had something come up suddenly anyway. By the way, while we wait for them to wake up, can we take a walk around nearby? Sure, Andy said with an indifferent shrug before walking back to continue chopping firewood. Everly and old John exchanged a glance. The two of them returned to the jeep, each taking several portable weapons and hiding them on their person. After locking the car doors, they headed toward the cabins Andy had just pointed out. Since Everly had already communicated with Misha beforehand, she quickly identified which of the 5 cabins the group of 9 had stayed in the night before. Together with old John, she circled around to the bathroom window and leaned closer to examine the traces on the ground. 2 people left together, old John said. He crouched down by the footprints beneath the window and used his fingers to measure the width and depth. One is a male about 182 centimeters tall, weighing over 180 pounds. The other is a young woman about 175 centimeters tall, around 130 pounds, are an Omicron. Everly knew Paula and Malin, and their physical characteristics generally matched the footprints. Judging from the direction the tracks led, Malin and Paula had probably wanted to find somewhere private to be alone. After climbing out through the window, they had headed straight into the forest behind the cabins. Everly and old John drew their pistols and held them in their hands, remaining on guard as they followed the footprints one after the other, walking a short distance into the woods. At the edge of the campground, the red oak forest was still rather sparse. But after moving 3 or 4 meters deeper, the trees grew denser, the layer of fallen leaves on the ground thickened, and the footprints gradually became less distinct. But by then, they no longer needed the footprints to guide them. Everly sniffed the air. Beneath the sour, decaying smell of rotting leaves, she caught a strong scent of blood. Following that smell, she and old John continued forward. Before long, they saw the bodies of a man and a woman lying in the forest, their clothes in disarray. At that moment, the ominous premonition became reality. Misha really had encountered the Blood Camp prequel. Beep, beep, beep. The satellite phone on Everly's back suddenly emitted a series of alert tones. Surrounded by the dangerous forest, Everly didn't dare answer immediately. Instead, she and old John stood back to back, pistols raised, becoming even more cautious as they scanned their surroundings while quickly retreating from the woods. By the time the two of them finally withdrew from the forest, there was no longer any need to answer the call. The door of the cabin had already been opened from the inside. The 7 people inside were now all standing at the doorway, gathered around Misha and speaking to her excitedly about something. From where they stood, they could clearly see Everly and her grandfather emerging from the forest. When the first sharp-eyed person noticed the two of them, the group quickly stopped talking and all turned their curious gazes toward Everly and old John. "Who are they? Are they back up for this killer hunt game?" a red-haired boy asked. The organizer of this camping trip wasn't Misha's friend, but rather a friend of a friend from a neighboring school. This red-haired boy was probably one of the organizers, and neither he nor Everly recognized each other. Misha quickly spoke up. "Yes, that's right. These two are the detectives we invited to play roles in this game, Everly and her grandfather, John. Next, the exciting search phase will be led by the two of them." "Wow, she's really pretty, and that outfit is so cool. She looks just like a female secret agent from a movie. If I'd known this game was so interesting, I wouldn't have resisted it so much earlier." After hearing Misha's explanation, the group all looked eager to try. A killer hunting game? Detectives? Misha seemed to have made up a rather strange story. Everly was full of question marks listening to it, but as long as Misha could persuade everyone to go into the forest and see the bodies with her, what excuse she used didn't really matter. Exchanging a glance with her friend and receiving a subtle signal from her, Everly cleared her throat and solemnly explained their purpose. "I believe Misha already mentioned that the area around here is dangerous. A bloodthirsty killer has set his sights on you. And at such a critical moment, Malin and Paula have gone missing. Next, we'll lead you along the footprints to trace where those two went. Let's all pray that they haven't been harmed yet." With that said, Everly and old John split up to the front and back of the group. Old John took the lead, guiding everyone toward the forest they had just explored. As they walked, Misha deliberately slowed down and fell to the back of the group. "Everly, how is it? Did that killer really attack Malin and Paula?" Everly nodded. "Yes. My grandfather and I just went into the woods to check and found their bodies. Misha, this isn't your fault. You already warned everyone in advance and did everything you could. Don't put too much burden on yourself. Later, when everyone sees the bodies, we'll still need you to comfort Lily and the others and persuade them to leave as soon as possible. And then, I know, Misha took a deep breath, forcing back her tears. Her mood was unusually low. Hopefully, after seeing the reality clearly, their classmates would listen and not become a burden. Otherwise, if they refused to cooperate, given Everly's personality, she would definitely turn around without hesitation, grab Misha, and run. So when it came to persuading everyone later, Misha would have to do her best herself. Ah! In the middle of their conversation, a piercing scream suddenly rang out from ahead. Everly immediately stopped talking and raised her gun, standing guard where she was, while Misha followed the crowd toward the source of the scream. It was a small clearing in the woods. In the center of the clearing, several pieces of clothing were carelessly spread across the fallen leaves. Two people lay on top of them, frozen in a position with the woman on top of the man. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces still held strong expressions of shock and terror. After a whole night, the bodies had already grown stiff. Paula and Malin had been killed in the middle of their intimate moment. The murder weapon was a thick tree branch sharpened at the end. It had been driven diagonally through the girl's back, piercing through her abdomen. The force didn't stop there. It continued downward, penetrating the boy's chest beneath her, pinning the two of them to the ground like pieces of meat on a skewer. The heavy smell of blood had attracted insects from the forest. Swarms of black ants crawled along their bodies onto the blood-stained skin, while large green-headed flies and beetles with glossy shells moved among them. Together they formed countless dense black specks, creating a scene so disturbing it was enough to give anyone nightmares. Fake. This has to be fake, right? The makeup looks so realistic. It's real. It's a real corpse. Misled by Misha's earlier explanation about a killer hunt game, one of the boys thought Malin and Paula's appearance was just special effects makeup. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward and tried to pull out the wooden branch, assuming it had been glued onto Paula's back. But when he pulled, with a wet, sticky sound, the sharp end of the branch, clinging with bits of flesh, was yanked straight out of Malin's chest. A surge of dark red blood welled out. When the blood receded, a hole as thick as a person's arm could be seen in the dead boy's chest. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves above, and in the golden beams of light, the heart below, pierced and shredded into a mangled mass, could be clearly seen. Ugh, plague. Help. Malin is dead. They're both dead. Misha, didn't you say this was a game? Why is this happening? At last, they could no longer deceive themselves with the idea that it was just a game. For a moment, everyone in the forest became like headless flies, panicking and falling into chaos. Everyone quiet. Everly picked up a stick and knocked it against a tree, drawing everyone's attention to her. Yes, that's right. What you see in front of you are two dead bodies, not some kind of prank prop. Misha already told you last night that a roaming killer was nearby and urged you to leave as soon as possible, but you didn't believe her. Now the killer has begun hunting, and anyone here could become his next target. My grandfather and I came here to take Misha away. For your own safety, I suggest that you leave this campsite with us. As soon as Everly finished speaking, another wave of frightened and doubtful chatter broke out among them. Is it true, Misha? Is there really a killer here? We need to call the police. Notify them right away. Let's go. I don't want to stay here for another minute. The forest had too many places to hide. It was the perfect spot for an ambush. Everly had no patience to linger in such a place. After explaining the situation, she didn't give the others time to react. She grabbed Misha and immediately followed old John out of the woods. With the most calm and decisive person already leaving, the remaining 6 looked at each other, then glanced again at the horribly mangled corpses nearby. Instantly, none of them dared hesitate any longer. Scrambling and stumbling, they hurried after the 3 of them and ran out of the forest together. 2 of you come with us to find the campsite manager and have him call the police. The rest go get the cars. The killer likes to target people who are alone, so remember, don't act by yourselves. We'll meet at the entrance of the manager's office in a moment. Everly stopped beside the cabins and said this to the 6 who had followed them. However, the red-haired boy among the 6 didn't buy it. He and another boy and girl were from a different school and didn't know Everly, so it was only natural for them to find someone who had suddenly appeared like her suspicious. Why should we believe you? You keep saying there's a killer, but you have no solid proof. Maybe this whole thing is just something you and Misha staged yourselves. Maybe you're the ones who killed Malin and Paula, he shouted angrily. Then don't believe me, Everly shrugged. As long as I can take Misha away, that's enough. She didn't have a particularly strong savior complex. In a horror movie world like this, trying to save everyone would only get you killed. Yet the result turned out well by accident. Everly's indifferent attitude actually made her seem more credible. In addition, 3 of the remaining 6 were from the same school as Everly and had long known her character and reputation. After a brief argument, they finally split themselves into 2 groups. One group followed Everly and the others to find the campsite manager, while the other group headed to the parking area to get the cars. Each group had more than 3 people, so technically no one was alone. Even though the light of victory seemed right in front of them, everything that followed went frustratingly wrong. First came the campsite managers. Because Misha had previously made a false police report, the managers already had little trust in her. On top of that, American high school students had a reputation for being noisy and fond of pranks. Andy was a new manager and still rather inexperienced. After hearing Everly's explanation, he immediately panicked. But the other manager, Benjamin, had worked there for a long time. He had seen plenty of how troublesome these little devils of teenagers could be when they went wild. So, just like the other campers, Benjamin's first reaction to hearing that Malin and Paula had died was that it was some kind of prank. Even when Everly showed him photos from the crime scene, Benjamin still refused to believe it. Well, fine. That was perfectly in line with how authority figures usually behaved in horror movies. Benjamin happened to know some police officers. In order to gain his trust, Everly had no choice but to take both managers back into the forest to see for themselves. However, this time old John couldn't go with them. Once the 2 managers left, no one would be guarding the office area. Meanwhile, the back of old John's Jeep had an open cargo compartment filled with firearms and ammunition. Although the killer didn't use firearms to kill people, there was still the possibility that he might steal the weapons or sabotage the vehicle. Because of that, old John had to stay behind and keep watch over the Jeep. The old man crouched quietly inside the Jeep, whose windows had been reinforced with bulletproof glass, holding his gun while keeping alert in every direction. He hadn't even seen the shadows of Everly and the others returning yet when he instead encountered the group of young people who had been sent to fetch the cars. "Grandpa John, where are the others?" At the front was Lily, the girl among the 9 campers who was closest to Misha. Behind her trailed the other 3, all looking dejected. Although the 4 of them had been assigned to get the cars, they came running back instead, and there was no sign of any vehicles. Seeing this, old John frowned, a bad feeling rising in his chest. What happened to the cars? Someone punctured the tires, and the engine seems to be broken too. The cars won't start at all. Grandpa John, do you think the killer did it? That's very possible. On the way here, Everly and I ran into a large tree blocking the road. Judging by the marks, it had been deliberately sawed through. It was lying right across the road and cars couldn't pass at all. If we hadn't brought a chainsaw with us, we wouldn't have been able to get into the campground. Lily looked increasingly panicked. Then what do we do? The way out is so far away, without cars we can't escape. The killer might catch us halfway. Don't panic. Let's wait until the others come back, then we'll all go check the cars together. I know how to repair vehicles. As long as we have enough materials, it shouldn't be a big problem, eh? Old John's Shepherd Jeep originally had a load capacity of 750 kilograms. However, during the modifications, the newly installed parts were all relatively heavy, so the vehicle's actual carrying capacity was now around 650 kilograms. The weapons and ammunition stacked in the rear compartment also took up part of that weight allowance. Because of that, the Jeep could carry at most 7 or 8 adults. There was no way it could fit all 11 people. If they wanted everyone to evacuate, they needed at least 2 vehicles. After calming Lily down, old John waited there with the others. Not long afterward, the group Everly had taken into the forest also returned. The rules distilled from horror movies seemed to work quite well, since everyone had consistently kept their numbers above 3, This group hadn't been attacked by the killer either. At the very front were the two campsite managers. Their faces were pale, and Andy's hands were still trembling, clearly shaken by what they had seen in the forest. "We need to call the police, immediately." Upon seeing the office building, Benjamin quickened his pace and hurried to the door of the manager's office, unlocking it with his key. The campground was fairly remote, and there was no mobile phone signal. The only way to contact the outside world was through the landline inside the office. However, when Benjamin picked up the phone to call the police, he was shocked to discover that the telephone line had been cut at some point. The break was on the outer wall of the building. The saboteur had been quite cunning. Rather than simply cutting the phone line, they had removed an entire arm-length section of the cable. With such a large piece missing, the remaining wire wasn't long enough to strip the insulation and reconnect the copper with pliers. When did this even get damaged? Could it be? Benjamin cast a suspicious glance at old John. Earlier, some people had gone to get the cars and others had gone to look at the bodies. Old John had been the only one left here, which meant he had plenty of time to do something like this. Old John's response to that suspicion was simple. He took out his satellite phone and placed it in front of the two managers. With a device capable of contacting the outside world sitting right there, there was obviously no reason for him to cut the phone line. The baseless suspicion faded. Benjamin picked up the phone and dialed 911. "Let the police handle the investigation," he said. "We're just ordinary people. Protecting ourselves comes first. Let's go check the parking lot next." The city of Visca was quite far from the campsite. It would take the police at least half a day to arrive. In that amount of time, who knew what might happen? It was better to leave as soon as possible. The entire campsite lay along the edge of a lake and was shaped like a crescent. The parking lot was located at the innermost corner of that crescent, a large triangular open space. Late June wasn't peak camping season yet, so only 4 vehicles were currently parked there, 2 belonging to the campers and 2 belonging to the campsite managers. Old John and Everly both knew how to repair cars. They split up and carefully inspected the 4 vehicles. It quickly became clear that all of them had been deliberately sabotaged. The tires had all been punctured. When they opened the hoods, they found the battery cables had been cut, and the fuel pump fuses in the engine compartments were missing. The tires and cables weren't a major problem. Whenever old John traveled long distances, he habitually kept common repair tools in the vehicle, things like tire sealant, an air pump, a jack, and electrical tape. With those tools, the tires and cables could be fixed. Manager Benjamin often drove as well, so he could handle these small repairs too. The only real problem was the fuel pump fuse. This wasn't a part you kept around for regular use. You'd either have to buy one at a specialized repair shop or take one from another car that hadn't been damaged. Without it, the vehicle simply couldn't start. "I remember there are a few houses nearby. We could go ask if anyone has a spare fuse," Andy suggested. Old John shook his head. "No. First, fuses differ depending on the car model. You can't be sure a neighbor's will fit. Second, getting there means passing through a narrow forest path, which is perfect for an ambush. Third, someone would have to stay behind to guard the cars and prevent further damage. Splitting up now would only increase the danger for both groups." "What do we do then?" someone asked. "I, Grandpa, and Misha will drive to the nearest gas station and get the fuses we need," Everly said. Her words immediately drew objections from several people. "No, you came here to get Misha. What if you leave and don't come back? Your cars are empty and can carry a few more people. Can't you just drive us out instead? You're armed, and you're the most capable people here. If you leave, who's going to protect us?" Most of the objections came from the 2 managers and the 3 students from other schools, led by the red-haired boy. The other campers from Everly's school, knowing her character well, wisely stayed silent. Although Everly's main plan was to grab Misha and leave if things went badly, she genuinely wanted to help the others. Her kindness and good intentions shouldn't become leverage for others to manipulate or threaten her. Seeing that the debate was going nowhere, Everly raised her gun, flipped the safety off, and pressed the barrel against Andy's forehead, the one closest to her, keeping a blank, expressionless face as she leaned in. She had a very beautiful face, and her pale blue eyes were often said to resemble the sea and the sky. But few people knew that when Everly was angry, those same light blue eyes could become like glaciers in the polar ice, cold, sharp, and piercing, cutting straight into the hearts of anyone who met her gaze. Pressing the hard barrel of the gun against Andy, she turned her eyes toward the others who had opposed her. Each word was slow, deliberate, and cold. "I'm not asking for opinions. I'm telling you. If you have something to say, try talking to my gun instead." As soon as she spoke, the entire parking lot fell into complete silence. Both the act of drawing a weapon at the slightest disagreement and the detached, almost godlike way she looked down on everyone exceeded anything people considered normal. Even though it was clear Everly was trying to scare them, no one dared risk their life by testing whether she would actually fire. Andy trembled violently, a cold sweat running down his forehead. "Good. That settles it," Everly said. She lowered the gun and gestured to Misha. Under the shocked, fearful, and resentful gazes of the others, the three of them climbed into the Jeep. Once everyone was seated, Everly rolled down the window and poked her head out halfway. "Watch the cars carefully while we're gone. Wait patiently for our return. No matter what happens, don't go off alone. There's only one killer, and he's nowhere near as strong as you imagine. As long as you stay together, he won't dare attack before dark." And this was true. According to the blood camp setting, the killer Gary grows stronger with each murder. In the earlier films, because he had killed fewer people, his power was only slightly above normal human levels, far weaker than in the later movies. Considering this is a prequel, there was no real reason to fear Gary's strength. With Everly holding a gun, everyone nodded obediently like quail, too intimidated to argue. "All right, we're heading out to buy the fuses. Listen carefully, stay here, and keep watch over the cars. Mr. Benjamin, fix any tires or cables you can while you're at it, okay?" The group nodded repeatedly, like a chorus. "Good." Everly smiled faintly and raised her hand, tossing her Glock 19 and Misha's satellite phone in front of them. "There are 15 bullets in the gun. Use it to defend yourselves. If anything happens, use the satellite phone to contact me. The number is written on the sticker. With so many of you, surely someone here knows how to handle a gun." Benjamin, along with two of the boys in the group, nodded in unison. "Then we're off." With that, Everly rolled up the window. Old John pressed the accelerator, and the Jeep roared to life. Through the rearview mirror, Everly saw the people left in the parking lot frozen in place, not daring to move. It wasn't until the Jeep had driven quite a distance that Benjamin finally hesitantly stepped forward and picked up the gun from the ground. They looked like a timid bunch. Hopefully, they'll stay put and not run off. The gas station was located between the village and Red Oak Camp, about 35 kilometers from the camp. Although the distance wasn't far, the road was full of winding mountain paths. For safety reasons, they couldn't drive too fast. As a result, the Jeep took over half an hour along the road before the three of them finally arrived at the remote gas station. The gas station was run down, far more dilapidated than Old John's small station. The exposed gas pumps were already rusted. To fill up, they first had to catch the fuel in a bucket and then pour it into the car with a funnel. The previous long drives and chainsaw work had already consumed quite a bit of fuel. Everly drove the car next to the pump, grabbed a metal bucket to catch the fuel, and also mixed some blended fuel to fill the chainsaw. Meanwhile, Old John used this time to go into the small convenience store next to the station, pick fuses off the shelves, and attempt to strike up a conversation with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, just as Misha had described, was a very fierce-looking old man. His skin was wrinkled like a dried walnut shell, with a large, grotesque burn covering the right side of his face. His teeth were crooked, he was constantly chewing tobacco, and he wore a filthy leather apron. With that appearance, he could easily pass as a villain boss in a horror movie set. Yet, despite this appearance, when the teenagers drove toward Red Oak Camp, he kindly warned them to watch out for the monster that lives in Emerald Lake. Clearly, he was a member of the good-aligned faction responsible for giving useful tips. Both Everly and Old John felt that this man must know some valuable information. "You're saying the monster from Emerald Lake has escaped? That's not good, because it's a being that can be trapped but cannot be killed." Although the old man had initially acted like a riddle keeper when he appeared, he wasn't really tight-lipped. After Old John handed him a pack of expensive cigarettes, the shopkeeper quickly, just like a game NPC, spilled the information the three wanted. "Judy, well, I mean the mother of that monster. She was an extremely unfortunate woman. Her parents were obsessed with a heretical cult and dedicated her to their evil god. When she became pregnant, Judy was forced to give birth to Gary, who was revered by the cult members as the child of God. Later, the cult was disbanded, and Judy finally freed herself from her parents' endless control. But she still couldn't escape the shadow of her past, because that child, Gary, was a complete monster. He controlled her entire life. From the moment he was born, Gary never shed a single tear. He was born with a full set of baby teeth, and when he first latched onto his mother's breast, he bit her so hard that it drew blood. He had no emotional fluctuations and could not feel the normal joys and sorrows of human life. Only blood, slaughter, pain, and fear could excite him and bring him pleasure. As the only living person around him, Judy unfortunately became Gary's toy. The old man paused, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply through his nose, and continued slowly. Perhaps being a mother is ultimately a different kind of identity. Gary did not abuse Judy with the cruelty one might show a family pet. Instead, he treated her in a more subtle, yet far more terrifying way. He exploited Judy's deep resentment, her tragic past, and her gentle, weak nature. Like a devil from hell, he used seductive words to repeatedly lure his mother into inflicting suffering upon him, letting her release her negative emotions through cruel acts of abuse. And afterward, Gary would disguise himself as a pure white lamb, exposing his battered body to his mother, seeking her guilt and sympathy. Each time, Judy felt a suffocating pain, unable to sleep, tormented almost beyond endurance. In this way, he continuously manipulated and toyed with his mother, drawing pleasure from her misfortune and remorse. Until that year, when Judy, lost in the depths of despair, met a man and decided to abandon her past and start a new life. And then, the old man took a long, hard drag from his cigarette. Then Gary fell into a rage unlike anything before. He tore off his mask, revealing his cruel, cold-blooded true nature, and attacked that man. Because he was still very young, his assassination attempt failed, but it was enough for Judy to see his true nature. She cried as she grabbed Gary by the throat, like this. The gas station owner held the cigarette in his mouth, clasped his hands in front of him, teeth clenched, and made a motion as if squeezing with all his strength. Like this, squeezing his neck hard. But Judy couldn't succeed. Shortly after losing his breath, Gary regained it, opened his eyes, and looked at his mother with innocence, cruelly asking her, like an angelic child, why she would do this to him. When Gary put on his disguise, he really did look like an angel. Judy couldn't bear it any longer. She tried every method she could, but she could never kill that monster. In the end, she locked him in the basement with chains. But a monster in a cage cannot stay confined forever. Sooner or later, Gary will break free and escape. When that happens, the emerald green lake will inevitably be shrouded in a blood-red shadow. The story was long, and much of it was unknown to Everly. Some parts even conflicted with the plot summary she had heard in her previous life. However, one, Everly hadn't watched all the films in the series, and two, the series itself sometimes had continuity errors during filming, so she was fairly accepting of these differences. Still, for an outsider, the gas station owner seemed to know far too much. Her gaze lingered on the fused, scarred right side of his face, and Everly couldn't help but ask, the man Judy met back then, that was you? Although the ages didn't exactly line up, some people who had experienced trauma did tend to seek out older partners. The gas station owner froze for a moment. Then he stiffly tugged at the corner of his mouth and took a long drag from his cigarette. Who knows? Anyway, good luck to you. With that, he waved to them and vanished like a statue into the thick smoke, saying no more. After saying goodbye to the gas station owner, the three of them packed up and drove back to Red Oak Camp. If everything went smoothly, they would be back in half an hour and could get the car fixed. However, this time, when they were less than 2 kilometers from the camp, the road ahead was blocked again by red oaks. And this time, it wasn't just one tree, there were 3 of them. Arnu. Although this tactic was cliché, it was gross enough and effective enough to slow them down. Worried that the people at camp had been waiting too long, Misha deliberately pulled out the satellite phone to warn them that giant trees were blocking the road and that it might take some time. But when she called, no one answered. All three felt an ominous premonition. Still, the car had already made it this far, and they couldn't just turn back. If there were any survivors left at the camp, not just Misha, but Everly would also feel guilty if they abandoned them. After some discussion, they decided to get out of the car. As before, old John handled guns and kept watch. Everly sawed through the trees, and Misha carried the cut pieces. After more than half an hour of hard work, the giant trees blocking the road were finally cleared. The three got back in the car and resumed their journey. The rest of the trip went without incident. After driving along the road for a while, Red Oak Camp finally came back into view. Old John drove past open doors and the ransacked administrator's office, heading straight to the parking lot at the far end of the crescent-shaped field. Upon arrival, it was immediately clear. The 8 people who had been tightly packed together when they left were now reduced to only 3 miserable survivors. The 2 camp managers and the red-haired boys group were all gone. Wah! Everly, Misha, you finally came. The 3 remaining people in the parking lot were huddled in the open space between 2 cars, clutching whatever shields they had found, trying to fend off imaginary threats. When they saw old John's Jeep return, they acted like fledglings spotting their parent bird returning home, completely ignoring all sense of composure. They ran straight toward the 3 of them, chattering nonstop. Everly took a careful look. The remaining 3, 2 girls and a boy, were all her classmates. The boy, Dane, was one of the owners of the 2 cars at the camp, and he still had the car keys on him. What happened? Why are only the 3 of you left? Where's everyone else? And what about the gun and the satellite phone I left behind? Everly hesitated, wondering whether it was even necessary to fix the car now. If only these 3 survived out of the original 8, old John could probably squeeze everyone into one vehicle, saving them the trouble of repairing the other one. It's like this. Lily pushed her way to the front of the group and began explaining to Everly what had happened after the 3 of them had left. In short, infighting had broken out among the group. The first to suggest leaving was Manager Benjamin. When he heard from his companion Andy that a nearby household had a car of the same model as theirs, he immediately decided to go there to borrow some fuses. In the US, homes in remote areas often keep spare materials for car repairs. He took the satellite phone and the gun you left behind. He said he was the camp manager and the person who knew the area best, so everyone had to follow him. We tried to reason with him, but he was holding the gun, and we didn't dare stop him. Fortunately, Manager Benjamin wasn't completely foolish. He didn't act alone. He brought along the newly arrived manager, Andy. Although the 2 had only known each other for a few days, as fellow managers they naturally stood on the same side, far more reliable than high school students who might suddenly drop the ball at any moment. As for the other 6 people, Benjamin didn't let them follow. He needed someone to keep an eye on their cars so that once the fuses were borrowed, he could fix the vehicle and leave. But once the 2 managers set off, there was no further word from them. They said it only took about 10 minutes to walk from the parking lot to that household, so a round trip should have taken at most half an hour. But we waited for almost an hour, and they still didn't come back. That's when we realized the killer must have acted. Dane and Hans just couldn't sit still anymore. Dan, Hans, and Christina came from other schools and were the organizers of this camping trip. They didn't know Everly, so unlike the other 3 classmates, they couldn't automatically trust her. They figured that with Everly and Misha gone, there was no guarantee they would return. To survive the killer, they had no choice but to save themselves. The red-haired boy, Dan, was the leader of the trio. He told his companions that there was an old hunting rifle hanging on the wall in the manager's office and an axe by the office door. They could use the axe to break open the door, take the rifle, and then grab bows and arrows from the storage room. Dan's car was also parked in the lot and needed to be watched. Before everything was settled, they hadn't given up on the idea of fixing it and leaving. So Dan and Hans, along with the accompanying girl Christina, set off to find weapons, leaving Dane, Lily, and Molly behind to continue guarding the cars. Lily continued her account. About 10 minutes after Dan, Hans, and Christina left, they came back once with the axe, hunting rifle, bow and arrows, and shields. Dan said the hunting rifle in the manager's office was just a decoration. It had no bullets. But they found a map of the area, which could be used to locate nearby houses to borrow bullets or even a car directly. We tried to convince them to stay put, but by then it had already been more than an hour since you left. They waited a while, but didn't see you return. Plus, we didn't have a satellite phone, so there was no way to get any information. Dan thought we had been abandoned, so he decided to take matters into his own hands and seek help from nearby households. Dan and Hans are real-life shooting game enthusiasts. They're good with guns in the game, and figured that if they could get bullets or firearms, even the killer wouldn't stand a chance. Christina went with them. The three of them only left this for us, Lily said, pointing to the wooden shield Molly was holding. So that's where it had come from. Dan and the others had left it behind. Everly cast her gaze toward the path they had taken and asked, "How long ago did they leave?" "Almost 20 minutes. Everly nodded. If these three weren't dead, they should be back in about 10 more minutes. So, should they wait here for them? Everly's answer was no. The two groups had only met by chance. Neither owed the other anything. Everly, as the one who had promised, had kept her word and returned with the fuses. Dan and his group had chosen to stop trusting her, so whatever happened afterward was their own responsibility. Moreover, according to the Blood Camp series films, the more people Gary kills, the stronger he becomes. Everly recalled a movie commentary by an uploader who mentioned that the earliest Gary hadn't yet donned his iconic ceramic mask. He liked to sneak around in a doll's head costume, ambushing anyone who was alone. His style relied on surprise attacks, though occasionally, against particularly strong opponents, he would take a couple of hits himself. By the time the latest installments in the series came out, he had evolved to the point where even grenades couldn't pierce his skin. Although Gary still liked to lurk in the shadows and kill quietly, it was mostly for scare effect. He no longer avoided confrontations simply because there were too many people. The same uploader even joked that it was precisely because Gary was portrayed so powerfully that, in the 6th installment, he was brought to other film sets to battle the bosses of other horror movies. From this, it was clear, if all 5 of the people who had left were killed by Gary, his abilities would increase dramatically. Everly didn't want to gamble on that. So she took the fuses she had bought and went to each of the 4 cars, opening the doors and placing the corresponding fuse on the dashboard of each vehicle. For ease of repair, all 4 cars were left unlocked. If the 5 returned alive, they would at least see the fuses she had bought. As for the actual installation, that would be up to them. Everly didn't have time for that. While placing the last fuse, her hand trembled, and she accidentally knocked a small ornament off the dashboard. She bent down to pick it up when she suddenly heard a sharp, slicing sound in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Duck! Old John's shout reached her. From her prior training, Everly had conditioned reflexes. Upon hearing the command, she instinctively brought her hands over her head and curled her body into the space between the steering wheel and the car seat. Cling! Just as she got down, a lethal arrow pierced the windshield at the front of the car, slanting with unstoppable force and embedding itself into the nearby seat cushion. It was one of the arrows from the archery range. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The first arrow had merely been a teaser. Missing its target, it was immediately followed by 7 or 8 more arrows shot from a nearby hillside. Each one had a different release point, but all landed with deadly precision, aiming straight for the corner of the parking lot where the group had gathered, each arrow intent on taking a life. To avoid being hit by the arrows, Everly had no choice but to curl herself down even further, compressing her body into a flattened ball. She shouldn't have had to be this desperate. The trees around the parking lot were sparse, and the cars were parked close to the recreational area. From the forest edge to the lot was at least 100 meters. Alpha Epsilon. At that distance, even with long-range archery, killing someone would be difficult. Take the camping range's standard bows, for example. The arrows they provide have an effective lethal range of about 80 meters. Beyond that, the kinetic energy drops sharply and penetration power diminishes. Even if an arrow struck a person, it would likely only scratch the skin, and that assumes the target doesn't move or dodge. Yet these arrows were fired from nearly 120 meters up the hillside and still pierced the windshield, embedding deeply into the seat cushions. This clearly indicated that the archer's strength far exceeded that of a normal human, and the bow itself had likely been modified. Everly suspected that Gary, through continuous killings, had greatly enhanced his physical abilities. Those disobedient people who had run off earlier had probably all become nothing more than a full-strength tonic, fueling the killer's growth. Truly a group of people good for nothing but making things worse. Everly, everyone else, find a place to hide. That person is in the woods on the hill, I'll take him down. Seeing the arrows raining down endlessly, with no sign of stopping, old John shouted and turned to the back seat to retrieve a rectangular case. Inside was a black sniper rifle with a scope, old John's prized AWM sniper, commonly called the Super Magnum. Its power and range ranked among the top snipers. It could maintain devastating force even beyond 1,300 meters, making it a true sniper's weapon of legend. The Jeep had been modified by old John, with the body and all the glass made from bulletproof materials, strong and nearly indestructible. Old John angled the vehicle so that the windows faced the hillside, then rolled one down just enough to tilt the gun barrel through the opening. Peering through the scope, he scanned the hillside for the enemy. The archer was clearly skilled and, to avoid being spotted, kept moving through the trees, changing positions with every shot. Huddled behind the glass, old John's eyes were like a hawk's, locking onto that section of the hillside. The moment a new arrow was released, he moved the barrel, instantly locking onto the area, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! A 0.338-inch magnum bullet spun rapidly out of the barrel, tearing through the bushes along its path and striking a flash of a white masked figure. Bad luck, it only hit the enemy's arm. The masked figure was hit, and the arrows from the hillside momentarily stopped. Seizing the opportunity, Everly bolted from her hiding spot inside the wrecked car. She had only taken a couple of steps when whoosh whoosh rang out again. Gary above had already regained his mobility. With no other option, Everly crouched low and, along with the other three, ducked behind another nearby car. Inside the Jeep, old John adjusted the gun and continued aiming. The pattern was clear. Each arrow fired was followed by the archer moving to a new hiding spot. What old John needed to do was find that new position in the brief moment after one arrow had been shot and before the next was released, and take a shot en route, creating a window for the four outside to scramble into the car safely. Now was that moment. As a new arrow was released and the surrounding bushes trembled with the archer's movement, old John's reflexes were lightning fast. He pulled the trigger immediately. Bang! Another bullet shot out of the window. At that exact moment, an arrow came flying from a completely different direction, far from the bullet's impact point. It sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the front of the vehicle. The slender shaft squeezed through the narrow 2-finger-wide gap in the window and shot straight into the Jeep. Gary had used a feint. He hadn't gone anywhere near that patch of bushes. The arrow was about to strike Misha, who was hiding in the passenger seat. At the critical moment, old John put down the sniper rifle and pressed the girl down onto the seat cushion. She narrowly avoided the deadly shot. But in doing so, old John's right arm was injured. The arrow pinned his entire arm to the seat frame. Ugh. He was old, after all, and such a severe injury made cold sweat break out on his forehead. Yet now was far from the time to relax. After that first sneaky shot, Gary changed positions and fired a second arrow at the car through the window gap. By the story's setup, he had only just escaped his mother's dungeon and should have been handling a bow for the first time. Yet his aim was impossibly precise. No wonder in her previous life people ranked him among the top 4 killers in film history. He was a born killer. The arrowhead lodged deep into the metal frame of the seat, leaving old John's arm immobile. Before he could pull it out and free his arm, he had no strength left to snipe Gary on the hillside. As a new arrow was about to fly, old John gritted his teeth and, using the only hand he could still move, pulled back the sniper barrel stuck in the window gap. He pressed the button and rolled the car window up. Cling! Cling! The incoming arrows struck the hard bulletproof glass, sending out sharp metallic sounds. With the interior temporarily safe, old John turned to attend to the injury on his arm as quickly as possible. In the brief few seconds when both sides were sniping at each other, Everly used the wooden shield as cover and rolled from behind the sedan to the rear of the Jeep. She cautiously raised the shield, thud thud thud, and the incoming arrows seemed to lock onto it like a magnet, rattling the wood so hard that her palms went numb. In mere moments, the fragile shield was riddled with holes, on the verge of splintering completely. Before the shield could be destroyed, Everly sprang up and quickly grabbed a heavy, reinforced case from the back of the Jeep. She crouched behind the vehicle for cover, opened the case, and pulled out a long, army green tube-like weapon. She removed the front and rear covers, hoisted it onto her right shoulder, pressed her right eye against the mechanical sight, and took a deep breath. 1, 2, 3. At the count of 3, Everly threw her jacket outward, using it to momentarily distract Gary's attention. In that split second, she rolled into the open, dropped to one knee, and firmly braced the rocket launcher on her shoulder. She aimed at the hillside from which the arrows were raining down and pressed the trigger. Go to hell. Her eyes were blood red as she let out a furious roar toward the hill. Boom! With a deafening blast that could have shattered eardrums, thick smoke and fire erupted from both ends of the army green launcher. The massive 1.8-kilogram rocket soared in a gentle arc through the air and landed precisely on the hillside where the arrows had been fired. Boom! Crash! The violent explosion lit up the entire hillside in a flash of intense fire. The M72 Law Light anti-tank rocket launcher had a maximum effective range of 200 meters and could penetrate 200 millimeters of armor. Once the fuse triggered, its octal explosive would produce a metal jet at 3,000 degrees Celsius, capable of destroying light tanks, armored vehicles, and even buildings. This was the trump card that Everly and Old John had brought for this mission. The rocket launcher's power was immediate. After the ammunition exploded, the entire hillside was engulfed in roaring flames, and no more cold arrows came flying down from above. But Everly knew that the killer, Gary, would not die. His body possessed terrifyingly strong regenerative abilities. Even if he were cut into countless pieces, after a period of recovery, the largest fragment would sprout flesh, bone, skin, and blood vessels outward. Sooner or later, a new Gary would rise from the heap of corpses. Discarding the disposable launcher, now scorched from use, Everly waved to the three still huddled behind the sedan, signaling them to squeeze into the back seat of the Jeep. Once the doors closed and everyone was inside the safe zone, they finally exhaled in relief. Old John was still pinned in the driver's seat and couldn't move. The arrow had hit at a tricky angle. Its tip had pierced Old John's arm and lodged into the seat, wedged between the metal frame inside. The shaft was made of carbon fiber, not easy to snap. Old John gritted his teeth and, enduring the pain, tried little by little to pull the lodged arrow tip out of the seat. With the driver's seat occupied, the vehicle couldn't move until Old John freed himself. Fortunately, this car, having undergone countless modifications, was practically a mobile fortress, armed from top to bottom, down to the tires. Unless the revived killer Gary managed to fire an anti-tank rocket at them, with his current abilities, he couldn't threaten the people inside the vehicle for now. Everly and Misha squeezed into the passenger seat, anxiously pressing on Old John's wound to prevent further tearing while he extracted the arrow. Old John bit down on a towel, sweat pouring down his face, carefully twisting the carbon arrow lodged in his wound while trying to pull it backward bit by bit. With every pull, the nerves and muscles in the wound rubbed against the arrow, sending unbearable waves of pain through Old John. Within moments, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Everly watched, growing ever more furious. She wished she could dig Gary's corpse out of the fire and chop it into pieces with a kitchen knife, just to vent her anger. After several attempts, the arrowhead finally came free. Old John managed to pull the carbon fiber arrow out of the seat and felt a sense of release. Wrap it with gauze for now. We'll remove the arrow properly once we reach a safe place, Everly instructed. She leaned in to examine the arrow. Its tip was metal, the shaft made of carbon fiber, and feathers adorned the end. To remove it fully, the carbon shaft would have to be broken, but this had to be done carefully, or the wound could tear further and seriously injure Old John. Once the arrow was removed, Old John could take the universal remedy to heal the wound, but clearly now was not the time for treatment. Old John seemed to have the same thought. The three people in the front row opened the doors and switched seats. Everly took the driver's seat, Old John, as the injured party, moved to the passenger seat alone, and Misha slid to the back row to squeeze in with the other three. Once everyone was settled, Everly patiently waited until Old John was stable, pressed the accelerator, and was just about to drive off, when a panicked female voice rang out from nearby. "Wait!" Hold on. Everly tilted her head and, through the rearview mirror, saw two figures supporting each other at the end of the narrow crescent-shaped path. The figure on the left was Christina, the only girl among the trio of Dan's group. She was caked in mud and water, looking completely disheveled, and was helping the blood-soaked manager Andy limp toward them. Seeing this, Everly glanced at the hillside, still ablaze from the explosion, pressed the accelerator, and steered the vehicle toward the two of them. "What happened to you?" She didn't roll down the window, asking calmly through the glass. I don't know. After you drove away, you didn't come back. Dan said he would go to the nearby houses to borrow bullets, but everyone was dead. The corpses were crawling with flies, and the smell was awful, so awful. Dan and Hans were searching for bullets in that house when a person wearing a white porcelain mask suddenly appeared and attacked us. Nigeria Naira. That person killed Dan with a single axe blow. Hans and I were so scared that we ran out immediately. That person chased us, shooting arrows at us. I accidentally fell down a slope, got stuck in the mud, and passed out. When I woke up and climbed back up, I saw that Dan had also been shot and was dead. I was so scared, I got lost in the woods for a long time. Later, I heard explosions over here. I thought the police had come, so I sneaked over to take a look, and then I saw you about to leave. Christina was clearly terrified. Her words tumbled out in a jumble, and as she spoke, tears and snot streamed down her face, making her look utterly pitiful. But Everly felt no sympathy for her. Everyone here was already an adult. They needed to learn to take responsibility for their own choices. If she had known today would turn out this way, why had she followed those two boys in the first place? What about him then? Everly's expression remained steady as she looked at Andy, whom Christina was supporting. I found him on the road. He was covered in blood, lying on the ground. I thought he was dead, but when I passed by, he grabbed my hand. He didn't seem to be dead yet. As if to confirm Christina's words, Andy, leaning weakly against her, opened his eyes, coughed, and spit blood. Despite his injuries, he managed a faint, weak smile at Everly. Truly like a movie male protagonist, even after such severe wounds, he was still alive. Everly glanced up at the hillside again, pressed a button, and rolled the window down slightly. Hold on tight. She gave Christina a quick warning, then raised her gun. Before anyone could react, the muzzle slipped through the glass gap and she pulled the trigger repeatedly, aiming at Andy's head. Bang, 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 bang. It wasn't until all 19 rounds were emptied that Andy's head was nothing but mangled flesh, riddled with holes. Only then did Everly drop the pistol and open the car door. Let go. What? What are you? What are you doing? You killed him. Why? Christina, still supporting Andy, was inevitably splattered with blood. Having endured several shocks in quick succession, Christina looked on the verge of collapse. Seeing Everly step out of the car, she dropped Andy's body and instinctively tried to run. Andy? No. He's not Andy, you can't recognize him? This is the killer who murdered your companion. What are you saying? Everly didn't have time to deal with Christina's shock. She stepped out and glanced at the figure lying on the ground, eyes wide open. In just moments, tiny fleshy tendrils were already sprouting along the edges of the wounds, clearly part of the body's repair process. Soon enough, this world-famous killer would regain full mobility and wreak havoc again. Everly couldn't allow him the chance to rise. Horror movie survival rule number 15, finish the job. Although finishing the job wouldn't kill the immortal, it could at least slow down his recovery. She strode to the back of the Jeep and pulled out a sturdy all-black shotgun, a Benelli M4 Super 90. Powerful, known as the king of shotguns, it was standard-issue U.S. military equipment, built for combat. With the black muzzle aimed at the body on the ground, Everly's face remained expressionless as she pulled the trigger, hitting the most critical target first, the brain. Boom! The head, which had just begun showing signs of recovery, exploded instantly, sending blood splattering across the ground behind it, reminiscent of a watermelon smashed onto the floor. Firing an anti-tank rocket at a hillside was one thing, shooting directly at a human head was another entirely. Earlier, all of Everly's actions had been fueled purely by adrenaline, leaving no time for reflection. But now, what she was doing was shooting at a humanoid being that was not yet dead. Although she had long accepted that killing someone could be necessary for self-preservation, this was, after all, Everly's first time taking a life since crossing into this world. Even if the person in front of her wouldn't truly die, seeing the head explode in front of her was an intensely shocking image that triggered strong discomfort. But there was no time for hesitation. Everly was skilled at enduring discomfort and kept a clear head. After destroying Gary's head, she lowered the muzzle and fired at his elbows, knees, and ankles, hitting all the critical joints to ensure that even if Andy awoke, he wouldn't be able to move. In the early parts of the movie, Gary hadn't killed enough people yet, and his recovery wasn't so fast. A corpse could remain still for several minutes. So these kinds of tactics were effective. Everly remembered that in the third installment of Blood Camp, a few students had used similar methods to temporarily immobilize Gary. If it weren't for his supernatural body and immortality, those unlucky students might actually have escaped the camp. After Gary had finally been reduced, through continuous gunfire, from a humanoid corpse to a limp, shapeless heap of flesh, Everly reloaded with a crisp click, holding the shotgun in one hand for defense. With the other hand, she methodically searched the body from head to toe, removing anything that could be used as a weapon and throwing it far away. By now, the others in the vehicle had begun to react as well. They huddled inside the vehicle, not daring to speak a word, a mix of fear and grim satisfaction on their faces as they watched Everly finish clearing all the weapons and fire another round of shotgun shells at Gary on the ground. Only when the magazine was empty again did the girl, covered in blood splatter like a war goddess, sling the shotgun over her back and climb back into the Jeep. She rolled up the windows, started the engine, turned the vehicle around, and drove forward, every motion executed seamlessly. Under Everly's control, the heavy Jeep swung around, the front wheels aimed at the corpse on the ground, crushing him beneath the tires. When the massive wheels rolled over Gary's skull, everyone heard a faint crack. Those with vivid imaginations could barely hold back the urge to vomit. "Hey, Cheese, he's dead, right? It doesn't have to be like this." Everly heard the mutter from the back. She cut the engine and turned her head to the boy who had spoken. "Do you need to confirm with your own eyes whether he's dead?" The boy immediately shrank his neck like a frightened chicken, not daring to say another word. "This killer's name is Gary. Because of his connection to a certain heretical cult, his body is extremely unusual. He literally cannot be killed. Pressing him under the wheels is only a temporary measure. Later, we'll have to find a way to trap him somewhere." In Blood Camp, Gary's immortality meant that in almost every film, the protagonists had to find a way to confine him at the end. Conversely, at the beginning of each new movie, some clueless, unlucky, or meddlesome character would unwittingly release the sealed chains, inadvertently awakening the slumbering zombie king, Gary. Old John's modified Jeep, after undergoing a series of upgrades, weighed over 2 tons by itself. With several people inside and a trunk full of guns and ammo, no matter how resilient Gary's life force was, being pressed beneath the tires rendered him completely immobile. But the Jeep still had to be driven, and they would need something else to actually trap him. Of course, Everly could wait a while, let the police arrive, and hand over Gary, the hot potato. But to be honest, she didn't really trust the Visca police. You see, isn't this a common trope in horror movies? At the end of the film, the protagonists use their wits to finally defeat the killer and confine him. Sirens wail in the distance as the incompetent police arrive, ready to claim the credit. The badly injured heroes are hustled into an ambulance, while the police handcuff the killer, sandwiching him between 2 officers, driving him to the station. But because the guards are too lax, halfway there, the killer kills all the officers in the car and escapes. So the heroes, barely having survived, haven't even rested in the hospital before the killer comes back, and the final shot freezes on their terrified faces. It's such a classic development. Even if the police were competent, Everly would still have to worry about the US military. What if they heard about Gary and tried to take him to a research facility, intending to experiment on his immortal body to create super soldiers for warfare? One slip up and Gary could escape, or they might create some horrific monster, triggering a bioweapon disaster. In short, rather than leaving it to unreliable police or military, it was better if she handled it herself. At least she knew from the other Blood Camp films exactly how people dealt with Gary. Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.